Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are coming to the end of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. We are in closing arguments and verdict watch today. Super Bowl does a cruise by. So today they're going to do closings. Trial TV Live. All right, today they're going to do closings. It's going to be defense and then state and then jury instructions, so there's going to be no rebuttal. That's the way they're doing it here in this courtroom. It's defense, and then the state, and then rebuttal. I'm sorry, no rebuttal. Defense, state, jury instructions, deliberation. So that's the order in which it's going to go today. Yesterday was amazing, right? Yesterday was absolutely amazing. That's why we watch, right? That's why we watch these trials, because you just never know. And Brat, you always say trials are like a box of chocolates. You just never know what you're going to get. And that is 100% what happened yesterday. I had no idea what we were going to watch yesterday or see. Crazy. The defense, specifically Miss Mastalone, definitely got yelled at. No other way of putting it. No other way of sugarcoating that. She got yelled at. All right. So let me just pop over here. All right. Make myself a little bit bigger. So we'll see what happens today. All right, who's with us today? Hell Writer, Juliet Barnes, good to see you. Amy Lee, good vibes only, good to see you. JP Rabbit, thank you for joining us. Miss Business, Iowa Backyard, it was a long day yesterday. You know, it was a long day, but it was only like about 3 hours of actual testimony, if that. Not even. It was like an hour of testimony. It was about an hour of them arguing with each other, and then about an hour of them going over jury instructions and evidence. So it was a long day, but it was like a short day if you just like compress everything. It's crazy. Crazy Mary Jo, first in chat. Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Widespread Panic, good to see you. And Brat, good morning, Nana. Sherry, good morning to you. Stand for the truth, or stand for truth. Christine Fortunato, thank you for joining us. Kimbers, happy hump day to you. Sassy Fan, Brenda Meyer, good to see you. Welcome in. Joy, good morning. Another lovely day in the freezer. Mr. Iowa is home, but mother-in-law is still in heart unit. Well, we're definitely praying for her there. She's not been awake, sleeping only. Hang in there, Iowa. Hang in there. Aussie Gardner, good morning to you. And thank you, Christine Fortunato, for being a member, Rabbit Ears. Angel Baby, good morning to you. Marlene, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Business, always good to see you in our chat. Richard in the Kitchen, good morning to you. Let's see here. JMS, just want to make sure I get everybody. Let's see. Morning is going good, Hell Rider. Yes. Good to see. Teresa, good morning to you. Sassy 3 fan, hello. JMS, 30 degrees and still icy. Oof. Kim Schultz, good morning to you. Tammy, thank you for joining us. Gracie, good morning. Barry, good to see you. Hope all is well with you. JPC Monin. Susan B. Womack, good morning to you. And Shirley. Terry, good to see you. McCormick family, hope everything is well with you in your studies. Yes, Clairview is on call. Clairview, hopefully, we've been talking, and it seems like once we have a verdict, we will, whenever we have a verdict, we'll recap after that. Or we'll recap Friday, whichever comes first. If, and this is a big if the jury goes until next week, we'll recap this Friday. If they are over today or tomorrow, we'll recap then. So whichever comes first, Friday or verdict. Hector's mom, good to see you. Kim Schultz, yesterday was a really good episode, for sure. Hey, JPC, good to see you. Happy hump day to you, Miss Business. And Christine, they're going to do closings today. Closings are first straight out of the gates. Jadziadax, are we taking bets on the length? Oh, it looks like we have a feed. Did the feed kick in? Yeah, we normally do that for our poll, but we decided to do something a little different today. So quick deliberations, takes a few days, jury struggles, hung jury, Jury sent home, deliberates tomorrow. So we did it a little bit differently today. Let's see. Terry, the Faust trial is sizzling as well. All right, not familiar with that one. C. Gilmore, good morning. Happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you for joining us and being with us. Amy Lee, good morning to you. Debbie, good morning to you. All right, Audrey Chance, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Barry, Super Bowl is doing verdict watch party prep. Yes, she is. All right, Just a Girl Baking. Yesterday was spicy for sure. Bonjour, Juliet. You couldn't find this feed yesterday. Oh, Juliet, that's, you can always check us out. Either go to our page, because we always post like the night before. Follow us on social media. We are on Blue Sky. We're on X. We're on Facebook. Patreon, if you want to join Patreon. You can check us out there. You can always you'll never not get a notification. If you're on Patreon, you can join for free. You can support us with some money. That's fine. But if you go to Patreon, you can find us there, and you'll always get an alert. You'll always get an email alert. JP Rabbit is lurking. Green-eyed cat. Pammy, good to see you. Let's see. C. Gilmore, Lazy Boys. Angelique, thank you for joining us. Good morning, good morning. All right. Zoos, want to make sure I didn't miss you. And Molly, good to see you. I think I got you all. Gina, did you miss closing arguments? Nope, they're coming up. Closing arguments are coming up. Linda, good morning to you. Dream Horse, thank you for joining us. Crazy Mary Jo, always good to see you. Widespread panic. I think the real question with the closing is how many not in evidence objections are we going to get from the defense? Kathy Davis, good to see you. Little Lulu, good morning, good morning. All right, I think I caught up with everybody. Kathy Davis, I think closings will be tedious unless the judge puts the limit. He has not. There is no limit on how long they can talk. So there's no limit on how long they can talk. Erica, good afternoon. On your lunch break, we'll have to sneak in and out for closing arguments. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. We have lots of folks from the UK joining us, so you should feel right at home. Ambi, good morning to you. Lunar Sherry, good morning, beautiful souls. Hazel, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Amy, how are you? Good to see you. All right. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate you spending your time with us. And we're waiting for closing arguments to start. There is no time limit. But that being said, state was 35 minutes in openings. Defense was 25 minutes. So I think as a rule of thumb, I have to hit the like button. Be sure to hit the like button, guys. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to hit the like button here. I think, and we'll test my theory, that it's usually double. You can usually double it. That's kind of what, I haven't really tested that myself, so I'm going to test that today. Let's see if the state goes for an hour and the defense goes just under an hour. I'm going to test that theory today. Hey, Jennifer King, good morning to you. Scott, good to see you. Good morning. Legally Blonde. Well, it wasn't Mr. Murray. It was Miss Mastalone that gave the openings. So we'll see. Let's see if we'll see if she gives openings as well. I'm sorry, closings. Hey, Sod Girl, good to see you. Very rainy in Mission Viejo, California. Zeus, big shout out to how welcoming the chat is, I must say. No problem, Zeus. Thank you for welcoming people in yourself. It's a cyclic thing, you know. When you get welcomed in, I hope that you go and you welcome people in as well, because it's nice to be welcomed in. Yeah, check out our Patreon, you guys. You don't have to, if you want to support us financially, that's cool. Certainly not going to say no, but you don't have to. You can join for free. And we also have merchandise if you want to support us that way. But yeah, if you want to join up on Patreon, you'll get an email notification. That way you'll never, miss out. We're also on Blue Sky, like I said, X, Twitter, and Facebook. So you can join all of those, and we always post the night before. So if you ever are feeling like you're not noticing that you're getting a notification via YouTube, you can always just go on social media, and we're there. And we are active. Lisa, good morning to you. See, Hector's mom, does anyone think that Paul could claim ineffective assistance of counsel? That seems to be the big question, right? Where everybody's been asking that. I don't think so. I think they've done, in my opinion, a very thorough cross. At times that cross has been a little tedious, but they have done a very thorough cross. Their case that they presented, it wasn't the strongest, but they didn't have to. It's not their burden. They don't have to present a case, So they don't have to present a case. Was their case, strong? We can debate that, of course. But I think their cross of all their witnesses was pretty thorough. Again, borderline tedious here and there, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the judge has done everything in his power to make sure that this was not appeals will not work. I mean, he's going to appeal if he's found guilty. He will definitely appeal, of course. Hey, Selena, good morning to you. Brett, it was 58. Oh, now it's going down to 54. Molly, you think Paul could consider ineffective? He could. I mean, yeah. I mean, he can do anything. Just Shamrock, you missed nearly the whole trial. Have to be team rewatch. Just Shamrock, we do recaps too with Claire, Claire View. We do weekly recaps if you want to check those out as well. Who was just doing, Charlie Adelson he wasn't doing ineffective counsel. He was doing the jury. He was saying the jury. So you can always, I guess, appeal. You can always, that's your right. That is your right. You can always appeal. I fully expect Paul to, appeal whatever, if the jury finds him guilty. It's a big if. But I fully expect him to claim, he's going to appeal. He's definitely going to appeal. It's pretty hard. All the trials we've covered. Have you ever heard of an appeal being won? I mean,
Maya.
Oh well, then it was overturned. She won it, but then it was overturned.
Maya didn't win.
Oh, the defense won.
The defense won.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, J Hatch won. That's true. Yep. So Aaron reminded me it was the Maya Kowalski, J Hatch, the plaintiff, I guess.
No, the plaintiff.
The
J Hatch is the defense.
Defense, yeah. That they appealed it and they won. They won the judgment against them. So that's. But we didn't cover that one. But we are aware of that one. We're very aware of that one.
Close.
I'm trying to think of any trial that we've covered that has actually gone to appeal. Actually, it's only Charlie. Charlie's the only one that's gone to appeal. Oh, Todd Mullis. And
yeah, we're still waiting for him.
Who else has filed an appeal that we've covered?
Like everybody, but they don't.
But they don't show it, or we don't know. Yeah. Oh, what about Sarah? Sarah's trying to appeal hers, and that, of course, isn't going to go anywhere. Yeah, it's almost impossible to win an appeal. Yeah, I agree, Hellrider. We could really only truly think of that one with Maya. Yeah, Legally Blonde. I hear you. My heart hurts every time. Ugh, just disgusting. Absolutely, just disgusting. Lazy Boys talk about ineffective counsel. That's right. Miss Evil Vander Ark will continue her win. Yeah, don't know.
She has a.
That's Shanna Gardner.
Shanna Vander Ark, the 20th of March.
Oh, okay. 20th of March. 20th of March. Put that on your calendar. 20th of March. March 20th. Let's see. The Treehouse Guy pled to time served. Yeah, we watched that. We didn't cover it. That was before we were. We were channel. Oh, the Amazon Lioness. Good to see you. Daisy Link. Yes, she did win her appeal. Thank you for reminding me. That is true. She won her appeal. And we did cover that. That is true. Donna has filed an appeal. Okay. Let's see. I hope they air that because I really do like appeals because appeals are like the Wild West, right? The judges can just, there's usually a 3-panel judge. They can jump in and just interrupt you. You're literally in the middle of a thought and they're just like, and they just like record scratch. And they force you to really, really know your stuff. Hey, Kimbers, good to see you. Robin, notice how many have filed for a new trial. Ibera, Charles Adelson, Murdoch. Yeah, Jose Ibera. That's right. He did just file one, and he was ineffective counsel, right? Was he ineffective? I think so. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm now remembering. Yes. Okay. So we got Daisy Link. She appealed and she won. I don't know if it was ineffective counsel or what that was, but anyway, Oh no, it was because the state and the judge. She didn't think the state and the judge were very fair to her. So. Daisy Link, Charlie, and she won. Charlie Adelson has appealed. We don't know yet what's going on with him. What do we say? Donna Adelson, not sure what's going to happen with her. Shanda, she's appealing for ineffective counsel. Still, that's up in the air. So, all right. So it is. There are some out there. Pat Hunter, good to see you. Good morning to you. Terry, wow, everyone off the chain but court TV programming. Oh, about court TV. Oh, are they? Yeah, they dropped. They didn't air yesterday, right? They just on Crime Stop covering it. This one, Paul Caneiro. Wow. All right. Well, we will be here. All right, I hear some noise. All right, I hear some noise in the court. Here we go, guys.
All right, the report is now in session. The Honorable Judge Marco Newton.
Good morning. Good morning. Please be seated. Brought this binder out just to make me look smart. No? You look smart already. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Monica Maxwell on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro was present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Andy Murphy, Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning. And good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, we are now ready to start the summations. With that, we go in reverse order. We will start with the defense. Go ahead.
Just have this table. Just give me lights, or maybe just a little bit so the PowerPoint shows. Just, yeah, that's it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Thank you. The state has the wrong man. Paul Caneiro's facing. The evidence, the facts, and the lack of information that we have in this case support that conclusion. They support a finding of not guilty in this case. I'm going to spend some time explaining why. As I told you from the beginning, this case is about tunnel vision, it's about confirmation bias, and it's about proving a hypothesis. I'm going to ask you to recall the testimony, the testimony of expert witness John Lightbody and expert witness Detective Cordoma, who testified about how precise the scientific method is. They explained to you that when they are trying to ascertain how a fire started, when they're trying to collect a conclusion, or establish a conclusion, they engage in a very distinct methodology. And that methodology is not choosing a hypothesis and then taking the steps to prove it. It's actually the opposite. They establish multiple hypotheses, and then they take the steps to disprove all of them until they're left with one. And the reason they do that is because oftentimes, or at least sometimes, the evidence isn't clear at first. Sometimes two things can be true or potentially true at once. And as a result, experts such as Mr. Lightbody and Mr. Detective Cordoma sneak preview. Sometimes two things can be true at once, and you have to take the necessary and the required steps to make sure that you're not being misled by the evidence in front of you, or confused, or perhaps just too focused on one thing and ignoring something else. And these experts told you what their methodology was specifically. They go to the location and they start in the exterior and they do a whole observation of the exterior and they look to see if anything's out of place or what's going on. Then they go inside and they start, I think they said like the furthest point away from where potentially could be an origin, or they go through certain floors and they end up where it appears to be the fire, closest to where the fire started. And they look at all sorts of things and they rule out, is it electric? Is it gas? Is it this? Is it that? And ultimately, when they're able to rule out these other hypotheses, that's how they know that they have arrived at the correct conclusion. And in this case, when it came to the investigation itself, and I don't mean the arson investigation specifically, and I don't mean the ballistics, I mean the investigation. I mean the case itself, and determining who did this. There were no multiple hypotheses. There were no multiple theories. There was nothing ruled out. What they did was exactly what Detective Petrozello told you toward the end of his testimony. They followed the evidence. They followed the evidence that landed on their lap, and they focused on it, and yes, it pointed to Paul. But a failure to look for evidence, a failure to collect evidence, and a failure to preserve certain evidence can, and I submit to you did in this case, ultimately lead to the wrong conclusion. November 20th of 2018. It was 7 years ago, 3 months, and some days. To be exact, it was 2,641 days and 63,480 hours. And I ask that you keep that in mind. I ask that you keep in mind how much time has passed since the beginning of this investigation. Now, I talk to all of you folks first, and then the state gets up and they respond. I don't know what they're going to say. We all sat through the same trial, so I have a pretty good guess of what I think they're going to say, and I'm going to work off of that. I don't know if I'll think of everything that they ultimately submit to you. But I also want to note the reason why I don't know everything that they're going to say to you is because, as the judge will instruct you, a closing argument is just that. It is an argument. And ultimately, the evidence that all of you heard and saw and observed, that's what controls. So when the prosecutor gets up here and tells his story, which I think will go something like this, the prosecutor will tell you that on November 19th of 2018, Paul Caneiro was in some sort of argument with his brother. His brother, Keith, was upset about money missing from the trust, and you heard the phone call between Keith and Paul, but you only heard Keith's side. You didn't really hear Paul's side, but you heard a little bit of Paul's side because you heard Keith's reaction, and you heard Keith talking to Paul and saying, "Paul, wake up, want to log into this account, get me the login." And the state, I suspect, will tell you that for whatever reason, that prompted Paul Caneiro to be concerned. And the state told you in their opening argument that Paul Caneiro's finances was a house of cards. And I'm going to address that shortly. They're going to tell you, I suspect, that Paul Caneiro was at some level of financial desperation, where it was the perfect storm, I suppose, between his financial situation that they theorized and the fact that Keith was upset with him that night. They're going to tell you that, I guess, a few hours later, after that phone call in the early morning hours, that Paul Caneiro turned off his surveillance system, and that he did so because he was about to commit these horrendous crimes. They're going to tell you that he left his house and drove to Keith Caneiro's house, and that from point A to point B, even though we don't have surveillance from point A to point B, they're going to submit to you that it was Paul Caneiro driving, and that he arrives at 15 Willowbrook, and the tragedy ensues. And they're going to tell you that Mr. Caneiro used a gun and used a knife to kill his family members. And then they're going to tell you that Mr. Caneiro went back home and took evidence with him, bloody clothes, put it in his basement, and lit his house on fire. Left the gas can on the front lawn. We're going to tell you things about the gun, that the gun was separated from the barrel. The gun is in the gun safe in his basement. The barrel's in a bag found in the car later. And they're going to tell you that Mr. Caneiro did all of that, I suspect, to make it seem like he himself was also a victim. That it was some elaborate, poor thought out plan that he concocted that night after a phone call with Keith Caneiro. I'm going to tell you why that is simply not true. See, the state is working off of pieces. You heard a lot of testimony from many different witnesses. And not a single one of them could tell you that story. The state is piecing together puzzle pieces and trying to create a picture of what happened, or what they think happened. But the pieces don't exactly fit. They just don't. There's things that don't make sense. And if you recall the testimony that we heard from approximately 50 witnesses. First, we heard from Julie Bestu. She told you about the contract negotiations with Doris Stoop. She didn't tell you anything bad about Paul Caneiro. She certainly didn't tell you that Paul Caneiro was responsible for this murder. We heard from Stephen Weinstein and Ron Artigas, who were the accountant and insurance broker for Keith and Paul, the Caneiro brothers. And they just told you some background information about what was going on with the businesses and the accounting and how money flowed within the business, the insurance policies that they had. They didn't tell you anything bad about Paul. They didn't tell you that Paul murdered his brother or his brother's family. In fact, then we heard from Ben Palaucci. And Mr. Palaucci, who took the stand, said he was a friend of Keith's, and he was aware that Keith was a little upset with Paul. I think he said 6 months prior, which is maybe June or so, close to April. And he mentioned about it was something about money, which aligns with what happened in April, which we'll talk about. But he also said after that conversation, in somewhere between April and June or 6 months prior to November, that everything was fine. Everything was copacetic. He agreed with that. He said that they went out to lunch. He saw them all the time. He would see Keith all the time. And when he saw Keith, sometimes Paul would be there. And everything was normal. Everything was fine. He told you that the day that Keith learned that Keith's house was on fire, the first person he contacted was Paul. And he said, Paul, you got to get to your brother's house. Your brother's house is on fire. And Paul tried to explain to him, I can't, my own house was on fire and I'm at the police station. And Ben is urging Paul to get there. Why? Because Ben knows that Paul is his person. Because Ben knows that if anyone cared that Keith's house was on fire or should be there or would want to be there, it's Paul. He didn't even have Corey's number. The other brother. I'll put that aside for a moment. I want to focus on how close Keith and Paul were. Detective Bassender testified now. She was the financial detective. We're going to talk about really the heart of her testimony momentarily. But her testimony was simply about finances. And it was more specifically about what she focused on with respect to the finances. It wasn't a full story. We heard from Heather Kapp and Jonathan Harrington. Those were very interesting witnesses because they told you, and again, we'll talk about this, that they saw two people. Well, let me back up. Heather Kapp said that she heard and saw two people outside of Paul's home at 4:30 a.m. She was very precise and specific about the time. And Jonathan Harrington told all of you that he heard two men outside of Paul's home at approximately 4:30. Not precisely, but approximately. And they told you that they didn't know who these men were. Very interesting that they both heard / saw the two men at around the same time. And it was a half hour before the fire. Then we heard from Officer Marino, Officer Redmond, and Officer Bernhardt. Those were the first responding officers to Paul's house at 27 Tilton Drive that day. And they just told you what they saw. They told you about the suspicious things that they observed, the gas can on the lawn, the burn mark on the car, near the gas can, near the garage. They told you about how it was a suspicious scene and one officer saw a couple of footprints. It was essentially the backdrop to what started the arson investigation. It was clear, the testimony made it clear that it was clear to these officers pretty quickly after they arrived on scene that this was an arson. The gas can gave it away. The fact that there was two separate fires on opposite ends of the house gave it away. The burn mark on the car gave it away. And that's what their testimony was about. They couldn't tell you who started the fire. They talked a little bit about their conversations with Mr. Caneiro when they arrived on scene. We'll talk about that. But they did not offer any of you any information as to who started these fires, or more importantly, who committed the crimes. We heard from Chris Sorrentino, the first responder. He was a fireman who happened to live around the corner, and he was there pretty much within minutes. And he just told you he tried to put out the fire. We heard from Fire Marshal Flanagan. We'll talk about him later, but he certainly didn't tell you who started the fire. We heard from Catherine Lachise, who was a 911 caller at Keith's house, 15 Willowbrook. And she basically just told you she saw the smoke, she called 911. She has no idea who started the fire. Detective Brady, he was the detective from Ocean Township at Paul's house that day. He spoke to Paul. Paul cooperated with him in numerous respects. Again, we'll talk about that later. But he didn't tell you who started the fire. He didn't tell you who committed these crimes. He told you about his role in the entire investigation, which was fairly limited to specifically Ocean Township. He really didn't have anything to do with Colts Neck. We heard from Officer Mazzicola, who was the first responding officer at 15 Willowbrook. And he explained that when he first got there, he pulled in the driveway. We saw, I think, his MVR, his motor vehicle reporting. He goes up to the house. He's trying to see what's going on. Told you about his initial observations. Another piece of the puzzle. But nothing directly leading to Paul. We heard from Detective Zerillo. He was the lead detective. He was Detective Brady's counterpart in Colts Neck. And he told you about his role in the Colts Neck investigation and what he contributed to the investigation. He did things. He helped out. He investigated. We heard it. But he can't tell you that Paul Caneiro committed this murder. These murders. These crimes. We heard from Boris Holstein, who was another 911 caller. We're going to talk about him in just a little bit too. But he's a 911 caller. Another piece of the puzzle. We heard from Isabel Restrepo, friend of Paul's. She had good things to say about Paul. She said he was a good friend. She said she didn't have anything bad to say about him. He was always very helpful. She had a good relationship with him. She certainly didn't tell you that Paul Caneiro was capable of these crimes. We heard from Carmelo, who's a firefighter, who had a very limited role. He fought the fire at 15 Willowbrook, and unfortunately, he had to remove Sophia's body. But he doesn't know how Sophia's body got there. He doesn't know who's responsible. We heard from Tyler Badaracco, another firefighter. Mostly about the generator. That's all. We heard from Detective Mahoney and Detective Weisbrot, and they talked a lot about surveillance videos, and they discussed what you could see on the surveillance videos, and we're going to talk about that also. The surveillance videos are interesting because they're probative and they're compelling in a way, but they do not show you who committed these crimes. We heard from Detective Purpura, again, the arson investigator. He determined it's an arson. He doesn't determine by who. We heard from Detective Catalona. He processed the scene at Paul's house. And Detective Vogt, who processed the scene at 15 Willowbrook. They collected evidence. They didn't draw any conclusions. We heard from, again, John Lightbody, determined it was an arson at Paul's house. No surprise there. Doesn't tell you who, can't tell you who. We heard from Detective Ingrisi. He did the phone extractions and he read messages to you. That was his, I guess, his primary role in this case. And he gave you some background information about the communications, some communications, a few communications, 3 occasions specifically, April, September, and November, out of an entire year. And you heard testimony that they talked every day, whether by text, by phone, by email, by message, by anything, in person. And you heard text messages between the 2 brothers from 3 of those days. We heard from Robert Block, who used to work at Square One with Keith and Paul. He testified about an alert he received about essentially saying the power went out and servers were down. But didn't have anything bad to say about Paul. We heard from Trooper Cocking, who had the canine at 27 Tilton. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Again, a limited role. In fact, I think he made that very clear. He's like, I'm just the dog guy. It's a tool. It's an aid in the investigation. Can't tell you anything more than that. We heard from Detective Petrozello, the lead detective in this case. We're going to talk about him too. He testified about his role in the investigation and things that he did and things that he reviewed. He wasn't there when this happened. There's no eyewitnesses. No one, including the lead detective, can tell you who did this. And then we have all of the DNA people. And again, we're going to talk about that too. We have serology. We have Allison Lane, Judith Blink, Chris Symposiak, Teresa Nezazon, Christine Schlenker, Danielle Reed. And the interesting thing about DNA, which again we'll talk about, is that it can tell you potentially whether someone's DNA profile is contained or has been deposited in some way on an item, or whether it's more likely, we're talking about likelihood ratios, that the DNA is contained in a mixture versus not contained in a mixture. But every DNA person agreed, every DNA expert, I should say, including our own, explained to you that what DNA does not tell you is the who, what, when, where, or why. DNA can't tell you how the DNA got there. It can't tell you whether there's an innocent explanation or a nefarious explanation. It can't tell you whether it was directly deposited or transferred. It can't tell you if it's contamination. It can't tell you why the DNA is there. It can't tell you the backstory. It's just a fact. And I know that DNA can be compelling, so we will talk about it. We heard from Michael Abraham. He had a very limited role. It was with respect to the electric 15 Willowbrook. He assisted with it in the context of him looking at being an electrical engineer. He assisted Detective Bordoma with determining ultimately that 15 Willowbrook was also an arson. Again, no surprise there. We heard from Christopher Clayton, the ballistics expert. And similar to the arson and the DNA, he told you that certain bullets matched bullets, that certain bullets matched a barrel, and that shell casings matched a receiver. He can't tell you who shot the gun. He can't tell you who used the gun. He doesn't know. He's examining this information days, weeks later. He can't tell you that Paul Caneiro is responsible for these crimes. Lastly, we heard from the medical examiners. And that testimony was tragic. It was heart-wrenching. Those medical examiners can only tell you the cause and manner of the death, which we know, which we're not disputing. They can't tell you who killed them. So the state, with all of those pieces, with all of those puzzle pieces, all of those facts, they're going to come up here and tell you a story of what, again, is the theory of what happened. And I just ask that all of you be mindful and keep in mind, what is the fact? What did you actually hear? What did you actually see? What do you actually know as a result of the testimony? Versus what is the argumentative thread that is weaving these pieces together to create a story? What is fact versus what is argument? Now, with that in mind, with the evidence we heard, with what is anticipated the state will argue, and again, I don't know exactly what they're going to say. This is my best guess. These are the reasons to doubt that story. And just remember, we'll talk about this at the end, but it's their burden. They have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond any and all reasonable doubt, that Mr. Caneiro is responsible for these crimes. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to discuss with you is that there are many reasons to doubt. But all you need is one. That's it. The first reason to doubt the state theory is that Paul loved his family. You heard testimony from Paul's oldest daughter, Katie, that he was closest to his Aunt Jennifer and Uncle Keith, that they weren't extended family, but rather one big family. I asked her, how was he with Jesse and Sophia? And she said, he treated them like he treated me and Marissa, like his own kids. And he would drop everything for us. He'd always be there. He was very supportive. He was just good to have around. And we heard testimony about a special bond between Paul and Jesse, because Paul had two daughters. And Jesse was the only boy in the family. And so it was really exciting for Paul to develop a relationship with Jesse. It was like his own son, is what you heard. And Katie explains they had a great relationship. They had a lot of things in common, and Jesse loved history. My dad loves history, so they would do a lot of things like that. When Jesse was learning how to swim, he asked my dad, who I tagged along with, and we watched his little race when he learned to swim. And then one time, I think Jesse was in preschool, he was able to bring a special friend to show off in his class, and he invited my dad, Paul. They did things together. When Jesse was bored at home, he would call Paul. And either Jesse would get dropped off and spend time with Paul, or they'd go out together, they'd do things, they spend time together. They did a lot together, were her words. We saw some photos. Now, to be clear, you heard Katie explain on her direct testimony that there were many photos taken. That's just a sample. I'm not going to stand in front of you all day with many photos. I think you get the gist. Many photos were taken of the family, of the one big family. Now, who is Paul Caneiro? You heard from people that knew him best. You heard from his family members, and you heard from people that were like his family members, family friends that were so close that they considered the Caneiros their family. And you heard that Paul was highly intelligent, very smart. He's very well educated. He's very helpful. He's a friendly, kind, caring man, knowledgeable and level-headed, a loving, family-oriented person, calm, even-tempered, mild-mannered. And then he never really raised his voice. That he wasn't a yeller. He didn't really yell. Not even at his own kids. And they were running around being kids. That just wasn't his temperament. You heard that he tended to take a more logical approach to things. And you heard from Dr. Gould and his wife Pam, who were neighbors with them for a really long time. You heard from Stacy Pritchett, who was Paul's wife, best friend since high school, has known Paul since they were 16 years old. And you heard from her husband, Jim. These are people that have known the family forever. And they told you how close Paul and Keith were, that they were exceptionally close. Some people will even say they were fused at the hips. They could talk about many different things. They were always joking, laughing. They had a very close, caring relationship. You could just feel that they cared for each other. They spent a lot of time together, obviously working together. But outside of work, they spent a lot of time together as well. And I think that that's something that I would ask that all of you keep that in mind. Because while the state's theory of motive is sort of surrounding the business, what fails to be appreciated is the bigger picture. Because yes, they're brothers. You heard from Katie, they felt like brothers. They were business partners. They had disagreements. You had the opportunity to hear some of them. That never took away from the family dynamic. That was one aspect of their overall relationship, which was largely personal. Brothers were really close. It was the type of love that Jim Pritchett said if he had a brother, he would want that type of love between him and his brother. That's what he observed. They were close, and it was kind of the Caneiro brothers against the world. They were just loyal to one another. They had a very loving relationship. Paul would call Keith his person, his best friend. He was always there for Keith. They were best friends and business partners. And he was very protective of Keith, and he loved him very much. And one of the themes in this case is that Paul had a habit, almost what he felt was like an obligation, it seemed, to always help his brother. His brother wasn't very handy, you heard. If he needed help with something at the house, Paul would be there. If he needed a light bulb change, if he needed help with the pool, if he needed help with this or that, Paul would run over, he would stop over, and he would always help because Paul was the handy one. He knew how to do those things. And the state is going to try to use that against Paul to say, well, Paul, he knew Keith's house, he knew the ins and outs, he knew how to work the electric and the gas, and he knew how to do these things at Keith's house. So that's one more reason why they think he's responsible for the murders. One has nothing to do with the other. And I'm going to talk about that later too. The fact that Paul was a loving, helpful brother and would go to his brother's house at the drop of a dime to help him, that just means he's a good brother. That's what that means. And it means that that's the type of relationship that they had. And Keith could rely on Paul. Like he did when he went back to school. Because when Keith went back to school, Keith was busy. He went to Columbia, a nice school. He had to take classes, he had to study, he had to do the things. And so Paul stepped up, and you heard that he was more involved the day-to-day with the businesses. But you heard he was very supportive of Keith going back to school. and that Keith would even ask Paul for help with his classes. You heard that from Dr. Gould. It wasn't uncommon that Keith would contact Paul, I guess, about classes, things to do if there was a project, for advice. And you also heard Detective Miglorisi tell you that there was a conversation between Paul and Keith where Keith is asking Paul to help him with a lab assignment that he wasn't able to do it. He tried multiple times. He was having a problem. He couldn't pass it. And so he asked Paul to log in as him and do the assignment. And Paul did it. Paul was 100% supportive. And what was Paul's relationship with Jesse and Sophia? We heard a little bit before from Katie. But Dr. Gould says it's fabulous. By the time Jesse and Sophia were coming around, especially when they were, 8, 12 in that ballpark, it's actually 8 and 11, his children were already in their 20s. They were older. So it was kind of like having kids again. He especially loved Jesse because he had 2 daughters. We talked about that. He could just do things with Jesse that he may not have done with his daughters. But he loved them very much. He kind of spoiled them on the holidays. Paul loved those kids like his own, especially with Jesse. He had a close bond. I know they did lunch dates from time to time. You could just see the bond when they were together. They would just connect. Paul loved Keith and Jen and those children. Jim says, I know Paul loved both of them, like having grown-up daughters. Sophia was just another beautiful little girl, and he loved Jesse. He thought that he was Jim thought he was a calming influence on Jesse. And it seemed that there was just a special bond that the two of them had because he was the only little boy in the group. And Stacy said, I can tell you that he loved them very much. I would say Jesse was the son he didn't have. He loved Jesse. He loved Sophia. He absolutely adored those kids. I know when Jesse was in preschool or kindergarten, he was allowed to bring an adult to school, and he chose his Uncle Paul. And that's how much Jesse loved Paul. And it was absolutely reciprocated. He absolutely loved Jesse. He absolutely loved Sophia. He loved those kids. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that is Uncle Paul. That is Uncle Paul. Now, going a little bit more into state's evidence. Their theory of motive doesn't add up. It literally does not add up. And I told you this in opening. And now I'm going to break it down for you now that we've heard the testimony. So the state told you at the beginning of this case that Paul's financial situation was a house of cards. But what did you actually hear? Now we heard over a day of testimony from Detective Bassender. And it was a lot of it was a very lengthy breakdown of the financials. Day 2 of her testimony, it was almost like, here's the data. And then day 2 in the morning on cross-examination was more like, now here are the conclusions. But I'm going to start with Billy Bassett for a moment. What did you hear from Bully? That Doris Duke was actively negotiating with Square One at the time of the murders. The murders happened on in the evening of November 19th, going into the early morning hours of November 20th. Only a couple days before that, Keith sent a proposal to Doris Duke. And a few days before that, on the 13th, about a week before the murders, Keith had a meeting with Bully and other members from Doris Duke. And you heard from Goalie that they were actively negotiating, that there were certain things that she wanted to change. She wanted 24/7 access. She wanted the costs to come down. And she wanted a more competitive rate. And Keith was working on it, along with Paul. They were working on it together. And Keith sent a proposal, and one of those proposals was a 6-year contract option. It was 4 years with the option to renew an additional 2, which meant that Keith was proposing 2 days, or 3 days technically, before the murder, since they happened in the early morning hours. He was proposing that if you accept this contract, Paul and I are going to continue to work with you for the next 6 years. Yes, Keith was applying to jobs. He applied to some jobs with his friend Ben, who worked at Amazon. He was trying to create a backup plan because he was a little worried. Why was Keith worried? You heard it in the messages. He's not on disability. He doesn't have a sure income if things were to ultimately fall through. And Keith he kind of heard he's like a high-strung guy. So he wants a backup plan. He's going to Columbia. He's trying to further his education. He's trying to put himself in the best position, but he also, you heard, lives a nice lifestyle. You saw photos of his home. Ben, his friend, explained to you a little bit about his lifestyle. He had nice cars. You heard he had a nanny named Claudia. Paul had expenses. Keith had expenses. But Paul was on disability. And Keith wasn't. So Keith just wanted to make sure he had a backup plan. What you heard from the witness on the stand is that she only had to renew or she only had to terminate her contract with Square One after the murders happened. She had to find another vendor. We don't know what would have happened if the murders didn't occur. They could have renewed. You heard from Robert Block, he had no expectation that he was going to lose his job. He assumed he was going to continue working for Square One. There was no indication to one of the main persons who worked in that business, Robert Block, that the business was going to end. The hope was that it would continue, and Keith and Paul were actively working on that. Now they had a second business, pest control business, EcoStar. And again, there was ongoing negotiations for some time about the sale of EcoStar. They got a pretty good offer at some point. And at some point it was $850,000, and then it was $750,000. And you heard testimony that initially Keith wanted to hold off. He was like, let's try to get $1 million. Because Keith believed that that was feasible. And initially, Steve Weinstein, he testified that he told them, yeah, waiting could help. But then, as we got closer to the December, when the contract with Doris Duke was subject to termination at that point, we don't know, again, active negotiations, but Keith was a little bit pushy at this point, and he's like, you know what, maybe we need to just sell. You know, he's stressed. He's looking again for another backup plan just in case. And Paul's telling him, hold off. We might still get $1 million. We might still get more money. Relax. I think you heard it in the messages. Paul's like, relax. And regardless of whether they sold it for $1 million or whether they sold it for $750,000 or anything in that ballpark, Paul was the 50% owner. That's the one they owned 50-50. So whatever they sold it for, Paul gets half. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if Paul was desperate for money, he would have just sold it. And he would have just said, yeah, okay, Keith, I agree. Let's sell it now. Let's get half of $750,000 or $850,000 or whatever it was in that ballpark. Paul was not in a rush for money. That's why he was telling Keith to relax and to wait and see if they could get more, like they originally planned. He was trying to refocus Keith on that original plan. Now, in addition to the potential income, if Doris Stoop renewed with the company, square one, and in addition to the potential to gain funds from the sale of EcoStar, Paul is on disability. This was the testimony of Detective Bassender. He was making $232,292 in disability alone. Detective Bassender agreed that was a significant amount of money. It covered his expenses. And here's the interesting thing, because he had 3 different disability insurance policies. You heard Ron RT just testify. These were like kind of sophisticated insurance guys. They knew a little bit more about insurance than the average person, and they were well insured. So he had an Unum disability policy where he would make $9,490 a month. Then he had a Sun Life disability policy where he earned $7,430 a month. And from Social Security, he earned $2,446 a month. Now, what happened is that payments from one of those insurance policies, they had temporarily stopped from June 2017 to November of 2018. Detective Bassender testified about that. And the reason is because he had received some sort of like lump sum, and it was like an overpayment. So to compensate for that, the insurance company said, we're gonna pause your payments for a period of time. But once those payments caught up, and once the lack of payment amounted to the original overpayment, starting December 20th, a month after this happened, the next month, a few weeks into the next month, Paul was going to get that additional money. He was going to get $7,430 each month. He was about to make more money a few weeks before the murder. So we have the income from the disability, potential proceeds from EcoStar sale, which is a lot of money, and the income from Square One if Doris Duke renewed the contract. Paul, who loved his family, he had no motive. This does not add up to a motive. This does not add up to desperation. This does not add up to a sudden change. He goes from being loving and caring and kind and helpful, a wonderful brother, a wonderful uncle, just like that, and he horrendously murders his entire family. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make sense. Not with this math. And Detective Bassender testified that his fixed utilities versus his expenses. And she testified he had high expenses. That's where the issue was from the state's perspective, that he had a lot of expenses. But those were not fixed expenses. His mortgage was like $3,000 a month. $36,600 a year. The vehicle leases were $25,000 if you consider that, almost $26,000 a year if you consider that a fixed expense. He liked the cars. Utilities, maybe a little under $10,000. You add up electricity, gas, water, sewer. And then for one of his insurance companies, he had to make, I guess, a yearly payment. I think it was monthly, but amounted to about $5,000 a year to maintain that policy. So we're talking total fixed expenses of $76,973 approximately. Now, the income from disability, if you apply a 39% tax rate, the net is $141,759. If you do the math, it leaves about $65,000 in disposable income. If you include the Audi lease, you could subtract that. It's about $10,000 a year. You're at $55,000. And that's net. And Detective Bassender, when Mr. Murray questioned her, acknowledged you can always lower your expenses if you have to. That was a concern. You can lower your expenses. Paul had that option if push come to shove. Doesn't make sense that instead of lowering his expenses, if he needed to, he would instead murder his family. Could have just sold EcoStar. He wanted to hold on. He was not desperate for money. That's not what this is about. That's what they think this is about. Now, the $78,000 from the trust also does not add up. So the state alleges that over the course of 2017 and 2018, Paul took money from the trust. Now there's the trust itself is life insurance policy is maintained within that. And there's a TD trust account that's really just it's called a trust account in name, but it's really a checking account. That's what Detective Bassender testified to. And they put money in the TD Bank account to then transfer money and make payments to the life insurance policy to maintain that policy. Now, Paul was the trustee. And the expert, Cardenas, Mr. Cardenas, he explained that Paul, being the trustee, didn't require him to make those payments toward the Canada Life Insurance policy, but he could certainly be designated as that person. And the state is alleging that Paul, rather than using the money that was funded from the business into the TD Trust account to pay the life insurance policy premiums, that instead he was taking the money. Now, assuming that is true, Paul was paying it back. You heard testimony that from Stephen Weinstein that it's a family business. There was money constantly flowing in and out of accounts. Keith and Paul are paying money into the company, their own personal money. The company is paying money back to them. The company paid money into the trust, and the trust paid money back into the company. There's money flowing all sorts of ways. And Detective Bassender kind of, again, it was a lengthy testimony, but that's
the court feed buffering, you guys. The court feed is buffering, so hang in there. It's the court feed is buffering. The court feed is buffering. The court feed is buffering, you guys. Hang in there. Court feed is buffering. So just hang in there. It's court feed. Let's see. let me jump over to another feed. Hold on. I shall get us to another feed. And as soon as I do that, I'm sure they'll probably come back to this feed. That's the way it usually works. But hang in there. Oh, are they
Well, Paul
okay.
sends an email and he says,
All right, hold on. Just give me a moment. I'll rewind it a little bit. Now we're going to miss how long she actually speaks for. All right, just hang on. Just give me a moment and get us caught up here. Rewind it a minute. All right, we'll go back a minute.
2018, Paul paid $27,207 to Square One. Now, remember, in April of 2018, April 11th, that's the email that the state read to you multiple times from Paul to Keith about the $25,045 that was taken from the trust. And Paul says, oops, I misapplied it to something else. And Paul was, according to Steve Weinstein at that point, overly upset at everyone. He was annoyed. He was frustrated. He wanted the money to be paid to the life insurance policy, rightfully so. But Paul sends an email and he says, I will pay it back with interest. And he does. Because on April 26th of 2018, he pays $5,000 to Square One, to the business account. And on April 30th of 2018, he pays $10,000 to the Square One account. And on May 15th of 2018, he pays $11,400. And on that same date, he pays another $807. Now, he's paying this money to the business account. The business that he owns with Keith. Keith being the 90% owner. He's not paying the business because he's a client of the business. He's putting the money into the business account because he's giving Keith access to that money. And Keith can decide, hey, here's the money that I owe to the trust. The business funds the TD Trust account, and the TD Trust account funds the life insurance policy. So Paul has the money, and it's paid back by the next month. And he says, through his actions, by putting the money in the account, Keith can now have access to that money. Does he want to put it in the TD Trust account so that the payment can be made? But instead, Keith transfers that money to his personal account, which then goes to an account in Greece because Keith is building a house in Greece. Paul's not building a house in Greece. Paul's providing the money that was taken from the trust account, he's paying it back with interest, and Keith decides, instead of putting that money toward the Canada life insurance policy, he's going to use it to pay for his house in Greece. That was Keith's choice. But Paul paid it back. And it was not unusual for this to occur. Because in prior years, according to Ron Artigas, the trust was often underfunded. This resulted in a loan against the Canada life insurance policy. As early as 2007, over 10 years prior, the loan against the policy was $45,000. Now, what does this mean? In order to maintain the Canada life insurance policy, Keith had to have those payments made, the premium payments. It was like $7,000 a quarter and some change. Now, if the premium doesn't get paid, it's not the case that the insurance policy gets canceled. Instead, the insurance policy takes a loan out against the ultimate amount of money. So the loan in 2007 was $45,000, which means if the policy was ultimately cashed out, it would be, the $45,000 would be subtracted from the cash value. That's what that means. But what it also means is that as early as 2007, payments weren't being made toward this life insurance policy. This was not unusual because, again, as Steve Weinstein testified, the money was flowing all around in different accounts, and the brothers decided what their priority was at the time. Sometimes it was funding the business. Sometimes it was being able to meet payroll for their employees. Sometimes it was Keith's house in Greece. Sometimes it was life insurance policy. But it really just depended on what was happening at the time. There wasn't a strict schedule. It clearly was not the case that all of these payments were consistently made and monitored, and it was, something that was streamlined for many, many years, and suddenly it's getting all messed up. That's not what happened. It was the same thing just happening consistently over the years. In 2018, in April, the loan was $72,000. So from 2007 to 2018, the loan grew by about $30,000, which means over the course of those years, the loan, sometimes it was paid, sometimes it grew. This wasn't unusual. But in December of 2018, again, Keith was just stressed because he didn't have the fallback of the disability money that Paul had. He relied on that business income. He relied on that money to fund his lifestyle. And so he knew that if the Doors 2 contract didn't renew for any reason, he was going to need access to money. And that's why he was concerned suddenly in November about the money. Again, April, same thing. Paul says, oops, I took this money from the trust, I will pay it back. And he does. And from April to November, everything's fine. He gets over it. Paul and Keith are the same that they've always been. That didn't affect their relationship. And by the way, you heard testimony that in prior years, 2014, 2015, 2016, the same thing happened. The same thing happened. Paul borrowed money from the trust and paid it back. I think I have a slide here somewhere. Here we go, at the end. In 2014, $35,000 was taken. Paul paid it back in full. Detective Bassender testified to this. In 2015, $27,000 was withdrawn and $22,000 was repaid. In 2016, $17,700 was withdrawn and $14,700 was repaid. Again, it is a pattern. It is not unusual that with all of the different business accounts, including and the personal accounts and the trust accounts, that the brothers are prioritizing what they need the money for in the moment, and they take money and they transfer it and they use it and they borrow it and then it gets paid back. In fact, you heard testimony that Paul, this is either from Steve or Ron, that Paul loaned the company money. In 2016, and this is, they call it a loan to officers, because Keith and Paul, being the owners of the business, they're the officers, the two of them. They both lent the business money from their personal money, their personal funds. Now, Keith is the 90% owner, and he's lending the business as of 2016, $118,690. And Paul, being only the 10% owner, loans the company more than that. He takes his own personal money, his money, and he puts it into the business. $179,000 and $285. Now that money was a loan on the books as of 2016. It wasn't ever paid back. The business never paid them back. It was still an outstanding loan. But this was one more aspect as to how the brothers ran their business. Put money into it, they took money out of it. And the trust account was just another account that was part of that. Paul took money from the account, borrowed it, 2014, and paid it back. And then he did the same in 2015 and paid most of it back. And then did the same in 2016 and paid most of it back. And then did the same in April of 2018 and paid it back. What makes this time any different? Suddenly, now that it's happening again in November, suddenly now's the time that Paul's worried. He's now suddenly worried. Oh, Keith found out. And they're going to talk about the records. There's records, fake bank account records, and the state's going to argue that Paul created those records to trick Keith and Steve Weinstein to pretend that he was making those payments. He was going to pay back. He didn't want Keith to get mad. In April, Keith is overly upset. He's overly upset. Doesn't deal with that. Who's going to pay back? And Keith finding out doesn't change the fact that this has happened before. Paul knows that Keith is under stress. They're brothers and they work together. He knows that Keith is worried about the Doris student contract, and Paul is trying to tell him it's going to be okay, it's going to work out, it's going to be fine. Him taking or borrowing money from the trust, and even trying to hide that from Keith temporarily, does not make him a vicious, monstrous murderer. Those are two totally different things. And one has nothing to do with the other, and one is normal. It's normal for these guys. And of course, Paul didn't want to upset Keith. Of course, he didn't want Keith to get upset again. The money could have been paid back at some point without Keith realizing. But even if he did, they're still brothers. It's happened before, and maybe it would happen again. It doesn't make him a murderer. Now, Paul wasn't the only one who was aware. But sometimes Keith would get a little worked up. Because in April, when Steve said that Keith was overly upset, in November, Steve says when he spoke to Keith, he tried to calm him down and told him to get some sleep and they would deal with it in the morning. So on November 19th of 2018, when Keith is telling Steve what's happening and what he's realizing, Paul took borrowed money from the trust again. He's not happy about it. He doesn't want a loan on that life insurance policy. Steve says, we'll deal with this tomorrow. Steve's not like, oh my God, this is shocking. This is a revelation. No. This is par for the course. Okay, Keith, relax. Go to bed, calm down. We'll deal with it in the morning and figure it out. And you heard on the phone when Keith is trying to get Paul to give him the login, Paul is yelling at Keith, wake up, Paul, wake up. Because Keith wants to know what's happening now. But you heard testimony that Paul was sleeping. He wasn't feeling well. And he also, just like Steve Weinstein, figured we'll deal with it in the morning. point, Keith did say to Paul, I'm going to give you a couple hours. And he was hoping that Paul would wake up at some point and give him answers that night. Because again, Keith is a little high-strung. He wants to know what's happening. This was the conversation that Steve Weinstein testified to. You told him to try to calm down and get some sleep, yes. And you told him basically we can handle this in the morning. We should look into this tomorrow. Now, I think it's clear from the testimony that when it comes to the actual money derived from this life insurance policy, $3 million, the state did not follow that money. They were very focused on this $78,000 in trust situation and money being borrowed and paid back and taken. But they were not concerned so much with where did this $3 million end up. And this question was asked to a couple different witnesses in this case. Mr. Murray asked Detective Bassender. I asked Detective Petrosello. And you heard testimony from Mr. Cardenas, the expert, who talked about a Slayer statute. And he testified that under that statute, if someone is accused or convicted, rather, of murdering or being responsible for the death of the policyholder, they get cut off from it. Right? That makes sense. Because you're not going to reward a murderer with the life insurance money. You can't kill people to get the money. That's a reasonable law, and that's what that law is. And it's kind of obvious. It's common sense. We wouldn't let people murder people so that they can make money. But what that means is, because Paul and Corey are 50%, I guess, sort of like backup beneficiaries, right? Because originally it's the family. But they're all deceased. The money gets split between Corey and Paul. Unless Paul is convicted of murdering the family, then it all goes to Corey. Now, there was simply no investigation into this. There was no information. You didn't hear any testimony. All you heard was, no, we didn't follow that. Well, we know that Paul's here and Corey's not. Why not follow this money? Why not look into it? Why not investigate it? Why not rule out a hypothesis? We've had over 7 years to investigate this, and there was no information presented to you. Now, going a little bit more into the facts of the case itself, there was also no investigation into the 2 men that were outside of Paul's house at 4:30 in the morning. We heard this testimony from Heather Kapp and Jonathan Harrington. Heather Kapp testified that at 4:30 a.m., she woke up to excited male voices outside. She looked at her clock, and it was 4:30 a.m. She looked at her window. She saw 2 men running with some type of flashlight. She couldn't distinguish whether it was an actual flashlight or phone. She wasn't sure, but she saw light. They had dark-colored clothing and black baseball hats. One man ran to the front door and was banging on the front door. She said she heard and saw the banging on the front door. And she never saw him go inside. She was watching him. That's the first man. The second man she sees goes around to Marilyn Klein's driveway, where you can see the fire from her driveway at the back of Paul's house. So you can see that area. And she says the second man was kneeling down for, quote, a good amount of time and just watching the fire, pointing the flashlight in Paul's backyard. And she said at that point there were no cars in Marilyn's driveway. She said she saw an older model four-door sedan outside of her home. She said it was not a pickup truck. And she also testified that she later saw the Caneiro Porsche SUV parked outside. Later saw. She knows what their car looks like. And she said she later saw it. It's not the same car. Their car was not parked in the street at 4:30 in the morning. She said the men went to different parts of the house and she lost track of them. And she did not see them again that day. And there were many people around that day. A lot of responders, a lot of people out in the street working on the fire. Neighbors are out of their houses. Never sees them again. She says she saw the fire escalating for about 20 to 30 minutes, and then she saw the first vehicle arrive. She said multiple times that she looked at her clock. Just to put it into context, that's the front of Mr. Caneiro's house. She says the first van runs up, bangs on that door. The second van is in that driveway, where you see the red vehicle and the white vehicle, except there were no vehicles at that time. And they're crouched down in the driveway or kneeling for a good amount of time, pointing a flashlight in the direction of Paul's backyard. Who are these people? Jonathan Harrington said he's in bed and he heard loud voices in the street. The voices, he heard them, he testified initially, he heard them between 4:30 and 5. He looked at his cable box clock. And he was a little concerned about marrying himself to a specific time. He was very clear about that. It was around, it was approximate, it could have been 4:45. He didn't want to say it was definitively 4:30. Understandable. And he says multiple times, I wasn't looking at a timepiece. I wasn't looking at a phone. It was a cable box clock. And sometimes those can be a few minutes off. We know that. And he says he went back into a light state of sleep, and eventually he wakes up and sees lights. And he goes outside and he sees police cars at around 5 a.m., which is consistent with when the officers arrived. So all of this is happening. He's in bed. He hears the voices. He looks at his clock. He goes back to sleep for a while. Light state of sleep. Wakes back up at some point. He testified about he got dressed, got out of bed, put a hat on or something. Came outside at around 5 a.m. Now, how certain was Heather Capp that it was 4:30? Can you tell us exactly how that happened? I woke up to male voices. I turned, I looked at my clock. It was 4:30. Okay, so based upon being woken up, what exactly did you physically do? I woke up and I looked at my clock. And when you heard the voices, you got up and looked out your window. I checked my clock and then I got up out of my bed and I went to my window. So you check your clock first? Yes. And the clock said 4:30? Yes. So at 4:30, you check your clock, and then you get up and you look out the window. Yes. We talked about how you gave a couple statements. She never wavered from the time of 4:30. She is sure. Unlike Mr. Harrington, who's more approximation-oriented, she's like, it was definitively 4:30. I know I looked at my clock, and she said it numerous times. So just to be clear, 4:30 a.m., you wake up, you hear the voices, the two men, and then you look out your window and you see two men, and she says, after checking my clock. Jonathan Harrington, I asked him, just to be completely clear, when you first heard anything outside your window, this was the prosecutor. When you first heard anything outside of your window that morning, did you tell the police what time approximately you thought it was? Now, he testified, I probably said it was between 4:30 and 5. But after I showed him his statements from 7 years ago that were taken the week this happened, he agreed. When I asked him, you told both the private investigator and the prosecutor's office the week that this happened, meaning when his memory was most fresh, that you heard these voices at around 4:30 in the morning. Yes. And the prosecutor's office means he's talking to Detective Weisbrot and Detective Brady. And Officer Bones, remember, I showed him a transcript of a body-worn camera. That means it's a transcript of a conversation he had with the officer on scene. On scene, right after this happened that day. And he tells Officer Bones he heard people talking about a half hour before all of the police got there. We know what time the police got there. Sorrentino, the fireman, who's around the corner, he got there the soonest. He's minutes away. Katie calls 911 at 4:58. Chris Sorrentino testifies he's there by around 5:02. Officer Redmond and the remaining officers are dispatched at 5:02 because it takes a few minutes, as we know, for the 911 call or the alarm company to relay the information to dispatch and dispatch to relay it to the police. So they arrive minutes. Officer Redmond arrives minutes later. He arrives almost very close in time to Chris Sorrentino. Officer Marino gets there around 5:05, 5:06, and Officer Bernhardt arrives a few minutes later after 5:02. These officers are not on scene anywhere near 4:30 a.m. It's clear that they are all on scene, including Chris Sorrentino, after 5 o'clock a.m. Now, I understand that it's possible that maybe they were mistaken, right? Maybe Heather Cap, I don't know, maybe her clock was off. Maybe she misread the clock. That's possible, right? But Jonathan Harrington too? They both coincidentally have clocks that are wrong. They both coincidentally see and hear two male voices at 4:30 a.m. or approximately 4:30 a.m. and they're both wrong. Both of them who live right next to each other. What are the chances of that? If it was one of them, I would understand. But two of them, both neighbors, how do you explain that? How do you explain that two neighbors heard and or saw the exact same thing at 4:30 a.m., said they checked their clocks? What's happening on 27 Tilton Drive? Everyone's clock is a half hour behind? No. Their testimony and their observations are consistent. And here's the problem. The police never even considered a two-person theory. Because they were focused on Paul. But there are facts in this case that support that two people are responsible for these murders and these crimes. There's two men outside of Paul's house at 4:30. We just talked about that. I'm going to go through the rest. Here's a map of Paul's house, 27 Tilton Drive. And you can see from the map that there's two ways to exit and enter Tilton Drive. There's an intersection at the top, and there's an intersection at the bottom. So if you're at 27 Tilton, you can go toward the top and make a right or a left onto Green Grove Road. You could also come down this way and make a right or a left onto Green Grove Road. And the problem is that we only have surveillance video from that side of Tilton. It's hard to see on the map, but it's that top portion. And not a single officer or detective, including the lead detective responsible for the entire case, could tell you why we don't have video from the other side of Tilton.
I'm going to object.
It's the juror's recollection that controls as to what, if any, testimony there was about attempting to obtain surveillance from the other side of Tilton.
Every detective or officer we heard from said, oh, yeah, they looked. Well, where is it? There's no documentation. I confirmed that with Detective Petrosello. I said, well, can you point me to a report where it explains? Is this another bizarre coincidence on 27 Tilton Drive that the only people on the one side have surveillance cameras? What are the chances that we have 3 or 4 houses on that side of the road, 3 houses, I think, at least, with surveillance cameras, and none on the other side, the entire other side, no one owns a surveillance system? There's no documentation. There's no reporting of, look at all those little boxes. Who lives there? Do they have cameras? Do they not have cameras? Were they working? Were they not working? Is it a ring? Is it not a ring? Is it motion activated? Is it not motion activated? How about motion activated lights? Because it's dark out. And even if you can't see, maybe you can. I don't know. We don't know because we don't have it. What if you could see motion activated lights going off at the time? I'm just pointing out evidence we don't have that I would submit would be relevant to determining whether and where those two people went. Where did they go? Those are the two intersections. They submit, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that Heather Papp and Jonathan Harrington heard two men or saw two men at 4:30 in the morning in the area. And we don't know what happened to those men. These are the surveillance videos that we have. I'm sure the state will discuss them, so I don't need to go into too much detail at this point, but I'm just showing you a screenshot of what each surveillance video depicts. We have some from 27 Tilton, we have a couple from the area of 15 Willowbrook, and that's all we have. And then we have that one in the bottom corner, that's that little house near, I don't know if it's a house or what, but it's near 15 Willowbrook. And that's when Detective Petrozello, I believe, was testifying. There's a gate. It's a long road. You can't tell how far down that gate you can see. But this is a case where we have 4 people deceased. And we have 2 buyers. And we have surveillance video from the area of Mr. Caneiro's home. Then we have surveillance video from the area of 15 Willowbrook. But we don't have anything in between. We don't know the route that, if it is the same car, let's assume it is, what route did it take? Where did it stop? Where did it go? Based on the video, they're saying the car took approximately 19 or 20 minutes, depending on whether you're going there or back. They Google mapped it. They drove it in the middle of the day. What about in the middle of the night when there's no one on the street? How quickly can you get from point A to point B? Can you make a stop? Can someone get in or out of the car? And we don't have any surveillance video that shows who's in the car. We don't know who's driving. We don't know who, if anyone is in the passenger seat. We don't know if another car came from another direction. There's one screenshot missing from here because it wasn't introduced, but it was testified to. And I asked Detective Petrozello about the BP gas station. Because if you recall, when you're looking at the map of 15 Willowbrook, they're alleging that the car came from essentially the back roads coming from right to left onto 15 Willowbrook. But this way is Route 37, and the BP gas station is here. So I asked Detective Petrozello, is the reason you got this surveillance video because you wanted to see potentially the McCann, the vehicle that they suspect, right? Paul's loaner vehicle is coming from this direction. Now, he conceded that there were cars driving past that gas station at that time. But he took no interest in them because it wasn't the McCann. It's just not a full, complete picture. It's not a full story. Why don't we have more surveillance video? Ocean Township to Colts Neck, it's 20 minutes, approximately, in the middle of the day, according to Google Maps. There's different routes. There's various houses and businesses, like in any residential area in Monmouth County. You would expect that if you wanted to follow that car from point A to point B, you would be able to do so. and you would be able to ascertain more information. Or get video from the other side, from the Route 37 side, BP gas station side, and see if any of those cars are leading to 15 Willowbrook. We just don't have that information. We don't know. We have surveillance video. We don't necessarily have answers. Another aspect of a two-person theory is that there were two pairs of jeans in Paul's basement. You only heard about one. You heard about the jeans on the right. Those were the ones that the lab tested. They were originally bunched up with a bunch of things. The lab was able to separate them. The lab wasn't able to separate that second pair. And they never tested it. And Detective Catalona, I asked him, I said, what about the second pair? Because you heard that sometimes the lab doesn't test things, right? There's a word for it. We have to manage our caseload, and sometimes we can retest it if we're asked. The lab was never asked to test that second pair of jeans. And when I questioned Detective Catalona about it, he wasn't even really aware that it was a second pair of jeans. But you can look at them, and you can tell that these are not the same pairs of jeans. They're two different colors to start. You can see the pocket area, and the actual items are in evidence. You can look at them for yourselves. You can examine them. There are two different pairs of jeans. And by the way, we do know that the pants we have, the size is the 34 width, 32 length. At the time that Paul was arrested, the testimony was that he was 5'11" and 230 pounds. That's what was listed on the arrest report. And when Mr. Murray questioned, I think it was Detective Zarilla about it, he was like, well, I didn't actually measure or weigh him. That's what was reported. Okay. Isn't it relevant? I mean, it wasn't in question, right? I mean, if it's reported and it's documented, it's not in question. Why are we saying now? Well, we don't really know. What do you mean you don't know? You wrote it in a document. And Detective Catalona, who took the photo of the master bedroom closet, we know from Katie's testimony, Paul kept his clothes there. Those jeans. There's a rack of jeans in the top right corner of that closet. And I asked Detective Catalona, what about these jeans? Did you collect these jeans? Did you check the size to see if they even matched the size of the jeans that you have? Are they the same? What size are they? What size is Paul? Does anyone care? No. We don't have that information. They didn't collect those jeans. They didn't examine those jeans. They didn't document those jeans. They just assumed. There's also two weapons in there. There's gunshots and there's stab wounds. And it's an interesting aspect of this case, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later. Because the state wants you to believe that because Paul is a gun guy, that lends credence to the theory that he did this. He owns guns, and he knows how to use them, and he operates them. One of our witnesses said he's a gunsmith. I'm sure that'll be brought up. Yeah. That witness also testified it's a hobby. Paul has a hobby. Everyone knows that. Everyone who knows Paul knows he has guns in his basement. Knows he likes to target shoot and to go to the range, just like anyone else who owns guns. Like the witness who said, I've owned guns myself since I was 18. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but does it make sense that a gun guy would need a second weapon? Wouldn't have bullets? You saw how many bullets are in his basement. I'm going to talk about this later. Just the fact that there's 2 weapons alone. Why? What does that mean? There was an earring mentioned. The earring was found with Jesse's body. Both didn't know where it came from. Detective Both. He wasn't sure. Dr. Zane, who did the autopsy, noted it during his direct testimony that it was found. Jesse was 11. There's no testimony that Jesse's ear was pierced at 11 years old. There's no testimony that Paul's ear was pierced and he walked around wearing earrings. Whose earring is it? Why is that earring so close? Whoever that earring belongs to, they're obviously so close to Jesse's body that it was there. Whose is it? There's no testimony about that. There's no information presented from this witness stand about who that earring belonged to. Why are there so many gloves? 6-1-1-2-3-4-1. There's a bunch of gloves in this case. Why? Why are there so many gloves? It's just another fact that you would think one would consider when contemplating a 2-person hypothesis. Now, the next reasonable doubt, number 6, there's reasonable doubts and there's subcategories of reasonable doubts, is additional lack of investigation in forensic evidence. I'm going to start with the French doors. We know from Detective Brady that there's 3 rear doors, and only one of those doors was brought to his attention was unlocked when the officers got there. The back doors, it was the French doors. The other 2 were locked. Detective Brady says correct. So I asked Detective Catalona, who processed the scene. I want to talk to you about the French doors. They're the French doors, they go into the dining room area. That's correct. So to be clear, your testimony yesterday was that you did or did not process the French doors. I photographed them and then I examined them. So when you observed the French doors, you didn't take any swabs for DNA? No. And then I asked him, were you informed, though, that the first officers on scene indicated that only the French doors were unlocked? No, I have no knowledge of that. So no one told you, hey, pay close attention to those French doors. Those were the only back doors unlocked when they first arrived? He looked at me and he said, I'm hearing this for the first time right now. I said, so I'm telling you for the first time now? Yes. You're telling me that the detective who was assigned to process this scene, a very critical scene, it's an arson scene at that point, wasn't told, by the way, these are the only doors in the back that were unlocked, which are the doors right next to where the fire started, by the basement. The French doors are on the right, the sliding doors are after that, and then there's the mudroom door. And when I asked Detective Catalona, like, why didn't you swab it, or even if you didn't know that they were unlocked? And he said something to the effect of, well, look, the doors are kind of damaged. You know, there was maybe, you can always swab, right? You can always try. We were able to get DNA results from charred, melted, burnt jeans. Why not try? And then I said, and by the way, the inside looks pretty good. Why not try the inside? Why not try? They didn't test the McCann for DNA. Caveat, they did test, I think it was the back license plate for blood, DNA, but not the actual vehicle, not the inside, where someone obviously would have been if they were driving this car. not the door handles, not the trunk latch, not anywhere where you would expect someone to touch, and even if the person's wearing gloves. We learned about DNA transfer. If there's DNA anywhere on their body, if they touch their hair and then touch their leg or their hand with the blood, I mean, even then, you can always test for DNA. Always. They didn't test the gas can for DNA. They blue started and they tried to get fingerprints. They didn't swab it for DNA. Again, just because someone's wearing gloves or just because someone doesn't mean there's no possibility to get DNA off of this item. What if the gas can rubbed against something? Their leg, I don't know, their arm. They didn't test Paul for combustible fluids or gunshot residue. And not a single officer that you heard from that interacted with Paul that day, you heard from Detective Brady. He talked to Paul on scene. You heard from Detective Weisbrot. He talked to Paul on scene with Detective Brady. You heard from Officer Marino. You heard from Officer Redmond. You heard from Officer Bernhardt, all of whom had conversations directly with Mr. Caneiro, and it's recorded on body-worn camera. You also heard from Fire Marshal Flanagan, who testified he was inside of a vehicle with Paul, that he went into Paul's vehicle to talk to him. Not a single one of them testified that he smelled like gas, that there were any signs of anything. And Jonathan Harrington, you heard testimony that the neighbors, they were using the neighbors' bathrooms, they were speaking to Marilyn Vine, they were speaking to Jonathan Harrington. He didn't say anything either. Keith Caneiro, you got upset. No, my dad didn't smell like gas. Why not test? I asked Detective Catalona that, I think it was. Maybe it was Detective Brady. I think it was Detective Catalona. And they just said, well, you know, it was a few hours later. Okay. Why not try? There's no testimony that suddenly maybe it starts to dissipate, maybe it started again. Why not try? Don't you want to know? There's footprints. Now, one of them is dried on the wood, and the other is on the stone. The one on the stone is now missing, right? Because it was wet. It was a wet print. We don't know anything about the one on the wood. We don't know the significance. We know that I think Detective Catalona said that he looked at it, he observed it, and it wasn't like unique enough to really compare with anything else. It was like, but it's there, right? Where did it come from? I don't know. What about the one that was wet? Wouldn't a wet footprint that then dries suggest that it was a fresh footprint? Why don't we have a photograph of it? They put a bucket over it hoping it would preserve it, but it didn't. And what's interesting is that these are the stones that lead to around the shed area. And there's a gate there. And remember Detective Catalona, I asked him, I was like, there's another gate. He's like, oh, I don't remember that gate. And then I showed him the photo. And I said, isn't this a gate right here? And he goes, oh, yes, it's a gate. Okay. There's also a front door to the shed and a back door to the shed. When Detective Brady was on the stand, I showed him a video from Detective Redmond's body-worn camera. It might have been a little weird at the time because you're like, why are we looking at this? The reason you're looking at it, the reason I showed it to you, was to show you how dark it was. It was very dark. The video's in evidence. You can see it again. If you recall, you can't see a thing. It would be very easy for anyone who's there, two people in baseball caps and dark clothes, to be walking in that area undetected. It's pitch black practically. You can see it in the video. Now, there's street lights. There's street lights. So when you're in the street, it's a little easier to see. Not great. It's not very dark out. But here, there was no light. You can see it in the video. Why not do a little bit more to preserve that footprint? Could have been a very important footprint. They also didn't collect any of Paul's shoes or boots. They found, I think, like one boot in the basement or something Detective Catalona testified to. But what about any of the other shoes in his house? You saw the photos from the 50th scene, which I'm going to go through a little bit later. It's a bloody scene. Anyone walking around in that area would have blood on their shoes. Why not collect his shoes to see what's going on? There was no testimony about that, no information. Other than we didn't do it. You heard about two important tools used by law enforcement. You heard about Blue Star, and you heard about alternative light source, which is ALS. Blue Star is an agent, it's a chemical agent, and it reacts when there's a detected bodily fluid, right? Saliva or urine or semen or blood. And they Blue Star things to try to see if they can detect blood. Similarly, in ALS is a special light technology where you can see certain fluids that you can't see with the naked eye. They both detect blood. I'm sorry, I think ALS is for bodily fluids and Blue Star is for blood. Either way, they both detect blood. And they Blue Starred a few things, but including the McCann, including the car, which again I'm going to talk about in a little bit, there's no blood in the car. There's no blood in the car. They Blue Starred it, they ALS'd it. But what about the house? What about Mr. Caneiro's house? Don't you want to Blue Star like the sinks and the drains and the showers and the faucets and see if there's any blood being washed off? I mean, again, we're talking about a very bloody scene. You've seen the scene, you've seen the jeans. Wouldn't you want to know, is there blood in his home? Not in the basement where the jeans were found. I mean, in his house, in his bathrooms. Because not a single officer, just like they didn't testify that he smelled like gas, they didn't testify that any blood on him. So, why not check? Don't you want to know to either prove a hypothesis or disprove a hypothesis? And the thing about it is that it's just not that difficult to do. They have the resources. They did it with certain things, but they chose not to do it in other areas like history. What we do know is that Canine Reed put a great resume. Mr. Murray went through that with him. A great resume of detecting human remains scent, including blood scent. They walked him all throughout that house, and he didn't alert to anything. And maybe that's the reason why they said, well, there was no alert, we're not going to test it. I mean, he also explained, I'm just a tool, right? A reliable tool, sure. But still worth double checking. So, regardless, he did not alert to any blood anywhere else in the house. Just in the basement where the items were found. Except, he did alert, I think I'm going to talk about it later, he did alert, I think, toward the back of the car, which is why they tested the license plate. That was ultimately negative. The dog was wrong about that. But he wasn't really wrong because, if you recall, there was a photograph of Paul, who had gotten blood work that day, had a little bandage in the car of blood. that was, I think, removed at that point. So I don't know. I'm not an expert. But possibly the dog was smelling that blood, and that's why the dog alerted. There's no blood found in the car, on the car, anything like that. We didn't measure the McCann driver's seat. They're on scene. There's many officers. There's multiple detectives. You can easily measure Paul. You have his height. If you don't want to trust what he says, you can measure him, meaning the detectives at the time. How far is that seat from that gas pedal? Does it make sense? Who was driving the car? Is it too long for his leg? Is it too short for his leg? Is it just right for his leg? We don't know. It wasn't measured. And it might seem like a little thing. These all might seem, I don't know, little things, medium things, but they add up. They add up to real investigation. What I'm going to talk about in a little bit is that this case relies heavily on science. It relies on arson, ballistics, and DNA. But science only tells you the what. It doesn't tell you the who, it doesn't tell you the where, it doesn't tell you the why, and it doesn't tell you the how. Investigation tells you that. Just because we have access to science and forensics doesn't mean we forego basic investigation. But that's what was done here. Mr. Murray asked about a handicap placard. Mr. Caneiro is disabled, you know that, or he's on disability. He has a handicap placard in the car. It's there on the 19th, and it's missing from the photo on the 20th. Mr. Murray showed those photos. The Detective Weiss brought. Why was it moved, is the question. Why was it moved? Is it because someone who's not used to it being there drove the car and removed it because it was in the way? They didn't like it there? I don't know. But where did it go and why was it moved? This was a question we asked multiple officers who were on scene at 15 Willowbrook. We have video from outside of the home before the murders, just before the murders, and we see a figure outside of the garage. We see a person there. And you can see through the frosted glass window the approximate height of that person. Why not take a measurement? How tall is that third pane here? Not a single detective or officer can tell us. Why not recreate it? They recreated the backlight. Why not recreate putting a person there and seeing where their head falls and how tall they are? And do a spectrum, do a scale. And does it match Mr. Caneiro's height of 5'11"? I mean, that's a simple investigation task that could be performed by anyone. Why not do it? Now, we recognize that a big part of their case is going to be this video. The video was turned off, according to them, at approximately 1:30 in the morning in Mr. Caneiro's garage. Now that video, you do see Mr. Caneiro in that video. And the theory is that he turned it off because then all these crimes ensued, right? That's the theory. Did anyone testify to that? No. But what we do know is that Officer Bernhardt asks Mr. Caneiro about the cameras. Do you have them running right now? And Paul says, I've been having problems with stuff in the garage. And Officer Bernhardt says, you've been having some problems with stuff in the garage. And Paul says, yeah, I have a ticket open actually with one of the companies. And then Bernhardt says to another officer, he says he's been having problems with his cameras recently. But that's not what he said. But the reason why that's important is because it generates the origin of this suspicion. It generates the origin of this relayed information that Mr. Caneiro is saying he's been having problems with his cameras and that's why they're not working. But that's not accurate. And the problem is that there was no follow-up to it at that time. Throughout the course of the testimony, I asked a bunch of different officers about access points. You've heard that word. And I said, do you know whether this is an access point? Do you know whether that's an access point? Do you know whether that's an access point? No one knew. No one knew what an access point was. No one knew anything about that, let alone whether it contributed to an issue with the Wi-Fi. But we do know that there's an access point right above that DVR in the garage. And we do know that Katie testified that just a couple days before that, Paul was trying to fix an issue with the Wi-Fi. We also know from the testimony, because I don't know exactly how they're going to characterize it, but if they do characterize it as he turned off his cameras, that's not what we see. What we see is a video of Mr. Caneiro approaching that area, and then it cuts out. And I asked pretty much any officer that was on scene, how was it plugged in? Was the DVR system, was it attached to an extension cord? Was it the extension cord that was turned off? Was it the power strip? Is it where the outlets? Detective Catalona, who took photos of the scene, we don't have any photos of the outlets or the wires or the wiring or anything. We have body-worn camera footage of the removal of the DVR. And it takes approximately 7.5 minutes for the DVR to be removed because there's so many different wires. And you can see the officer pulling out the wires. I showed you this video. We also know that there's a computer in the basement. I asked Detective Catalona about that. That appears to be a computer. That appears to be another screen, a tablet. And then when he testified about a glove, I said, take another look. Isn't that a glove on a keyboard next to the computer? He said, oh yeah, looks like a keyboard. The state, I suspect, is going to tell you, well, the DVR system was hardwired. It doesn't affect the Wi-Fi, or it's not affected by the Wi-Fi. First of all, says who? The only person that testified to that was Detective Weisbrot, who's like, well, it's my understanding that it wouldn't affect it. He wasn't speaking as an expert or from firsthand experience. You didn't hear from anyone that said that at all. And in fact, Dr. Bull testified. Who installed your cameras, your surveillance system? He said, I did the actual installation of the cameras and I did the hard wiring of all of the coaxial cables to the main DVR that I had set up. Unfortunately, once I had set it all up, I couldn't get it to stream through the router, the modem. I just couldn't get it to actually work, so I contacted Paul and had him come over to do the internet protocols or whatever needed so that I could stream it through the firewall. I asked him, was there any type of system that he put in place for you along the way? He said he did an external hard, I guess it would be a router firewall that I had Square One manage just so I didn't have to worry about anything happening to my system. Unfortunately, I didn't understand how it worked. He did. So I would always have him take care of any problems that occurred, and one of them was trying to get the video cameras to work. Was there something with an acronym that he used? He set up a DDNS. And I know it has something to do with changing IP addresses, but I don't understand it. He did. Okay, so you mentioned you don't understand it. Is this something that's simple or more complex? To me, it was complex. And did Paul ever set up any access points in your house anywhere? He set up an access point over our garage, but it was too far away from the antennas for our router, and this way my wife had her office there, and it allowed us to have better internet access at the end of the house. Now, this doesn't explain everything, but it does demonstrate that this is complicated. It's not as simple as, oh, well, this has wires and Wi-Fi doesn't, so therefore it's no impact. Where's the expert testimony to say that? I mean, it's simply, you can tell that it's complicated. And Detective Brady testified that when he spoke to Paul and Paul was trying to explain it to him, he didn't really understand it either. And I think I asked him, like, sounds pretty technical. And Detective Brady said, yeah, it was. Now, Detective Brady is a detective and he does not have a body worn camera attached to him. But there's many other officers on the scene that did. And if Detective Brady, with all of his years of law enforcement training and experience, had said, hey, buddy, come over here, I want to record, just stand here while I have this conversation with Mr. Caneiro while he explains the issues he's having with his Wi-Fi, record it. Maybe we would have a memorialization of that explanation. We don't have that. But the fact that a system is hardwired doesn't mean, in and of itself, that it's not affected by the Wi-Fi or that it doesn't affect the Wi-Fi. And similarly, the fact that the screen cuts out doesn't mean that cameras were shut off. There's many potential explanations there. As far as power strip, an outlet, a wire, an access point, we don't know. We also know, though, that on the 19th, Paul did send an email seeking assistance. He's discussing access points. He's discussing an issue with his firewall. And evidence. This is consistent with what he is telling the police. This is consistent with what he explained, or what Katie explained to you about issues with the Wi-Fi. Now I want to talk about the timeline at 15 Willowbrook. This is the timeline. I know we kind of wrote it down. There's an exhibit, but I decided to make it a little clearer. At 2:07, there's a vehicle leaving 27 Tilton, which is the Lone Urban camp. At 2:27, there's a vehicle that arrives at 15 Willowbrook. At 2:35 a.m., that's when the garage lights turn on and we saw the figure outside of the frosted window. The next video at 2:51 ends and all cameras stop. I want to focus you on that timeline right there for a second, at 16 minutes. Because from 2:35 to 2:51, that's when you see the garage lights and the person kind of going back and forth, and the state's going to argue. There's the electric meter on one side, there's the generator on the other side, and what the person is doing is they're disconnecting one and then flipping the switch to the other. And what they're arguing in the same breath is that Mr. Caneiro knows how to do these things. That he knows how to use the generator. That he knows what switch to turn off. That he knows how to access the electrical meter, which are, by the way, both on the outside of the house. Anyone can see them. And they're going to say, Mr. Caneiro has specialized knowledge and experience with Keith's home. He has intimate familiarity with it. He's the one that would be able to turn off the generator and disconnect the electrical meter. Okay. Then why does it take 16 minutes? Why does it take 16 minutes to disconnect an electrical meter and flip a switch on a generator that he had knowledge of? 16 minutes? Someone who's familiar with the generator and knows exactly which switch to flip It takes 2 seconds. Or flipping a switch. Or pressing a button. You heard the testimony. There's like 3 different switches on the generator. One was turned off by the first responders, but one wasn't. Okay. 16 minutes for that. And then you have the electrical meter, something is twisted off, the panel, and then it's disconnected. I don't know how long that takes, but I submit that someone who knows and is familiar, infinitely familiar, like they might argue, wouldn't take them 16 minutes to do that. But perhaps someone who is less familiar, it would. .252 is when the power goes out. There's a loss of power on the Verizon ONT. Between 3:14 and 3:18, Keith's phone texts Paul's phone. At 3:18, Rob Block is alerted that the servers are down. 3:26, between 3:26 and 3:31, Dennis Kapoor hears gunshots and calls 911. Now, it's unclear, obviously. We don't know exactly what time he called. He couldn't even tell you. He said something in the 20s, but earlier originally he said 3:26, 3:27. But the CAD report says 3:31, 3:33. Either way. Why are we fighting over minutes? Why is it such a big deal? Because, and why won't the officers concede the time? Because they know how important these minutes are. Why? Because it is a very tight timeline for one person to accomplish all of this. Because Keith is still alive at 3:18 when he's texting. And at 3:26 to 3:31 is when the gunshots are heard. Presumably, that is when Keith is shot. So that leaves, if it's 3:31 to the time that the vehicle leaves, a very short amount of time. If it's 3:26, it's an extra 5 minutes. Still a very short amount of time. Because if Keith was shot first, and then the rest of the family is murdered, that's the time frame. And I want to zero in on the 3:42 to the 3:48. Because the 3:42 is when the Verizon Fios optical network is out. What does that mean? From the testimony, it's when the Verizon cable in the basement is cut. And the reason why that's important is because that is tied to the fire alarm system. And so we know that the fire would have had to been set after that is cut. Otherwise, the alarm would go off, the smoke alarm or the heat alarm or whatever it is. So that's 6 minutes. 6 minutes from the Verizon Fios optical line being severed. We know it was cut. You saw a photo. There was testimony. To the vehicle leaving on video from the Area 15 Willowbrook. 6 minutes is not a lot of time. Detective Petrozello, I asked him about his testimony under oath at the grand jury. You testified that at about 3:42 a.m. is when that fiber optic line appeared to have been cut. Is that correct? Correct. So then I asked him, so you testified under oath that about 3:42 a.m. is when it appeared that the line was cut. Do you disagree with your testimony? No. From 3:42, which is about when the Verizon Fios line was cut, is how long? 6 minutes. Detective Cordoma, and you testified under oath that there was a Verizon line that was cut. Yes. And specifically that the Verizon line, that's what enables the smoke alarm detector that would have went off. I believe so. Would you agree that the fire would have started after the Verizon line was cut because otherwise the alarm would have gone off and we would have known a lot sooner about the start of the fire? Yes. I think he continued to talk a little bit after that, but the answer is yes. So, Mr. Murray asked a lot of questions about trying to walk this distance. So to put it into perspective, the reason why we're asking these questions is because in 6 minutes, According to their theory, one person cut the Verizon line in the basement of 15 Willowbrook home and then started a fire and then left the house, ran across that area to wherever the car was parked, which we know wasn't in the driveway because we would have seen it pull in the driveway on surveillance. It must have parked somewhere down the road, either on the road or possibly down that driveway. We don't know. How long does it take to get from point A to point B? How long does it take to get from the basement to the top of the stairs and to start a fire? And by the way, we don't even know how that fire was started. We know that it started in the cedar closet in the basement. That we know. But the testimony from Detective Cordoma was they tested for accelerants and it was negative. Now, just because it was negative doesn't mean they can rule out that an accelerant wasn't used, because it's possible that the accelerant got burned up in the fire and they found a liquor bottle in the closet and they said, well, that's a little odd, like maybe that's what started it. But on cross-examination, I asked him, doesn't your report say you also found 3 fire strikers? 3 of them in the closet? He said, oh yeah, we found that too. Okay, what is that? Isn't that like a thing that you use it's a dry mechanism to start a fire? Maybe we've seen it before on like a TV show or something where they use them a lot in the woods. And, his answer was like, I'm paraphrasing, but he was basically like, I'm not really sure. Okay, so you can't say that it was a flammable, combustible liquid because it's negative, but you're not ruling it out because there's a liquor bottle. But have we considered that there's no flammable liquid because they used a fire starter, a dry fire starter? And how long does that take? Because if that's how they started the fire, and in 6 minutes, and there's no blood in the car, how does that happen? This photo has trees in it because this is obviously like a Google Map image, but this image was taken from the day. This is from November 20th of 2018. And you can see the layout of the house. What door did they come out of? There's an unlocked door, there's an open door in the back. What happened to that? Did they go from the basement out the back door? Is that a theory? How long does that take? How far is it? This is another aerial image.
We give them a break at 11.
Now, we heard testimony from Boris Volshine, who's a 911 caller. He lives at that house there at the top left of the street. He's the neighbor that called 911. He said that he saw smoke coming from the back of Keith's house and he thought maybe Keith was burning leaves because there's a place to burn things in the back of Keith's house. Obviously, that wasn't the case. That was his initial assumption. So you can burn things in the back of the house. I asked Mr. Volstein about, he lives in the area. I asked him about lakes, bodies of water in the area. He told us about some, about when you drive and you make if you're coming out of the driveway at 15 Willowbrook and you make a right, and you go through the back roads, which is the exact route, back roads way that the state is alleging Mr. Caneiro took, you pass over a few brooks, a couple brooks. There's Willowbrook, there's Hop Brook, and then I asked Mr. Goldstein about this, Mr. Murray asked Detective Cirillo about this. There is a swimming river reservoir. And the road is it's a 2-lane road, and the testimony explained that it's very close to the water. Anyone, if they wanted to get rid of evidence, could toss it out the window. There's a body of water behind the house. There's a place to burn things behind the house. There's random bodies of water to toss evidence. But the state is alleging that Mr. Caneiro took it back with him to his house. Now I'm going to talk about the no blood in the Porsche Macan. I don't have to go through all of these. You know, these photos are devastating. They're horrible. But I showed them because you have to see how bloody that scene is. And you have to see how bloody the jeans are. And you'll have the ability to do that. These photos are in evidence. I don't need to show them all. But there's a lot of blood. Just like there's a lot of blood all over that kitchen, all over the scene. And there is not a drop of blood in that car. How is that possible? How is that possible? And how does that fit into the timeline? Why are we worried about this? There's another timeline now from 27 Tilton Drive. Now the vehicle arrives at 27 Tilton at 4:07 a.m. Then we have 4:30 a.m. and approximately 4:30 a.m. And then 4:54, Paul's phone is unplugged, according to the extraction report. 4:57, there's a flash of fire at the corner of the house. That's the main fire. And I want to know, because that view, it's from the back of Mr. Caneiro's house. And what you can see is like the flash, it lights up, right? So that means, presumably, that at 4:57 is when there was like a giant burst of flames. Because you see the light on the video. You don't see the actual fire, you see the light. But that doesn't mean that someone wasn't there earlier, starting at 4:30 in the morning, trying to light a fire, lighting a smaller fire. Perhaps a fire that's not large enough to be visible on that video. At some point, gasoline is presumably poured down this basement window, and that's when there's a giant flame. But what happens between 4:30 and 4:57? Are people using fire strikers to try to light a fire? I don't know. It's possible. At 4:59, now this is the most important part of this timeline. At 4:59, approximately 4:59:58, tried to get the timestamps right, might be off by a few milliseconds. The Porsche Cayenne backs out of the garage and pulls onto the street. Right. Now that is Mr. Caneiro pulling his car out of the driveway so that when the fire alarm went off and he got his family out of the home, they could all meet inside of the car. It's November, it's close to December, it's close to Thanksgiving, and it's dark out and it's cold, and they don't have shoes on. Of course, he's like, let me get a car so we can all sit in it. And he chooses the biggest car that they own, which is the Porsche Cayenne. Now, you also heard, I didn't include it here, just happened one day, but Katie testified. She testified that what happened was she gets awoken, right? She comes downstairs, and as she's stepping outside of her home, she looks back to see where her parents are. And she sees her dad, Mr. Paul Caneiro, going toward the garage. Okay? She comes outside. She starts to call 911, so it's like 4:58. She sees her dad. She sees the light on the garage, which she explains means the door's coming up, the garage door's coming up, so the light's illuminated, and the vehicle's pulling out. I said, how long, how much time passed from the time that you looked behind you and saw your dad going toward the garage to the time that you stepped out of the house and saw the garage door coming up and the car pulling out, and she said under a minute. And she was still on the phone with 911. Short call. I asked her, did you ever see your dad with the gas can? No. Did you ever see your dad try to start any fires? No. She's standing there. She's looking at the area of the garage. Now, the car pulled out, and it's a minute and 28 seconds later that you see the garage fire start, that you see the garage fire light up on surveillance video. These are still shots. It's a little hard to see. I'm going to play the video since it's only a minute and a half. But the first image is, you can see at the top right, it's the Porsche Cayenne pulling out of the driveway. And at 5:01 a.m. is the flash of light. That's the garage fire. Now, Mr. Murray asked one of the detectives, who said something about, it looked like gasoline was thrown on the hood of the Porsche Macan. And he said, okay, if someone threw the gasoline on the Porsche Macan, wouldn't that mean that there's someone there to throw it? And he answered yes. That's what that would mean. Okay. So my question is, how is Mr. Caneiro pulled out of his driveway in front of his house with his family in the car? How is he simultaneously there and a minute and a half later also simultaneously lighting a fire by the garage? How is he doing that? How is he in two places at once? I'm going to play the video.
We're going to take the break now. So, Mr. Decker, can you move the... ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the break now. You've been at it for almost 2.5 hours. We'll take a break, we'll come back at 11:15, and we'll continue with the summation of the defense. Obviously, you have not heard all of the summations. You have not heard my charge. You go in there, take your break, relax. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. We'll have you back at 11:15. Thank you.
All right, don't forget to take our poll when you guys come in. Decision time, what's your call? Do you think the jury is going to be quick deliberations, takes a few days, jury struggles, hung jury, or jury sent home to deliberate in the morning? Meaning tomorrow. I didn't see it. I thought that they would. My theory of they do double time, so she talked for 25 minutes during openings. I thought she'd go for an hour. Ms. Walsh talked for 35 minutes, so I figured she'd go a little bit more than an hour. So, what is that ringing? Somebody's calling the other room. Yeah, my recap, 2 minutes. Exactly. All right, welcome in, guys. Some do, some don't. MTAT. Some do, some don't. I don't know if that's court preference, judge preference. We've seen it before. I think the longest you guys have been asking, I think the longest was Monica's, Beth Silverman, Monica Sementili. That's the longest one that we've covered. I think her opening was 3 days, because she got in a car accident, day 2. I think her closing was, I'd have to double check, but I think her closing was really, really, really long, like over 2 or 3 days as well. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. What was, let's see. That's Carlos. Defense rests. That's Lori. Hold on. All right. Her closings lasted. Her closings were over 12 hours. Oh, no, wait a minute. Hold on. I think her closings were 12 hours. Or is that them deliberating? That may be them deliberating. I forget now. Anyway, her closings were long. Her closings were really long. But we love Beth Silverman. We love Beth. So, all right. A lot to talk about. Did she score any points? She starts out with the state has the wrong man. Paul Caneiro was innocent. The witnesses talked about precise and the scientific method, and just in regarding the arson. But sometimes two things can be true at the same. Yeah, sometimes two things can be true at the same time. Not going to go through everything because not all of it was whatever. And she just goes over all the witnesses and all the people that didn't have anything bad to say about Paul. Well, they probably didn't know everything. The neighbors. State asked all those character witnesses, his friends that he'd been friends with for decades and decades. Did you know that Paul was defrauding Keith? No, I didn't know that. Did you know that Paul stole from Keith? No, I didn't know that. So of course they're going to say nice things about him. They didn't know that. Then she goes on about Jesse and Paul being very close. He would never, they were very close. He would never harm them. He loved them. He loved Sophia. She talks about the $78,000, money flowing both ways. So the money was flowing around, and the brothers decided how, who, and when to pay it. Thought that was interesting. The state didn't follow the money from the life insurance and where it ended up. So here's where she's going into Corey. She's going into Corey land. Corey stood to gain Corey stood to gain 1,000. God, I can't talk right now. 100%. So out of the $3 million, Corey was going to get all $3 million of it if Paul was convicted. There was no investigation into this. All we know is Paul is here and Corey is not. Why not investigate this? Well, I think they kind of did. I think they checked his alibi, and he wasn't on any of the bank records. He wasn't the trustee. He was at his in-laws with his children the night that it happened. They checked into him. They checked into him, Miss Mastalone. They checked into him. He didn't have a motive. He didn't have the means. He just wasn't there. He doesn't have a Porsche Macan. Porsche. He does have one. I think it's a two-door. I'm not sure if it's a 911 or what it is. Anyway, yes, he does have a Porsche, but it's not the same one. So they did check into him. Now, here's where it gets kind of interesting. I'll give her points for this. The two men, there was no real investigation of those two men. And then the two pairs of jeans. I'll give her points for that. They didn't really check the two men that the neighbors saw. I don't know how much further they're going to be able to check on those two guys. The two men with the baseball caps, remember, all dressed in black or whatever. But why go up? One of them went and knocked on the door. Why, if you're setting a house on fire and you're trying to frame somebody, why go knock on the door? Again, I'll give her points for saying, why didn't law enforcement investigate that? But then we'll take points away by, well, why would you, if you want to go down that logic route, why would, if you're trying to set a house on fire, why would you knock on a door to alert them? That again makes no sense. And that's what one of the, that was Heather Capp. She was the one that testified to that. All right, here's another thing. These two pairs of jeans. This is another one. I'll give her points for this. Why were those? There was a second pair of jeans that were found in Paul's closet. Why weren't those jeans tested? Why did nobody say, "Hey, Paul, what is your size? What size do you wear?" So I thought that was good. I thought that was good. Will that add, reasonable doubt? Probably not. But I thought that was worth taking that shot. Then we get into if Paul is such a gun guy, why would he need a second weapon? Because there were gunshots and stab wounds. Well, Claire, you and I have talked about that a lot. Sorry. Claire, you and I have talked a lot about that in the sense of Paul's firearm jammed. He sees either knives in the butcher block and or Jesse holding a knife to protect him against whoever this stranger is. They may not even known that was Uncle Paul. They may not even realized who that was. They just see this figure who just shot mom. So the way I see it happening, takes out Keith in the front lawn, goes inside, takes out Jennifer coming up the steps, turns to the kitchen, sees the kids there, perhaps tries to shoot them, doesn't work. Jesse's got a knife, takes the knife from Jesse, starts, stabbing the two of them. Sophia gets away. He finds her up on the landing, and then it is a little strange that he would go back and he would stab Jennifer versus just cutting her throat. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be graphic, but I'm just thinking, that's why I'm thinking it's just too messy for a professional hit. If you see somebody, moaning on the ground or whatever, you don't just sit there and stab them another 10 or 20 times. You just cut their throat, call it a day. So to me, it was like he was trying to shoot them. That went south. He grabbed the knife and then went off in a rage. That's the way I'm looking at it. So she brought up that if Paul was the gun guy, why would he need a second weapon? Well, his firearm jammed. Then she talks about the 3 rear doors. Only one of them was unlocked, the French doors. Then we get to the DNA. The SUV wasn't tested for DNA. Again, I thought that was pretty good. And then this brings up this question, and she touches upon it later. How is it that there's no DNA and or blood in the SUV? And that's a big one. That is a big one, because there was 6 minutes between Paul being the Verizon line's being cut at 3:42, and then the SUV is seen leaving at 3:48. So 6 minutes. So again, I'll give her that. I think that is a good point. And we've talked about this. Claire and I have talked about it. We've talked about this in chat. How was whoever did this, allegedly whoever did this, how did they get out of the house and into the SUV in 6 minutes without leaving any DNA or blood in that SUV? I think that's a good point. I think it's possible. Is it probable? I think, and we've talked about it being adrenaline kicks in, and he could have had on a suit, he could have had on a blanket, in the car. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that you can counter that with, So I definitely think it's possible that it was done, but he could have had on a suit. We know there was a bunch of gloves, but if he had a suit on, then how does the blood get on his jeans? So that kind of counteracts that theory, So, and then theoretically he'd have blood all over him, so he could just strip down, throw everything in his in a bag. Then he's driving around in his underwear. I mean, that also doesn't make sense. Does he strip down, throw everything in the bag, throw on a bunch of clothes, all in 6 minutes? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Again, it's possible, but to me, that's the one sticking point. I would say in this timeline, that's the one sticking point is that moment. Let's see, we have time to bring up the timeline. She's going over her timeline. We'll go over our timeline, right? I mean, that would be the only thing that I would. I'm not even saying it's doubt. I would just be like, I need that to be a little bit more explained, whether or not, and we've talked about this. I know you guys have, we have talked about this. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just, that's the one thing that I'm just a little bit. Let's see here. I think I have it over here. Let's just pull that up real quick. I know you guys helped me, You guys have helped me fill this out, so let's get to it. The timeline. Where's the timeline? All right. Here's our timeline. Right. So the 342, the Verizon fiber is cut, and then 348, Paul leaves Keith's house. So that to me is the only moment. Like everything else makes perfect sense, right? Everything else really fits the time, fits everything perfectly. So to me, that would be the only thing that I would be like, I have just a little bit of question about it. Does that raise it to reasonable doubt? No, because I still think it's possible for it to happen. So that's all. So that's the only thing that I would. How did he clean up so fast? If he had long sleeves on, because we know it's November in New Jersey, and it was like 45 degrees. I think it was 47 in the morning. So it's probably 45 at 3:00. So he had pants on, long sleeve shirt, does what he does, has a change of clothes, throws everything in his bag. And then what Miss Mastalone brought up, why didn't he just throw it into the river? Why not just pull off on the side of the road and get some rocks and throw it in the river? Why take it back to your house? Because you're going to burn it. I guess that makes sense, because if you throw it in a brook or a body of water, the chances of it being found are them washing up is pretty high. Well, unless you have a bunch of rocks in. And I'm thinking, because it was a very bloody scene, he has blood all over him. He's got it all over him. I don't think he could have had a hat on, could have had like a hoodie, a hat, or a mask even. So really the only thing that's going to get bloody is maybe his face a little bit. I don't know. Kathy, you think the blood, clothes and basement were wet because he used the pool to wash up? I thought that was from the fire. I thought that was from the water. I thought that I would go with the water, but could be. I mean, it could be. All right. No, they're not. Defense is not done, Angel. And Hazel, the brook is very, very shallow. Okay, that makes sense. That's why he didn't do it. Yeah, I think there's more danger of it being found, even if you weight it down with rocks. There's probably more likelihood that you're going to find it in the brook, or any body of water for that matter, versus just taking it back and burning. So to me, that can be easily explained. That can be easily explained. Extremely shallow water, not fast moving. Hazel says, thank you for that. Let's see, widespread. So borrowing from Kathy's theory, he washed off in the pool and drove home with towels on the car seats. When did he have time to wash off? He only had 6 minutes to get out of the house, theoretically set the fire, and get to his car. So he jumped in a pool? Wait, that doesn't make sense at all. All right, Kathy, you're saying that he jumped in the pool? I don't see how that could work, you guys. Sporty Aspen, yeah, he didn't expect a lot of blood, so why would he bring a change of clothes? Then there's that. If he was not expecting it, if he thought it was just going to be boom, 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 a couple shots and they're gone, yeah, then there's that. And then there's that. Jane, did I hear defense say during closings there were 2 people that saw 2 people outside Paul's house? Yeah, those were the neighbors. Seashell, defense is still doing closings. Still doing closings. Kathy, just like Hoberger did, shower curtain on the car seat. All right. It's possible. I totally get it. Oh, maybe left clothing behind, burned it up. But why then take his jeans? Right? It's just weird. Why then just the jeans? And you're right. If he wasn't expecting it, he thought it was just going to be a couple shots to the head and that's it. I agree with that. I don't think he was expecting it. And I'm sure he was panicked because he was not expecting that. Jed Ziadak says he just stripped off, threw everything in a tote in the trunk and drove home in his underwear. And that's possible too. Very possible. That's very possible. We're hoping the closings will be done today. Yeah, it should get to the jury I thought it'd get to the jury by lunchtime, or right after lunch, but that theory goes out the window. Jenny, I think he still had layers on. All right. Little Lulu, enjoy your lurking. Jenny, I think he definitely left clothes at Keith's and they burned. But then why? So you think he just took off his top and then he put his jeans in a tote or in the bag? And then he took his jeans home? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, Jill, why didn't they measure and compare Paul's height against the garage doors? I think that was definitely a missed. I agree. Law enforcement did a great job, but there was a few moments. There's definitely a few moments where I thought that are being pointed out, and I agree that is one of them. I agree with that. Why didn't they take Paul's measurement and measure that? I totally agree with that. That's a really good point. So, Matt, not saying Paul jean size in the closet was a mistake. Yep. Like I said, I think law enforcement did a really good job, but there's a few little moments. There's a few little moments that are like, why didn't they do that? Right. If the jeans in basement are Paul's size, that helps. Absolutely. Yeah. I think overall law enforcement did a really great job, but like I am seeing a few little holes, little pinpricks. I don't think it's enough right now for me to I think the state still met their burden. I think there's still enough evidence. But I would be questioning why law enforcement didn't do X, Y, and Z, but is that enough to change my mind? No, I think the state has still met their burden. I think that's just that's where I stand with it. Teresa, I don't think the size is that great of a concern, especially if they were bigger. People can wear clothes that are much bigger. True. The jeans downstairs were 34, 32, I think, in the basement. I think they were 34, 32. So 34 waist, 32 inseam. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. How much blood would expect there to be at Keith's house with the type of cuts everyone had? I would think a lot. We know that there was a ton in the kitchen. Unfortunately, we know that Jennifer was burned up, so her area was just burned, so she could have been in a ridiculous pool of blood. She was stabbed in the chest, the back, the abdomen. She could have had a ton of blood, but she burned up. Her area was burned. Just plain and simple was burned. So we don't know how much blood she lost or whatever. We know in the kitchen there was a lot, and it belonged to Jesse and Sophia. So he definitely got Sophia in the kitchen. She got away maybe while he finished up Jesse, and then he ran after Sophia, and she got upstairs to the landing. So I'm pretty sure it was 34-32. Yeah, 5'11", 34-32. I'm pretty sure that's what it was too. That's what I'm thinking. Let me find my 34 waist, 32 length. So 34-32. That's what those jeans were. They don't know the size of the jeans in the bedroom though. And that's what she just brought up. That was Nick Catalone. Lieutenant Nick Catalone. He didn't know what the size of the jeans were in the bedroom. I don't know why. Why didn't he check? See, that's one of those moments of like, you're right there. Why not check? That makes no sense to me. Check the jean size. Isn't that like, oh wow, we found jeans in the basement. Here's some jeans in the closet. Let's check the jean size. He's 38 easily. Well, it was 7 years ago, 2018. Yeah, over 7 years, going on 8, maybe. I don't know. Seashell, did he have cuts on his hands? He only had the one. He had bruising on all of his left side, his armpit, his right abdomen, what do you call it, rib cage. He had a puncture on his. Here, we can pull that up until they come back. Where's his hand? So this was the only wound on his hand, was that. So that's the wound on his hand. So that's the only wound that he had, other than bruising. He had bruising on under his left armpit, his abdomen, or his rib cage, and then I think his right outside foot. Everything was on his. I think he had bruising on his arm as well. So everything was on his left side. That's his left hand. So that's the only thing. What do you call it? That's the only wound, if you will. So, all right. What else? Matt, 34-32 is very fit. Yeah, I still wear 31s. I still fit into my 31s. All right, here we go. No sound. They haven't kicked in the sound yet. So we don't know what the judge is saying. Come on, give us the sound. Hold on. See if there's sound over here. Nope. Yeah, there was no sound. So we have no idea what just happened. I guess the judge controls the sound, so we have no idea what just happened. So he just said something. And we don't know. Does anybody read lips? Yeah, exactly. There you go. Does anyone read lips? What did he just say? Oh, you got dad jokes going, Iowa? $213? No, that's Keith. Keith was over 200. What was Keith? 20. Keith was like 5'5". I think. No, Keith was 5'6", maybe. Nope. Shoot. 200 204 pounds? Nah. I don't know what Keith was. Oh, you know what? I can go to the medical examiner. Yeah, and I can't find Paul's height and weight. All right, Keith was smaller though. Keith was smaller and stockier. Let me see. What was he? He was the medical examiner. It was Zhang. Zhang did his autopsy. 5'5", 201 pounds. That's what Keith was. Keith was 5'5", 201. And Paul was taller. He was 5'11". I don't know what his weight was. Not sure what his weight was. If you guys know what his weight was, let me know. Yeah, Keith was, Pammy, Keith was 5'5", 201. Is that what I just said? Yeah, this was Keith. 67 inches, so this was Keith. Keith was 67 inches, or basically 5'5", and a 201. Now that's Keith. That's not Paul. That's Keith. Paul was taller. All right, looks like they're coming back. Mama of a medic, no worries. You're popping in and out. Hope your husband gets good results. People are starting to come back in. Wait, we do have pictures of, well, I'll pull up a picture of Keith and his family. I'm sorry, Paul and his family at the lunch break. They're going to break for lunch in like an hour. So I have a feeling...
Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to bring everyone back in to let you know what's going on right this minute. So we're having an IT issue. So we're going to try to fix that IT issue right now before we continue on with the summations. So what I'm doing is that I've just allowed the jury to go to lunch. They're going to come back at 12:30. So instead of lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, it's actually 11:30 to 12:30. So we're staying on track for the day, but I wanted to bring you in respectfully to let you hear it from me that that's exactly what we're doing. It's an IT issue. We'll start back up at 12:30. Please be here at 12:30 because again, I locked the doors and it's no disrespect to anyone. I just want to make sure that the jury is completely focused on Ms. Massalone's summation, Mr. Decker's summation, and that we don't have any issues. So I'll see everybody back right at 12:30. We'll start and we'll go from there. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. So 67 inches to feet. 67 inches is 5.58. Oh, that would be 6. So not 5 and so that would be, so half of a foot would be 6 inches. So he's just under 5'7". So we'll say he's 5'7". All right, Hazel. So we'll go with that. So they're going to lunch. All right, so he's 67 inches or 5'7", right? We'll go with 5'7". And 201 pounds. And then Keith, you're saying is how tall? He's 5'11" and how 230? Hey, Dragonfly, how are you? Let's see. Yes. All right. I know. Seinfeld used to change it. Yep. All right. So Paul is 5'11", 230. All right. So we'll go with that. We'll go with 5'11" and 230. All right. 5'11" and 230. 5'11", 230 pounds. All right. All right. All right. Thank you for that information. Appreciate that, Hazel. All right. You know what it is? It's time for kitty cam. It's time for us to feed the kitties. It's time for us to get some food ourselves. And we'll feed the kitties, and we'll do. Yes, it is kitty time. That's yeah. We'll get some kitty action going. All right. Let me play some music, and we will see you guys in like 45 minutes, 50 minutes. I'll come on in a little bit, like 20 after. So let's get some music here for you guys, and enjoy your lunch.
perdiendo la razón de seguir viviendo cuando tú no estás. Sueño por la noche con volverte a ver. Ay, una vez más. Siento cada día que voy perdiendo la razón de seguir viviendo cuando tú no estás. Sueño por la noche con volverte a ver. Ay, una vez más. Siento cada día que voy perdiendo la razón de seguir viviendo cuando tú no estás. Sueño por la noche con volverte a ver. Ay, una vez más.
cositas de la vida que nadie puede explicar. De dónde viene la tierra y hasta qué hondo llega el mar. Tu cariño y tu cara, tu cuerpo y tu alma. De dónde viene, a dónde va. Es una magia de verdad, el misterio de la humanidad que nos da oportunidad. Es una magia de verdad, el misterio de la humanidad que nos da oportunidad de vivir y soñar la realidad.
A veces pienso en ti y me llena de pasión. A veces pienso en ti, me entra miedo. A veces pienso en ti, me trae la ilusión que quiero, que puedo seguir mi camino. Y a veces pienso en ti y me siento muy feliz. Y a veces con mirarte y me mareo. Dicen que el miedo y el amor son los dueños del sentimiento. Si eso es verdad, por ti me muero. Muero contigo, contigo muero.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break and enjoyed Kitty Halftime. I think I saw that being kicked around. Who came up with Kitty Halftime? Kitty Halftime show. It's a puppy bowl. Kitty bowl. We give you kitty bowl every trial that we can. We give you kitty bowl. How was your break?
No siente nada. Por culpa de mi amor, que ya por mí no siente nada.
Hey, Lily Wayne. No, they were still in the defense. So defense goes first, and then the state, and then jury instructions. So we broke. There was an IT issue. So judge sent them home. Judge sent them to lunch early. So judge sent them to lunch a little bit early. So the defense is still up. Miss Mastalone is still up. Oh, Jenny, okay. Lazy Boy said it first. Let me check. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jenny. All right, so let's see. Desiree and JMS, thank you for your support. I see. Thank you, Jenny, for letting us know. I don't think I can go back that far. Oh, wait, there they are. Okay. Desiree and JMS. All right. Ooh, maybe I can pull them up. Let me see. All right, JMS, thank you for your $1.99. Desiree, I can't pull yours up because I can't scroll back that far, but thank you for your $1.99 as well. Thank you. So appreciate that, you guys. Desiree coming in at $1.99 and JMS coming in at $1.99 as well. Appreciate your support, and thank you, Jenny, for letting us know. And the kitty bowl, the kitty halftime. Thank you for that, you guys. Aussie, I hope everyone enjoyed the break and or the kitties. Amanda, you're going to be lurking. Yeah, yep, Lily Wayne. Yep, Monica has a lot to say. That she does. Thank you, Jenny G. As always, our mods are fantastic, aren't they, you guys? We have a great set of mods. We really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you. All right. So we are waiting for them to come back. They had an IT issue, so they sent the jury. They sent everybody out for lunch, she was at 2 hours and 30 minutes when they broke. Let's see here. Was it 2 hours? Holy smokes. It's 2.5 hours she was at JMS. Wow. Let me double check. She started at 8:30, 8:35. Yeah, she was at 2.5 hours, and then they broke at 11. Then they had an IT issue. Yeah. Oy. Green-eyed cat. Thank you for that. Gina, yes, our mods are the best. We have great mods. Allison, did I hear Paul has diabetes? He does. I don't know which type. That came in from his daughter, Katie. Katie said that. That's why he wanted to go back and get his meds. Yeah, she said that he had diabetes. That's the first time I heard that. I truly thought, and that goes my theory, I thought, well, if you take their openings and double it, that's what you get for closings, right? So she was 25 minutes in her openings. I thought, well, maybe an hour. She'll go an hour for her closings. Boy, was I off. They started at 8:35, 8:36, because she took a moment or two to get composed, so 8:35 we'll go with. And then she talked until 11. So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 2.5 hours. Hey, Bella. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yes, we do have the best chat. Green-eyed cat. We do. You guys, hey, you guys make it what it is. You know, I can only do so much. You know, I set up the content. You know, Aaron and I, we provide the content, but you guys.
Court is back. There's Mark from you presiding.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Okay, we'll continue with the summation of the defense.
Judge. Actually, set the other turn too.
So where we left off was the video of the small garage fire and the timeline.
Down.
This one, right?
Left bump.
So we're at 4:59 and 52 seconds. I'm gonna press play. And we just saw some movement at that top right portion of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. That is, do you want to back it up one more time? Just a few seconds. So I'll direct all of your attention to that top right corner. I think this was also to see, you could see a vehicle. Okay. So that would be the Porsche Cayenne. You could see it sort of going off the screen to the left, pulling into the street. And when the video continues to play for approximately another minute and 20 seconds, you'll see the flash from the fire. Right there. I'm gonna pause it. Then we're stopping at 5:01, 28 milliseconds. Can I have the right table again? So, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how the state can allege that Paul Caneiro is in his vehicle with his family pulled out on the street, and then there's a gas fire by the garage. There was testimony from, I think it was John Lightbody, who confirmed gas is highly flammable. He even gave like the exact temperature or something at which gas ignites. And it's not a slow burning substance. The moment you light gas on fire, it flames up. So, I don't know the explanation. And if the state comes up with one, I don't know if they will. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not coming from the witness stand. And that's what I mean when I say a theory. That's what I mean when I say the state is theorizing or they're filling in the blanks or they're trying to fit the puzzle pieces in certain ways. There was no testimony from any witness in this case that
Judge, I object. Can I just be heard for a moment?
Yes, you can.
All right, that's a reminder, chat. Let's chill out on the attacks on her doing her job. All right, she's doing her job. Yes, she's still talking, but we're going to start to delete comments. So just relax. Just relax on, yes, she's still going on. She's still doing her job. Let's just chill out on that for a little bit. Or else I'm going to start deleting comments. So don't make me do it. Don't make me delete your comment. So just relax on her going on and on. All right. Let's be respectful of what she's doing and why she's doing it. And I missed why they went to a sidebar. What did they go to a sidebar? And yes, she did change her skirt. What was she talking about here?
What I mean when I say the state is theorizing or they're filling in the blanks or they're trying to fit the puzzle pieces in certain ways. There was no testimony from any witness in this case. Remember, it comes up with one.
Okay, it was the gas. Using gas to start the fire. That's what it was. So that was objected to and sidebar. So not only was it objected to, it was a sidebar as well. Long sidebar too. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember with all you are to determine what happened in this particular case is you are the sole fact finders in this case. The attorneys are absolutely allowed to comment on the evidence. However, you will make that final determination and you look at the evidence. And you'll also learn when I give you the law that you will also be allowed to make reasonable deductions based upon that evidence. But again, the attorneys are allowed to comment on the evidence. You determine on how you accept that information. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Okay. We'll continue with the summations of the defendant.
Now again, this ties into what was stated earlier about, are there two people? Where are they? It's dark out. What's happening? What we do know is at this moment, Paul Caneiro, and for that 1 minute and 20 seconds, is in the vehicle on the street with his family. We do know that he is not physically located at that garage when that fire started. We do know that Katie Caneiro said it was under a minute from the time that she saw her dad walking toward the garage and coming out of the car. The timeline doesn't make sense. Now, another issue in this case is, where is Jennifer's phone? You heard testimony from Detective Migliosi initially that there were multiple phone extractions performed in this case. And that included Paul's phone, it included Keith's phone, and Tiffany Rivera, and a variety of other people that were mentioned at the time. And I asked Detective Migliosi, and I asked Detective Petrozello, and I think Mr. Murray might have even asked Detective Vogt, where's Jennifer Caneiro's phone? And there was no 911 call placed from the house. You heard testimony from, I think it was Mr. Abraham, that said when the Verizon power is cut, you lose internet, you lose Wi-Fi, you lose power, but you don't lose cell service. Cell service isn't coming from inside of the home, it's coming from outside cell towers. So again, I don't know what exactly they're going to say, but I do know that if this suggestion is that if one person is responsible for these murders and Keith is murdered outside of his home and there's gunshots that are heard 3 miles away practically, then we can imagine, by Dennis Corpora, we can imagine that Jennifer Caneiro would have heard them too. And why was there no 911 call? Where is her phone? And more importantly, since we don't have her phone, why don't we have her phone records? I questioned Detective Migliosi, I believe, and also Detective Petrozello about that. And when I questioned Detective Migliosi, who did the cell phone extractions, he was very informative. And he explained cell phone extractions are very helpful because there's a lot of information in them, right? You can get the content of all the text messages, you can get contact lists and phone logs and all sorts of data that people keep in their phones, their calendars, basically their lives. Now, without the phone, we can't access that information. But Detective Migliosi confirmed what we can access with phone records is other limited information. Call logs, text message logs, not the content, but we can at least access who texted who and when, and cell site data. Cell site data tells us the general vicinity of where the phone is. Might not be an exact location, but it's a general location. It's general vicinity of that phone. And why is this important? Because you heard testimony from Katie Caneiro that she continuously called Jennifer's phone because it was ringing. She said she called the house phone once and it went straight to voicemail. That's because the power was cut. She didn't bother calling it again. It wasn't working. She called Jennifer's phone repeatedly from the general time frame of 9:30 a.m. to noon, she testified. It kept ringing. Where was the phone? It was on somewhere. Why don't we have the phone records to know where? Was it in Colts Neck? Was it in a town outside of Colts Neck? Was it in a state outside of New Jersey? We just don't know. And Catherine LaCheese testified that when she tried calling Jennifer at approximately closer to 12:31, she couldn't remember on the stand, but she confirmed that when she gave her statement at the time, it was off. Who turned the phone off? When people are calling and texting her, we would have records of that. We would have data. We would have cell information, cell site. Don't we want to know that? Because Mr. Caneiro didn't have the phone. He didn't have the phone. Where's the phone? They searched him. They searched his house 3 times. Remember that testimony from Detective Catalona? First it was, they took photos on the 20th. Then they searched on the 21st. 22nd was Thanksgiving, so they took a day off. They returned on the 23rd. They continued to search the home. And then they searched it again later that week. That Saturday, on the 28th or something like that. They didn't find Jennifer's phone. He never left police custody that day. We know that. So I would imagine in an investigation such as this one, where you have 7 years and 3 months to get phone records, that's something that maybe we'd want to know. And no investigation is perfect, ladies and gentlemen. Let me be clear. I'm not suggesting that the investigation needed to be perfect. I'm not suggesting that every little I needed to be dotted and every little T needed to be crossed, because that's not the reality of life, and we know that. But something more than what we have. Because not even wanting to know where Jennifer's phone is problematic. Because if Mr. Caneiro is at his home with first responders and the police from 5 in the morning until noon when he goes to the police station with his family, and there's cell site information that says the phone is elsewhere, that would be relevant. That would be important to know. And in case the state suggests, well, maybe the fire burned up the phone. Well, I don't really think, I think that could be called into question, and here's why. Number one, these are photos of things that were recovered from the rubble. You heard testimony that they tediously sifted through the debris. They piled it together and they sifted through it to see what they could find. And in the top left photo with cone number 14, you can see the knife across the screen. That's where they found the knife. The next photo was in the kitchen area and they found projectile. The bottom left in 13 is where they found this item. Shell casing. They can find that. They can find the phone. We found the Roomba. Or the worst area of the fire. Not in the basement, but in the foyer. And why would it be ringing? And why wouldn't Jennifer call 911? Is it because there's a second person in the house at the time that Keith is outside? And where's the Ring doorbell camera from 15 Willowbrook? Now, I know we heard testimony from Detective Petrozello. He said he got a warrant for the information and he didn't receive anything from the front camera. And I asked him, well, did you follow up? Like, what do you mean you didn't receive it? Is it that it doesn't exist? Is it they missed something? They didn't send it? I mean, did you follow up? And the answer was no. You received what you received. Okay. I mean, doesn't hurt to follow up. Detective Petrozello, again, he stated he followed the evidence. Yes, he did. There is evidence in this case. And the evidence does point to Paul because it's at his home. But did the police ever hypothesize whether someone else put it there? What did they do to rule out that theory? Because you have a man that I submit has no motive. You have a man who loved his family. And you have information missing. So why not try to rule out the theory that there's two people? Because there's certainly evidence to support it. Why not try to rule out whether the theory of whether someone else put this evidence there so that it would be found? Why not rule that out? Detective Petrozello didn't rule anything out. He was very clear about that. He simply followed the evidence that fell on his lap. Now the arsons, they're not contested. Of course there are sins. Now, what matters is the timeline. The timelines I went over earlier. And what matters is how did it start and who started it. Again, this is the timeline from 15 Willowbrook. And 6 minutes is not a lot of time to do everything that the state alleges one man did as far as cutting a cable and starting a fire and somehow getting across this large property to a vehicle, not parked in the driveway, but somewhere else, and somehow manages to get home without blood in the car. It just doesn't make sense. Now, the ballistics, the gun that is alleged to be used here is a 6-hour P228. It's S193. And what's interesting about that gun is that it doesn't have rails. You heard Detective Sergeant Clayton testify to mount a laser sight. It's also not alleged to have been used with the silencer. The prosecutor asked that question of Detective Sergeant Clayton. Are you saying the silencer was used? No, I'm not saying that. And Mr. Murray followed up and said, well, because the markings don't match? Yeah, that's right. Because they were able to, through the ballistics, match tool markings with the barrel and the receiver, but not the silencer. You didn't hear testimony about that the silencer tool marks matched. Which also kind of makes sense if Dennis Kapora, who you heard lived approximately 2.5 or 3 miles away, heard the gunshots, because a silencer with subsonic bullets may not have reached that far. We also know that Paul owned a 1911 .45 caliber pistol. This is an unregistered firearm with no serial number. It's S189. And he also owned a second 6-hour P228, which was found in his bedroom. Now that gun does have rails, which means you can use a laser sight with it. Which means if someone was trying to shoot Keith in the dark outside, that might be a better gun to use. The barrel also fit that gun. So if the allegation is that Paul wanted to switch out the barrels, that's another option. It also could have been used with a silencer. And the reason I'm saying this is because truly, we submit the fact that Paul Caneiro owns guns and is a gun owner is of no moment. But it's being used in this case to demonstrate opportunity and means. And I suspect they're going to argue that because Paul owns guns and has access to them, this makes sense. But if Paul has access to his own guns, wouldn't he use the one that works with a laser sight? And wouldn't he bring ammunition? Enough ammunition? And if the state tries to argue, well, maybe the gun jammed, maybe that's what happened, well, then wouldn't Mr. Caneiro, with all of his knowledge and gunsmith, be able to unjam the gun? The other interesting thing is in the backpack that you heard testimony, people know Mr. Caneiro carries with him. Katie testified that Mr. Caneiro, it's like an extension of his wallet, and he's carried it around for the last 10 years. Another one of our witnesses also was aware that Mr. Caneiro typically had the bag, typically kept it in the car. So people who know Mr. Caneiro know this is his bag. In that bag, they found a silencer. The silencer that is not alleged to be used. In that bag, they found a FLIR, which is the thermal imaging application that you plug into a phone. We heard testimony that Mr. Caneiro's phone was at his home the entire night, plugged in. They even contacted the FBI to try to make sure, beyond just a normal extraction. The FBI confirmed his phone was at home. So why would Mr. Caneiro go to a crime scene to commit crimes that he has no motive for, and bring things with him that he can't even use? He's bringing a thermal device he can't use with his phone because it's at home. A silencer that the issue with the silencer, I forgot to mention, Detective Clayton testified, the silencer with the P228, the alleged murder weapon, it blocks the sights. That was the issue with the silencer. So you can't, if you wanted to use the sights of the gun, which you would need, you can't use it with the silencer. And that is something which just doesn't make sense. Those are images of the three guns. The one in the top left, the unregistered firearm. And those two are the 6 hours. Now I'm going to talk about the DNA. DNA it sounds compelling. And I mentioned this in my opening. It does. It sounds very compelling. When you think of DNA, you think, oh yeah, that's a sure thing. But in this case, it's a little bit different. And it's different for two reasons. The first is contamination and transfer, okay? The items that were tested, many of the items, the jeans, the gloves, the shirts, the scarf, they came from this pattern. Okay, this is taken, that's the fire hose. And remember, Detective Catalona testified that when he went in the basement, there were 4 inches of water on the floor, covering that mess. And the lab confirmed, and Detective Catalona said it was paper bagged, and it was brought upstairs, and it was eventually put in the driveway so that it could maybe thaw, because it was melted together from the fire, it was frozen together from the fire suppression water that froze it, and then it congealed. It's like simultaneously melted and simultaneously frozen, and the lab received it wet. So you also heard testimony. Put that aside for a moment and compare that with the testimony you heard, the extent to which any crime scene forensic persons, such as Detective Catalona, Detective Vogt, they're constantly changing their gloves. They explained that on the stand. Why? To avoid contamination. Because if you touch one item with a glove and then touch another item with that same glove, that is potential contamination. You want to avoid that. And then you heard the excruciating procedures of the DNA lab. You heard they have secure facilities and hair nets and goggles or masks, and they have coats. Of course, they wear gloves and they clean their stations in between each testing with bleach or ethanol. They cover it with different paper. They want to make sure that there is absolutely no ability to contaminate what they're testing. There was testimony that, there's contamination by touch, transfer. There's contamination potentially by breathing. That's how sensitive DNA is. And you heard testimony that the DNA kits, the instruments that they use, they're highly sensitive. I think it was either expert witness Christine Schlenker or Reed that testified, they're talking like 20 picograms is how sensitive these DNA instruments are. So imagine if DNA transfer is that sensitive, Those are precautions that you would take, that anyone would take to prevent transfer and contamination. Imagine what is happening here, where everything is piled on top of itself, melted, congealed, wet. You heard testimony that the DNA actually transfers easier when it's wet with the water. It's a mechanism of transfer. And let's not forget that this is in Paul's house. This is in Paul's basement. Mr. Murray asked the DNA expert, would you expect DNA, your own DNA, to be in your house? Of course. Would you expect a stranger's DNA to be in your house? Probably not. So, whatever DNA of Paul's is found in these items is really much ado about nothing. Because if his DNA is on those items, it could be transferred, it could be contaminated, and it's in his home. And the DNA that matters in this case, the DNA that belongs to Sophia and Jesse, that's the DNA that's compelling. That DNA, the major profile, the blood on the jeans, we're not contesting that. But who put it there? Who put it there? Because the mere fact that Sophia's blood is on these jeans and they're found in Paul's basement doesn't tell you that Paul put them there. Right? The DNA experts are very clear about that. We don't say how it got there. We don't say why, and we don't say who, because we don't know. We just know that it's there. These were some other images of these items and how combined they are. That's another close-up view. I would call it DNA soup. That appears to be what it is. Now the next issue with the DNA. So the first issue with the reliability of the DNA. When I say reliability, I really just mean more colloquially, can you rely on this DNA evidence to say that this man is guilty? The reliability of that is called into question by the transfer and the contamination I just mentioned. And it is also called into question with the fact that when they used the StarMix software for certain samples, they did not test anyone else's DNA against it other than Jennifer, Jesse, Sophia, Keith, and Paul. So I know it's a lot of information, but when we look at EO7A1, for example, the analyst, the number 2 is circled because that's how many contributors there are, right? There's two contributors to that sample. But when you go across the chart, every single person has a likelihood ratio. How does that happen? The DNA experts explained that when you're dealing with StarMix and likelihood ratios, you're simply asking one question. Technically 2 questions. You're asking the software to compare 2 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1, this person, whether it's if you're focusing on Jennifer, Jesse, Sophia, Keith, or Paul, one person at a time. What is the likelihood of this hypothesis, that this person's DNA is in this mixture, versus the likelihood that it is not? That's all it is. It's not whose DNA is in this. It's what is the likelihood that Jennifer Caneiro's DNA is in that mixture versus it not being in that mixture. And based on the information that it had, the data, the alleles, the electropherograms, the likelihood that it was in the mixture is 2.6 thousand. Moderate support. When you do the same thing for Jesse, it's 85, limited support. When you do the same thing for Sophia, it's 48 billion, much higher number. And when you do it for Keith, it's 9,000, which is a higher number than for Paul, 1.9 thousand, but both moderate support according to their verbal scale. Why does this matter? Because we don't have, for example, Corey's DNA. We don't know what the number would be for any of these without Corey's DNA. Corey is a family member. He shares a lot of alleles, at least 50%, possibly more, possibly closer to 70%, like Keith and Paul. We just don't have answers to questions that aren't asked. And as you can see, when we have a number like this, 21,000, or 400,000, or 43,000, or even 200 million, or compared to sextillion and septillion, what if someone else has a higher number? What if you asked it, does John Smith, Jane Doe, Paul Caneiro, what if you asked it what that hypothesis? Would the number be higher than 200 million? Would the number be higher than 21,000? Again, we just don't know. And that's the problem. And that's why this information is not a reliable source to convict Mr. Caneiro. It doesn't say, this information here doesn't say that Paul's DNA is in a mixture. It simply says this is the likelihood that it could be in this mixture or that it is in this mixture compared with the likelihood that it is not. And that is very different than random match probability. But this is the DNA that we're focused on. And you saw from the deconvolution reports that I went through with the expert witness, Ms. Reed, there's a lot of information missing. I won't do it again. But when we went through page by page, if you recall, we were going line by line, and StarMix comes up with probabilities for each allele. And there were times where all of the alleles were like 3% likely, or number 4 down. Sometimes they're first, sometimes they're second, but other times they're at the bottom. And so what does that mean? It's probabilistic. It's using a mathematical model to guesstimate and give you its best guess. It's not a certainty. We're missing information, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a reasonable doubt. That alone is a reasonable doubt. Now, at 15 Willowbrook, there were 4 DNA samples that were taken, that were testified to. These are them. You were shown photos. They're areas of blood located in the general kitchen area. They took these samples in February of 2020. Why over a year later? I don't know. But why so long after, and why only here? I mean, wouldn't we want more information? Wouldn't we want to swab more locations? Wouldn't we want to swab sooner? Wouldn't we want to swab the open door the day that this happened or shortly thereafter? Maybe the unlocked door? Anywhere else in the house? Of course Paul's DNA is going to be in his house. But what about 15 Willowbrook? Whose DNA is there? Not just Paul's, but whose? We don't know what we don't ask. I think this was Officer Mazzicola who identified on this photo which door was open and which door was unlocked. That might have been a good place to start. Now, I also want to mention that Paul was cooperative with the investigation. He cooperated with 7 different investigating officers that day. He spoke to Officer Marino. And Officer Marino asked him, did you guys inhale smoke or anything like your chest? Do you want an ambulance here? And Paul volunteers. I hit my hand somehow. He's rushing out of the house. Katie recalls hearing it. Marino says, "Do you want an ambulance to come check you out?" Paul says, "What do you think?" Officer Marino says, "It's up to you." Paul's not hiding anything. He's cooperating. He's offering up information. Information that I suspect is now being used against him to suggest he's guilty of something. And you saw the injuries, alleged injuries. You saw them. A bruise on the toe or something, a mark on the arm. There's some additional, there's no expert that's testifying as to the age of the bruising. We don't know how that bruising got there. It's nothing that is clearly fresh and compelling as far as injuries. You heard testimony that Paul Caneiro was interviewed. He wasn't asked to take off his shirt. We don't know what, if any, injuries he had. We just don't know. Paul spoke with Officer Redmond. He spoke with Officer Bernhard. He spoke with Detective Brady. He spoke with Detective Weisfrott. He spoke with, I actually should say Fire Marshal Flanagan, not Detective Flanagan. It's two Flanagans. And he signed over consent to search his vehicle. He signed over consent to search his DVR. If Paul had something to hide, why would he be so cooperative? And he reported to the police station despite wanting time to change and get cleaned up, change his clothes. He still went. They said, "No, you really need to come now." They went, including Paul. He didn't leave. He could have left. I mean, Katie and Marissa left. They went to go get bagels. They came back. Marissa went to her boyfriend's house to bring the dogs there. Then she met them at the police station. He didn't leave. He stayed with his family. And then he went to the police station when he was asked. There's zero investigation into the third brother. We don't have his DNA. We don't have a phone extraction. But interestingly enough, we do have Elisa's phone extraction. You heard testimony about that. And first I tried to ask Detective Migliorisi about it, because he did the extractions for Paul and for Keith. And I think he said something to the effect of, I only focused on these. I said, okay. Detective Petrosello might be the person. He's the lead detective who reviewed the extractions. Okay. So I asked him. I asked him specifically about Elisa's phone extraction. He said, I only looked at the 19th and 20th. I didn't look at the rest. Elisa is Corey's wife. You're telling me you have this phone in your possession? You're telling me, in light of everything that you can learn from the phone, content of text messages, calls, calendars, data, notes, applications, the list goes on, all of the information that is available to you, law enforcement, for 7+ years, and you don't even look at it? You just say, I just looked at 2 days because law enforcement, decided that's what was relevant? How do you rule things out when you decide what to look at? There's vast information available, and no one looked at it. Didn't get surveillance footage from the area of Corey's house. Didn't investigate his finances. Detective Petrosello said he had no information. But he also said he didn't look at the phone. Didn't investigate Corey's knowledge of the trust. Wouldn't we want to know? Wouldn't we want to know what Corey's knowledge of the trust is? We know he knew about it because we know that Keith had forwarded certain emails to Corey, emails between Paul and Keith, discussing the trust, those were forwarded to Corey. So Corey had knowledge of at least we know, he had knowledge of the trust and he had knowledge of what was happening with Paul and Keith in the trust. You also heard testimony that after Keith spoke to Paul on the phone on November 19th that evening and said, Paul, wake up, I want the login, that his very next call was to Corey. And they didn't investigate his claim that he couldn't drive at night. You heard testimony that he told the detectives, I can't meet you in Monmouth County because I can't drive at night, I have an issue. But you also heard testimony from Keith Caneiro that he arrived on scene at Paul's house at around 6:15 in the morning. Still dark. You heard testimony from the officers that it was dark, it's November, for at least a couple hours. 5 to 7-ish, maybe? Horse driving in the dark. So what are we doing with that? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the state's burden in this case. The state's burden. They have to prove their case to all of you. We don't have a burden. That's why we have the presumption of innocence. You might recall my story about the presumption of innocence. But it's very important. Because in our justice system, we do not require any person to try to prove their innocence. It can be a very difficult thing to do. We require the state, we hold them to their burden, and they have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So if there's anyone in this case that you wanted to hear from, if there's any information that you feel that you needed or wanted or would rely on in coming to a decision but you don't have it, you just have to look to the state. It's their burden. And in this case, in light of everything we talked about, let's just remember that the level of involvement of law enforcement in this case. We have the Ocean Township Police Department. We have patrol officers. We have detectives. We have the Colts Neck Police Department. We have patrol officers. We have detectives. We have the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. We have a variety of detectives in a variety of different fields. We have the Monmouth County Sheriff's Department. We have the New Jersey State Police, with the FBI and the ATF. We also have Asbury Park. Detective Brady, Detective Zarilla, Detective Weisbrot, Detective Mahoney, Detective Catalona, Detective Vogt, Detective Bassender, Detective Cordoma, Detective Wayne Rayner, Detective Kevin Condon, Detective Andrea Tozzi, Detective John Sostian, Lieutenant Mueller, Detective Robert Flanagan, Detective Scott Valenti, Detective Sean Murphy, Deputy Chief Wilbur, Detective Nareth, Detective David Sidorakis, Detective Kristen DeVito, Detective William Anton, Richard Shin, and Jose Cruz, and Richard, a name I can't pronounce, and Scott Sammons. I think I asked Petrozello, are these all the detectives that, to your knowledge, are involved in this case? I gave him that same list, and I think to most of them he's acknowledged yes. All these resources, you can't look at phone extraction longer than 2 days. You can't get someone's DNA who's related to this family. You can't investigate more. You can't do all of the things that I just mentioned. Traditional investigation outside of the science. That's what they're relying on here. It's not enough. It's not enough. These are the reasonable doubts that I mentioned. These are the main categories. There's subcategories I went through a lot. And this is a non-exhaustive list. It's not, there could be more. This is what I'm presenting to all of you. And if there is any reason to doubt in this case, you don't need to find all of these to be reasonable doubts. You just need to find one. That's what our system requires. I just thought of another one. Why was Keith? Keith is outside of his home. And if there's two people involved, if they looked at Paul's phone, there's no evidence of conspiracy with another person. If you find the evidence in this case compelling that there's two people, well, there's no evidence that Paul was involved. All of these facts, all of the missing information, the lack of investigation, the missing evidence, and the remaining questions that have not been answered are reasonable doubts. Now, there's three principles of law. I'm almost done. I'm going to sit down soon. We talked about the presumption of innocence. I'm not going to repeat that. We know what that is. I trust every single one of you know what that is. The burden of proof, we talked about that. It's on the state. So the last thing I would talk about is standard proof. What does proof beyond a reasonable doubt mean? In our justice system, we have sort of a scale of burdens, of standard of proof. The lowest level is probable cause, meaning there's some evidence. And beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard, and it's all the way at the other end. If you find that there's some evidence in this case that Paul Caneiro is responsible for these crimes, you can't find him guilty. You'd have to acquit. Next is preponderance of the evidence. It's used in a lot of civil cases. And it basically just means that instead of being here, equal poise, we're here. It's more likely than not, which could be 51%. And if you find that it is more likely than not that Paul Caneiro is responsible for these crimes, you have to find him not guilty. It's not enough. Next is clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you find that there is clear and convincing evidence that Paul Caneiro did this, you cannot find him guilty. You must acquit. It is not enough. If and only if the state can prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, which means you are so firmly convinced that there is no rational reason left in your mind, rational reason to doubt, that is the only time that you can find someone guilty. There's a saying that justice is blind. The reason we say justice is blind is because justice is fair, it's impartial, it's objective, and it is blind from bias and prejudice and assumptions and subjectivity. Justice. And sometimes we see the lady justice and she's holding the scales. Justice is blind because justice doesn't judge. It weighs. That's why we have the scales. Because in a case like this, where, as I said from the beginning, the allegations are harrowing. In a case like this, We have to be free from judgment. We have to be free from bias. We have to be free from emotion. And we have to just weigh. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, when you follow your oath as jurors, and you weigh the evidence in this case, and you weigh whether the state has in fact met its burden, whether we're here or here, I submit to you that they have not met its burden. I submit to you that they have not proven their case against Paul Caneiro beyond every all reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt.
That's not the standard.
That is not the standard. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you the law as it relates to reasonable doubt. Only if the attorneys want to discuss the law, if it does not comport with what I tell you, it's what the law as I give it to you, not based upon what the attorneys say. Go ahead.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. A doubt. Mr. Caneiro is not guilty. He's innocent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, we just went at it for almost another hour. We're going to take a break for about 15, 20 minutes, give you a chance to go to the bathroom or whatever you need to do. Mr. Decker is going to move his stuff, and we'll bring you back out probably about 1:45. Okay. Thank you. Please don't discuss this case.
All right, so 8:30 basically to 11 is 2.5 hours, right? 9:30, 10:30, 2.5 hours, and then basically another hour. So 3.5 hours. She went 3.5 hours. Three and a half hours. So defense, 3.5 hours. Let's see what the state does. Well, that blows my theory that they go twice as long as their openings, because she only talked for 25 minutes for openings. So as far as points being scored, let me see here. Let me pull that down. Let's see. No, she's done. That was it. She is done. I gotta pull that down. Crikey. 3.5 hours, you guys. Still not as long as Beth Silverman. All right, so let me end the poll here. So has the defense in closing scored a few points? So you have a little bit of doubt. 22% of you said that. No points scored today. No doubt. 78%. So we'll go ahead and we'll end that. And now we'll get to the state. I really thought I misjudged this completely. I thought for sure we would be in deliberations like by 3 or so. Actually, I thought before. I thought she would talk for about an hour, hour and a half. And then defense would talk for about an hour, hour and a half, which would get us to about 9:30 or 10. And then the state would get up from 10:30 to 12:30. That's 2 hours. Yeah, I honestly thought that the jury would have they'd be deliberating right about now or getting close to it. So the state has to come up. All right. So what's your call? 586 votes. Good job there, guys. What's your call on decision time? 50% said quick deliberations. 31% said takes a few days. 14% said jury sent home, deliberates in AM. You guys might be right. 5% said jury struggles, hung jury. I'm thinking, and Mike, you said that it wasn't going to get to the jury until 5. You were spot on, man. I think they're going to talk. I think the state's going to talk for at least 2 hours now. They have a lot to cover. So we're looking at 3:30 to 4. Yeah, I think he's going to send them home. Or maybe they'll pick a 4-person and then they'll go home. We've seen that too. we've seen that a few times where they'll get together for like 15, 20 minutes, pick a four-person, and then they'll go home. Clearview says, I thought probably an hour for each argument. Judge knew it was going to be long. He hinted yesterday. Yeah, he did. You're right. He did. I heard that and I was kind of afraid that, then he has to do jury instructions. Oh God. Then he has to do jury instructions on top of that. Yeah. They're not going to deliberate today. No way. No way are they getting to deliberate today. Maybe pick a four-person and then that's it. So state's going to probably talk for at least 2 hours. That's going to get us to 3:30. Jury instructions are probably going to be an hour. That's going to get us to 4:30. They'll be lucky even if they pick a four-person, to be quite honest. They will really be lucky if they pick a four-person. All right, I wanted to pull this up. I thought these are pretty interesting. I'll give her points for what am I going to give her points for? This. Here's Corey. This was from I'm not sure when this was from, but this is Corey. Not today, certainly not today, but this is him leaving in his Porsche. So there's Corey. They like their Porsches, that's for sure. Really hard to see how tall he is. Based on his face, he looks like he's probably 180 or so. 170, 180, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to disparage you, Corey. I'm just totally guessing just based here. But hard to tell how tall he is as well. So anyway, that's Corey. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll have a verdict by Friday, Debbie. I think so. I'm still confident in that. I think if they deliberate all day tomorrow, which is Thursday, and then all day Friday, I think so. Aussie, thank you so much for your two Australians, your two Aussies. What are they down there? What is it? Thank you so much. Does he have hair? I don't know, because those are the only photos that we've been able to find. I don't know. I think they are. I really don't know, C. Gilmore. I really don't know. All right. All right. Where's here. All right. So while she was doing this, she said, I came up with another one. So here's her reasonable doubt. Paul loved his family. The motive does not add up, literally. Investigation did not follow the money. She said that a lot. She threw the law enforcement, not under the bus, but, well, maybe she did. I guess you could say that. She definitely questioned law enforcement's lack of investigating certain things. Police never investigated the two people seen or heard outside Paul's house. Police never considered a two-person theory. Now, here's what's really interesting. Ms. Mastalone had spent the entire trial saying that there was a two-person theory, but then at the end of this, she says, I actually came up with another one. She came up with another theory that if there are two people and they looked at Paul's phone, there was no evidence of a conspiracy. So she literally spent the entire trial saying that there's two people and or it's Corey. And then she said, well, no, there's no evidence on Paul's phone. So I guess she's saying then that does exonerate Paul. I guess that's what she's saying. All right. Lack of evidence or lack of forensic evidence. The timeline, she says it doesn't make sense. Where's that 6 minutes? How does he set the house on fire, cut the lines, get changed, get out of the house, clean up, No blood in the Porsche Macan. The timeline, 27 Tilton. Where's Jennifer's phone? So she did bring up some good points. I'm not going to say no. She definitely, Miss Mastalone did bring up some good points. Where's Jennifer's cell, since it kept ringing and ringing? So I thought that was a good one. Where is Jennifer's phone? And it kept ringing. It didn't burn up. Jennifer's phone did not burn up. So where is Where's Jennifer's phone? Because if it had burned up, it wouldn't have kept ringing and ringing. Wait a minute. It kept ringing and ringing that morning. It didn't keep ringing and ringing after that. I don't think Katie tried afterwards. I think it was just that morning. All right, so that can be easily dispelled because the fire really didn't start. It just smoldered. The fire didn't really start until, quite honestly, until the fire department got there and they started opening up doors. And that's really where it took off. So, but she did bring up a point. Why didn't they look for her phone records? Why didn't she call 911? All right, I think I dispelled that. Where's the Ring door camera from 15 Willowbrook? That's not a bad question. Forensic evidence points to Paul, but does not prove it's Paul. Paul's DNA is not found at the murder scene or on the knife. Yeah, because the knife was so burned up, there's no DNA whatsoever on that. Paul was cooperative with the investigation. Yep, zero investigation into Corey. That's kind of, well, they did. That's not true. They investigated him. They interviewed him twice. They interviewed Corey twice. His alibi was he was at his in-laws with his children. All right, time twister. Katie said it rang. The other woman said it was off. So Katie said it rang and rang. Who's the other woman? The other sister? Marissa? Would that be Marissa? Yeah, that's where that photo comes from, the New York Post. It does not look like he has hair. Okay. Thanks, Sally. Yeah, there's an article that there's a couple photos there of him. I don't remember if I saw one without his hat on. Zero investigation into Corey. All right, again, I think that's false because they did interview him twice. Once in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, then once back in Monmouth, or maybe Ocean County. Anyway, back in Jersey, and he was at his in-laws with his kids. I don't know how old his kids were back then. I don't know how many he has. I would suspect they contacted the in-laws because if they're going to follow up on that, hey, it was or his wife, Oh, that's right. The neighbors were trying. Okay. The neighbors were trying to call Jennifer. Yes, that is true. Let me look that up. Claire, can we really believe anything Katie says after caught out there? No. No. Yeah, no, her time on the stand yesterday was not the best. Let's just put it that way. Yes, the neighbors called. A couple of them did, right? You're right. No, you're right. You're right about that. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see. I got 76 mentions, I should say, of Jennifer. Let me see here. Jennifer's phone wasn't recovered. Records were not requested. All right. Okay, so Catherine Luchese, she's the neighbor. She was witness number 3. All right. She didn't see anyone at the bus stop. She contacted Keith. She tried to get a hold of Jennifer and Keith via text and phone. No response. So that means it was ringing. It didn't go straight to voicemail. That means it was ringing. But this was before, I think, she saw a lot of smoke coming out of the house. She couldn't see the fire, but she saw a lot of smoke. So Jennifer's phone is still working. All right, so that was Catherine. That was the woman that was the neighbor who was across the street. That was the woman that was right across the street. All right, let's see here. Matt says he wished the state could explain the neighbor seeing two people outside Paul's house. That one doesn't make sense. Yeah, that one's still a little head scratcher. I agree, Matt. That one's a head scratcher. Were they neighbors? Were they just out for an early morning walk? What was their deal? I agree. Claire, as the trustee of the estate, would not Corey have to secure everything of value from the house? I'm sure he was advised by a lawyer. Yes, and that's what the state said yesterday when they were arguing about Corey having Jesse's iPad. So yeah, they already argued that. The state already argued that and won. So we'll probably see that again. We'll probably see that again in closings. So no, and he probably did. He probably had to, and yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see here. Linda, reasonable doubt confuses me because it seems even if there are some juries still go for guilty verdicts, circumstantial wipes out reasonable doubt. Is that what happens? You have some jurors saying, yeah, I had some doubt, but it wasn't enough. It overcame. So reasonable doubt is more just, I always screw it up too. Hold on. All right. Reasonable doubt. All right, so the highest standard of proof required to validate a conviction. It's not absolute certainty, but it requires more than a simple, more likely than not. So you don't have to be absolutely positive. You can be, it's more likely than it not. So you could have some doubt. That's where I stand right now. I have my doubts. Or let me put it this way. There's holes. I see some holes. One of those is what Matt brings up a lot with the two people. Like, what's the deal with that? The genes. Why didn't they test the genes? Why didn't they take Corey's DNA and test that? So you can have your doubt, but it can't outweigh. It's more likely than not. So it can't outweigh your I guess regular doubt. So that's the way I interpret it. I hope that helps. All right, Sharon, I totally disregard the neighbor who saw two people who never called 911. And she didn't? That would have been Heather Cap, I think, was her. She didn't call 911? Heather Cap. She got out of bed, heard the male voices, got out of the bed, went to the window. Can see Paul in neighbor's house, no vehicles in driveway, open window shade, saw two men running across the street with flashlights. See, this doesn't make sense. Why would they go to the front door and bang on the front door? I just don't understand that. Next, noticed the fire was escalating. She provided, I guess she didn't call 911. She didn't call 911, but she told her husband to. Oh, wait, no, she told her husband. Yeah, and she sees a large fire, too. She saw a small fire to the roof was 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so she did not call 911. Yeah, Sharon, so she did not. Yeah, she didn't call 911. She told her husband to, though. I don't know if he ever did. We didn't hear from him. So yeah, that's a good point. All right, here we can get rid of that. Let's see. Jed Diadak says, circumstantial evidence is just as reliable as physical evidence. It's a common misconception that circumstantial evidence is dubious. Yeah, because I think a lot of people say, oh, that's circumstantial. Obviously physical evidence is way more compelling. You see somebody on video, doing something, then that's way more compelling than, seeing somebody's face is one thing, seeing somebody with a hood on that looks like that person, All right, let's see. More likely than not, Jennifer. Yes. Janet, you have zero doubts that he did this. Tony says maybe Jennifer's phone battery died. Wouldn't it go straight to voicemail though? Isn't that what happens with iPhones, right? If your battery dies, it goes straight to voicemail. I think that's what it is. My phone never. My phone. I never let my phone die. So I think if your iPhone battery dies, it goes straight to voicemail. Widespread panic. I see holes, or if it's off. So if it's off, battery dies. Yeah, I think it goes straight to voicemail. Widespread panic says, I see holes. Wonder if there was a second person involved, but nothing that can get me past the evidence against Paul. That's where I stand too. That's where I stand too. I just don't see how they're going to get. I don't know. I think the state met their burden, and I think that's a high mountain for the defense to climb. I don't think the defense certainly did not show me that Paul did not do it. Brat says, I could believe in two people. I just can't believe in two people who don't include Paul. Then there's that. You're welcome, Linda. You're welcome. All right. Yeah, Iowa, she just watched. It's kind of odd, right? It's kind of odd. Sweet Vampy, no problem. Tammy, no, we still have to get through we thought we were being optimistic. We thought we'd be in a verdict watch by now, but no. Defense took 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours, 3 hours. How long did they take again? 3.5 hours. The defense took 3.5 hours. So now it's up to the state. All right, let me get up to closer. Sweet Vampy, even if the phone dies on a Samsung, it goes to voicemail if it is set up. Yeah, that's what I thought. If it dies, battery goes out, whatever, it goes straight to it goes straight to voicemail. Linda, I see holes also. I agree with you. Richard, if a jury thinks more likely than not, it must be not guilty. Sharon, even if phone is destroyed, it rings to people calling to voicemail. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought too. Matt was worried jury wouldn't get Donna or is that Banfield? Ben, is that was his name? Banfield, right? And they did it quickly. I think same here. Sarah, yes, when your battery dies, it goes to voicemail. Yeah. So it was just ringing and ringing. So it was so Katie doesn't say, yeah, Katie tried to call her over and over again that morning. So the house is just smoking. So that now that I'm thinking about it, that's really a nothing burger. Why she didn't call 911? She probably didn't have a chance. She probably hears the gunshots. She's coming upstairs like, what the heck's going on? And boom, she's taken out. She probably just didn't have the chance. Jennifer, phone off for any reason doesn't ring. Oh, you think Murdoch's going to get a new trial? Wow. Yeah. We watched that. We did not cover that one, though. Let's see. Oh, because of Becky Hill? Oof. Ouch. That stinks. All right. iPhones, Jedzia Dak says, iPhones go to voicemail if the battery dies, phone is turned off, or we have no signal. Barry says, Monica can't bring up a third party without involving Paul, so it's wild that she kept aiming for that target. Yeah. But then again, this defense team gets, for its own goals, gets points. Laura, I have no doubt. It was Miss Walsh that did the openings. I have no doubt that she'll bring it. Jennifer, so they were coming up from the basement. I thought going to the second floor stairs. No, she was found right at the top of the basement steps. So the basement was here, and then the landing was the first floor, and then where you guys are is the front door. So she was coming up right in the foyer. So she was right at the top of the steps, and she was on her back. So she was literally coming right up from the basement, and was found right there. Unless she was moved, she could have been moved. And then there's that. She could have been moved. Let's see. widespread panic. If I ever need a defense attorney, I will search YouTube to see if they've ever been on a recorded trial. Then I know better than to hire Monica or an Andy. That's true. Yeah, it was Sophia, Jennifer. Sophia was the one that was on the second floor landing. Sophia was the one. Hola, yes, hola, hola, hola. Welcome in, hola.
You just let us know. I've been leaving this one on so I can see. All right, we're ready. Just put that down just for a second. Guys are all stretched out, ready to go? All right, good stuff. You can be seated. We're back on the record. We stand in New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. We will now have the information from the state. Mr. Decker, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Every time I give a summation, I tell myself I'm not going to respond. I'm going to stick to my script, the things that I think are important. But every time I give a summation, I always respond. Can't help myself. You heard the way I look at what we heard this morning from Ms. Mastalone and this afternoon. You heard four things, the way I look at it. We heard about the DVR. We heard about the ballistics. We heard about the DNA. And then we heard about the family dynamics, some of the testimony you heard from the defense witnesses. Now I'm going to talk about the DNA. I'm going to talk about the ballistics. I'm going to talk about the cameras. They're all very important. And I think it's important, and I won't go any further than this, to note from the beginning just why you heard so much about the DNA and the ballistics and the cameras this morning. It appears to the state that we are trying very hard to explain away the DNA, to explain away the ballistics, and to figure out a way, showing you pictures of police officers up above the refrigerator, trying to explain a way as to how an extension cord could have came out or whether or not he hit a button and shut it off. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no explanation for him, and we heard it for the first time today, that it was actually him in that garage shutting that off. There is no explanation for shutting that off. We'll talk about the Wi-Fi later. When we talk about family, we heard the testimony, and I don't demean anyone who came in here and testified for Mr. Caneiro. That is their right. They're longtime family friends. They knew some of the dynamic, right? They saw some interactions between Keith and Paul, right? They saw some interactions between Uncle Paul and Sophia and Jesse. But all of them didn't hear what they didn't hear. They didn't hear about the issues between Keith and Paul. They didn't hear the phone call the night before. Keith may be emotional, ladies and gentlemen, and Paul may be level-headed, right? Keith was looking for an answer that he never got. Maybe he would have forgave him. Maybe. He forgave him before. The state has never said otherwise. Remember, relax. Mr. Weinstein said, Keith, go to sleep, relax. We'll deal with it tomorrow, right? Ms. Mastalone said that this morning, right? Keith tried to go to sleep. He went to sleep either before midnight or after midnight on November 20th, 2018. he tried to go to sleep. But he was awoken. He was awoken because his power was cut. And he went to investigate it. He went to his basement. He went to look. He sees the generator should be on, right? Then he goes outside. But before he does, he sends a text message. And then another, and another, and another. To Paul, despite the anger, despite the issues, he still needed Paul for certain things. Remember, they even showed you an email during the course of the trial where Keith is asking Paul questions about his phone electronics and the servers and the stuff in the basement. He needs Paul. And that's part of the frustration. Because remember, square one is 90-10. This is Keith's business. But Paul's got to do all this stuff. I think at least one witness told you about how, like, part of Paul's role is to do these things for Keith. So even after he's so upset with him, he's screaming at him, give him the password, trying to figure out where the money went. He still texts him. And ladies and gentlemen, what kind of a man, what kind of a family man shuts off his cameras and drives to Colts Neck, New Jersey in the middle of the night? What kind of a man goes there, rips off an electrical panel, shuts off the switch on the generator to ensure, despite all of the electrical backups, that power is not coming on? Now, his phone's home, so he's not getting those messages, I don't believe, from his brother. He doesn't get that 318 message which says, I'm going outside to check the generator. What kind of a man, what kind of a family man, what kind of a brother lies in wait for his brother to come outside in the dark, only to be shot 5 times? Only to have his older brother walk up, likely very calmly, place a gun to the back or side of his hooded head and pull that trigger one last time. What kind of a family man is that? As if that was not enough, what kind of a man then chooses to go inside that house in the darkness to go and find his sister-in-law and 11-year-old Jesse Caneiro and 8-year-old Sophia Caneiro? Couldn't he have just stopped with his brother? At least he did that quickly and painlessly. What kind of a man does this? Now, one of the things that was brought up, kind of harped on, was the fact that why would someone kill for relatively small amounts of money, right? You know, the thefts and all that kind of stuff. Why would that happen? Well, one of the things that Miss Wallace told you in openings is that she said, we're here. Paul Caneiro is here because of the evidence, not because of the motive. And I'm going to talk about it as I go, but the motive is learned later. That's not something that comes up. He's not suspected and arrested, etc., because of the motive. Lieutenant Petrozello said it best when he said, we followed the evidence. I'm a little sick of hearing about 2 people, which is sort of the first time today. I'm a little sick of hearing about Corey Caneiro. What did you hear about Corey Caneiro during the course of this trial? You heard he was a brother. Okay? He's the youngest brother. You heard he's bald. You heard that he was a contingent beneficiary to the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust. Right? Him and Paul, 50-50. Now, what's interesting about that is what you never heard in this courtroom. And that is that Corey Caneiro had any clue that he was a contingent beneficiary to this trust. You never heard that. He knew about the trust because, as they pointed out this morning, Keith would complain to Corey a lot about Paul and his thefts from the trust. But Corey had no idea, based upon the evidence in this case, that he stood to gain either 50% or 100% or whatever was on that screen earlier. Now, there's some questioning during the course of the trial where I think it was intimated that maybe Paul Caneiro didn't know that he stood to benefit as a contingent beneficiary. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in 1999, Paul Caneiro signed that trust. He is the trustee. To argue that he did not know is ridiculous. But like I said, we're not here because of the financial motive. You did hear a lot of testimony, and it is important. But murder doesn't make sense. I'm not going to stand here this afternoon in front of 16 people who have spent a lot of time and a lot of attention and sacrificed a lot and tell them that because he got caught stealing somewhere probably under $75,000, we acknowledge, that was a good reason to kill. And what I'm going to tell you today, and what Ms. Wallace told you earlier, is that it's not about what he stood to gain. It's about what he stood to lose. And we will talk about it. But I wanted to start off, now that I digressed enough, with some questions, like rhetorical questions, regarding the evidence in this case. And the first one I want to talk about is, why would Paul Caneiro shut his DVR off at 1:28 a.m. in the morning? We'll get there. Why then would he go down to his own basement and shut off the two Nest cameras, those two Wi-Fi cameras in the basement? Now, those are Wi-Fi, okay? I think we all get that. What's in the garage, as we've heard a lot of testimony about, were hardwired cameras. I showed F418 at one point, the power box right above the QC DVR, the power for the QC DVR. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that Mr. Caneiro said to the police on scene that day when he was cooperative, okay? But now we're talking about Wi-Fi cameras. He's gone to his garage in the middle of the night when he's told police he's sleeping, and he's walked up, faces the camera, and all of a sudden it shuts off. If there's another explanation for what happened there, I have no idea what it is. But there's only one reason you would shut off your cameras 30 minutes before you drive the Colts Neck and kill 4 people. Now, we're going to talk about this as we go, but when we look at the two Wi-Fi cameras, okay, these are notifications from Nest, right? They're emails that Mr. Paul Caneiro received at 1:31 or shortly thereafter, which indicates that those two cameras were shut off at 1:31 a.m. in the morning. Now, the first one has a specific area in the corner of the basement near the egress window where the fire started, right? And we'll talk about this specifically as we go. The second one is that basement work area, right? And that one, it actually captures his picture there when the electricity is shut off to that camera. That's the last thing that camera saw. Mr. Caneiro, shirtless like he just was in the garage, shutting off the cameras in his basement. Now, sometimes we get ahead of ourselves, but I did say I'd do it later. But the locations of those two cameras, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot escape from if you're Paul Caneiro in this case. We're going to talk a lot about evidence found in that basement. We're going to talk about that pile of clothing. Where was that pile of clothing found? Heads up. Slide on the left, S273. Where are all the guns? Where's the gun locker? Slide on the right, S274. It's easy now to try to make up an excuse for why you would shut off your cameras when it really, really looks bad. Why, ladies and gentlemen? We talk about guns and whether he would have used the one with the rails for the laser sight. I don't know why that is necessary. I don't know where the testimony with regard comes from. He chose to use the gun that he chose to use. He didn't need a laser sight on that gun. There is lighting outside of Keith's house. You saw it on the video when he's jumping up trying to shut it off. I don't know, does he have a flashlight too? I don't really know. But I don't know what the point of the gun that is not registered to him with no serial number or whatever, why that has anything to do with this case. But we can talk about this gun. Now, this is not the murder weapon, okay? This is the other 6 South, right? This is the one that's found in Paul Caneiro's basement, Paul Caneiro's bedroom, in the drawer, right? And when it was tested by Sergeant Clayton from the state police, one of the things he noted in his report is that in the chamber was this laser sight, laser bore sight, which is something that you use with this. It's a laser target, a laser light, laser target. It's a training system, okay? And we'll talk about like when this was used and why it's relatively important. But sometimes the murder weapon isn't the only weapon that actually matters. You know, we talked about it, they talked about it this morning, about how he's a firearms owner, right? Now, we talked about this during jury selection. I'm sure you all remember it. People have the right to bear arms in this country. We all understand that. I'm not, and Miss Wallace, we didn't show you these guns to belabor the point that he's got a lot of guns, ladies and gentlemen, he must have done it. That's not the purpose. The purpose is this is a sophisticated individual who owns a bunch of guns. He's got a ton of ammunition. He's got gun cleaning supplies. He's got targets hanging up next to those. He's got rifles and everything. But he's also someone who knows how to use it, right? He knows how to use this gun. And this is going to come in a little later, where we found this and why it's important. There's been a lot of talk about contamination and transfer and all these things that, you know, you kind of do when the DNA really hurts you, when your niece's DNA just happens to be found in your basement. If Paul Caneiro was set up, why would that person, Corey Caneiro, whoever it may have been, why would they then try to destroy the evidence? They're trying to frame him. They somehow get his blood and DNA on gloves and jeans and shirts. They get his niece's hair on a scarf in that pile, but then they try to destroy it. If that makes any sense, I'll sit down right now. If Paul's set up, and we didn't talk about the barrels today at all, I think. If he was set up, why would that person, Corey Caneiro, whoever it is, why would they then swap out the barrel to that other 6 South? Why would they want to make it difficult for law enforcement? Chris Clayton from New Jersey State Ballistics. Why would they want to make it difficult for him to make a ballistics match? It doesn't make any sense. And then, where did we find the backpack with the barrel? We found it in the Porsche Cayenne, Susan Caneiro's vehicle. The one that he happened to pull out of the garage, right? The one that they sat in at some point on Tilton Drive, and the one that they drove to the police department. Now, I don't think there's a chance in this world that he thought, A, he was going to end up at the Ocean Township Police Department, and B, that car, his wife's, was going to be searched that day. But if you're setting Paul Caneiro up, you're putting that backpack, the barrel, the silencer, whatever else is in there, all his worldly possessions, you're putting it in the Macan, aren't you? Why wouldn't you put it in the car that drives to Colts Neck and kills everybody? That's really not a great way to frame something. How would Corey or whoever have known that Paul Caneiro was going to pull the Cayenne out of the garage at 4:59 and 55 seconds or whatever it is? How would Corey know that? The answer is they wouldn't know that. And it doesn't make any sense. If Paul was being set up, why wouldn't there be more blood in the Macan? I'm not sure I understood the argument this morning. We didn't find any blood in the Macan, right? Okay. I think we all can agree, I hope, that Macan, I think it seemed to be conceded, that Macan drives to Colts Neck in the middle of the night, and that Macan comes back at 4:08 a.m. So it's like we know the car is used. Whoever did this used that car. So whoever did this didn't leave a lot of blood. It doesn't mean that he didn't leave a lot of blood or someone else didn't leave. No matter who used the car to kill everybody, they didn't leave a lot of blood. So why, if you're trying to frame someone, why would Corey Caneiro be so careful to not contaminate the car? Because as you were told, and I'm going to tell you right now, you heard testimony first about how they didn't look for blood in the car, right? Despite there was the ALS and the blue light and all that kind of stuff that they can do, and they did, right? Maybe they didn't do it in the bathrooms. We'll talk about that. But then you heard when we called Trooper Cocky from the New Jersey State Police, right? We told you then that he brought his cadaver dog, right? A cadaver dog, obviously, is a dog that's trained to seek out and find evidence, odors of human remains. And the first place that dog went was in the Porsche Macan, and you heard that there was no indications inside, despite the thing about on his arm from giving blood that morning, which we didn't show you because we knew he gave blood. We're not trying to deceive anybody here. We knew what that was all about. But then the dog goes to the back, to the storage area of the Macan, and has a positive indication, right, for the presence of human remains. Now, you heard that it was tested and it was negative. It is what it is. Trooper Cochran told you that the dog is able to detect residual odors, right? And then the dog, if he wasn't clear that the dog kind of had a good nose for this stuff, the first thing they do when they enter the house is they find some blood on the door frame, right? And it turns out, actually, they do inquire as to where the blood came from, and it turns out it came from one of the firefighters, Sean Ensign. Got a buccal swab, and ultimately was tested, confirmed to be his DNA. Creed, the canine, then is taken off lead throughout the house. And ultimately, nothing upstairs, nothing on the main floor, and then he goes down to the basement, down the stairs, through the left door, immediately into the unfinished side of the basement, where we saw that camera. Where you didn't see what happened there because he shut the cameras off, right? And that dog hit for the odor of human remains, which made a lot of sense once they looked at the pile and they saw the blood and the jeans and the scarf and the shirts and the gloves with his niece and his nephew's DNA. So it's not like they didn't look. It actually took the dog to make sense of that. So why, if we're framing someone, are we being so careful? You've been told a lot about what wasn't done or why they didn't follow the money, or why they didn't do this or look into Corey. But the evidence that you have the stuff that they're really trying to get out of, trying to get away from. They didn't shut off the DVR. Man, it's transfer evidence. Oh, the ballistics. The ballistics, I don't know. The ballistics is pretty conclusive, I think, based upon the testimony. I'm not sure exactly where that's going. But what do these things tell you? And they tell you investigatively that Paul Caneiro did this. It was discussed that the state has the burden of proving this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Absolutely. That is our burden. Miss Wallace and I, we readily accept that. That's the way the system works. But it does work both ways, right? You have to understand what the standard means and what reasonable doubt means. It's not just one little thing that wasn't done. It's an honest and reasonable uncertainty as to the defendant's guilt. But there is, ladies and gentlemen, it was not set up. You heard a lot of testimony recently about how he was a smart guy, he was a tech guy, meticulous, level-headed, et cetera, et cetera. And in the opening, and again this morning, Miss Massalone said to you, and I get it, she's doing her job. She said,
Objection.
Overruled.
that was a problem. What she said was, why would Paul Caneiro do this, but then lead the police to his house by setting a fire? And the answer to that is, he was trying to destroy the evidence. He wasn't leading the police to the jeans and the scarf and all that evidence. He was trying to destroy it. It just didn't work. You heard from John Lightbody, the expert who did the origin and cause at 27 Tilton. Remember, he showed that picture in the dining in the family room, and he actually kind of marked out a line of demarcation, and he said, "Yeah, this is basically where the firefighters were able to stop this fire from spreading." Because you saw the fire, and you're going to see it again today. I mean, that fire was no joke. It's just that a bunch of people, including Chris Sorrentino, got there really quickly and were able to contain it. That fire was supposed to destroy the evidence. But understand, like, he's a smart guy, he's tech savvy, he does some smart things in the beginning, I think, maybe before he does all this. You know, he plugs his phone in, you know, hey, we can track phones, that sort of thing. That wasn't dumb, right? That was a pretty smart move. It's okay. But the problem with things like this, the problem with murder, especially when you kill your niece and your nephew, is that no matter how ruthless the crime is or your intent is, you still never know how you're going to react if there's something like that. I mean, none of us know. He just annihilated his nephew and his niece. And then he's got to get the hell out of it. We'll talk about the timeline. 6 minutes. We'll talk about that. Not a problem. But he's now left Colts Neck after doing what he did and setting the fire and cutting the Verizon line. And he's driving home and they're asking, well, why didn't he get rid of the evidence? He could have thrown it here. He could have thrown it there. He's not thinking rationally, first of all. And second of all, there's one thing that you really need to understand. These guns, these 2 6-hours, okay? You heard they're registered to Paul Caneiro. He is a lawful gun owner. So this and that and all the other ones we showed you, they're on file with the state of New Jersey. Okay? They're registered firearms. So if he ditches this gun, the first thing the police are going to do in Ocean is go, hey, where's the 6-hour? 229. So it's not that simple. So he can't get rid of the gun, and he tried to get rid of the DNA. It just didn't work. I mean, he didn't call 911, right? Caitlin Caneiro, his daughter, called 911. He didn't call. You think he wanted that to not be destroyed? Think about that, okay? It's disingenuous, like a lot of the other things when he was cooperative that he said to the police that morning. It's kind of like not wearing shoes, right? It's kind of screaming like, hey, look at me. I was asleep. But we'll talk. But just imagine driving home after doing all that, and you got to get home quickly, right? You got to get home quickly because there was 6 gunshots. So Lord only knows who's calling 911, right? So he's got to get the hell out of there. And he's driving home, and he chooses to bring the evidence home and set him on fire. And he's got that voice in his head, right? He's thinking about that special bond with Jesse. He's thinking about, God, what I just did to my niece. It doesn't necessarily lend itself to being smart and doing smart things. It lends itself to cleverness, which is exactly what happened here. And it wasn't like he led us to the evidence. He tried to get rid of it. Now, when we talk about what happens in Colts Neck, talk about the relationship between Keith and Paul, you know, Keith being his younger brother, and the way that he executed the years of, I would submit to you, somewhat jealous. Because Paul Caneiro's mind, he put in a lot of work into Swear One and Eagle Star. I think you saw that from the messages, and I think he feels underappreciated. He's not getting his share, and he's doing all these things for his brother. One can imagine how that can build up. One can somewhat, I'm not excusing it, trust me, but one can somewhat imagine the brother on brother. But like the kids, I can't give you a motive. Financial, otherwise. I can't come up with a motive that would ever justify him or anyone doing that to Sophia and Jesse. So I believe they're overstating the motive, the financial motive. But remember, he did stand to lose a lot. And again, I've already said some of that stuff. I apologize, I'm not an expert with PowerPoint. I'll try my best not to repeat myself. But one of the other things that I didn't say, I talked about the 911 call, and that's Dennis Kapoor, right? And we're going to listen to it, at least to some extent, at 3:30. And ultimately, there was a lot of testimony. When did you call? And remember, he was lying in bed. And ultimately, he says he called. He heard it about 2:26. We know the call's about 3:30. But also remember, he's got to get out of there quick, and that's why, to a certain extent, he's very sloppy. And that's why he doesn't necessarily get rid of certain things in certain places. Because not only do we have the potential for someone calling 911, which actually happened, but we also have really no reason to believe that Paul Caneiro, when he started the fire in the basement, that he meant for it to like smolder, right? You know, like, he set it fire. I mean, he's in a rush. He just killed everyone. He's about to cut the line. We know there's a fire. They're not contending it, but it's like, how did it start? There's a bottle of alcohol in there. There's torch strikers. It doesn't really matter. But what we know from the evidence is that it took hours for that to build up and to grow and to become what it was, which ultimately kind of happened when the Colts Neck police arrived in the fire. They started opening other doors. You saw Dr. Boris open the door. So, like, Paul Caneiro's not expecting that this is not going to be like a reported fire soon. He's got to worry about the fire call, because why wouldn't it go up quickly? I mean, it didn't, but why wouldn't it? And then he's got to worry about the 911. What's important to note is that this case is not about any one piece of evidence. I'm not saying convict him of murders because he shut the camera off. I'm not saying it because the car leaving in the middle of the night. I'm not saying it because I'm going to tell you that Paul Caneiro's outside that garage door in Colts Neck at 2:51 in the morning. I'm not going to tell you to convict him just because of the DNA or even the ballistics. It's a combination of all these things. It's easy after 7 years to say, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. But it's hard to say in this case, impossible, I suspect, to say that the detectives, Petrozello, Zarillo, Brady, Weisbrot, that they didn't follow the evidence. Like, what did you ever hear that should have said to those guys, hey, we should get Corey's financial records. Hey, we should look closer at Elise's phone, which they only looked at for 2 days. There's nothing there. We didn't get his DNA, ladies and gentlemen.
Objection. So there's nothing there if they didn't look at it.
Overruled.
I didn't mean the phone. I didn't mean the phone. I was talking about there was nothing. I'm sorry, just cut you off.
Yeah.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I was trying to say was that there was nothing there that made Corey Caneiro look like a suspect. Like, you've heard nothing other than he's got a motive because he's a contingent beneficiary of a trust that was signed in 1999 when he was a lot younger that he doesn't know about. That's all you've heard. And interestingly enough about that is the fact that they're arguing to you that Corey's got this motive, right? He's got this financial motive. He stood to gain 1.5 million or 3 million, Slayer statute, whatever it may be. But then in the same breath, they're saying that our motive for Mr. Caneiro to do this isn't good. But you can't have it both ways. I mean, it's the same motive, right? It's just that Corey Caneiro has that one motive, and then Mr. Paul Caneiro has all the evidence stacked up against him, the motive because of the trust. And also, oh yeah, he stole from his brother 19 times in 2018. Did you hear any evidence that Corey Caneiro ever stole $1 from Keith? Did you hear Keith call Paul, or did you hear Keith call Corey and say, Corey, where's the money? What'd you do with it? Why are you taking my money? You didn't hear that. So you don't get someone's DNA. You don't go get DNA just because. Like, you talk about family relationships, right? Dr. Reich, and we'll talk about it. I'm getting ahead of myself, but we'll get there. We heard from Dr. Reich about, like, allele sharing, and we all share DNA, and we actually share like 99.8% of family, but that's why we look at certain places, and we know Keith and Paul shared about 72%. But like, all of a sudden, Dr. Reich just throws a column on there that says Corey Caneiro with a bunch of questions. Yes, we don't have his DNA. But why should we have his DNA? Like, we don't have Susan Caneiro's DNA, right? We don't have Caitlin's DNA. We don't have Marissa's DNA. I mean, could they have shared alleles? Yeah, of course they could, because they're family. I mean, when you did the math, Jennifer Caneiro actually shares like 38% of DNA with Paul Caneiro, and they're not even family. So I don't say that because I'm telling you that Miss Caneiro and her daughters had anything to do with this, to be clear. I'm just saying that it's no different than Corey Caneiro. What if there was a fourth brother? You don't just ask for DNA and send it out because somebody stands to gain something that they don't even know about. Because let's just put it in perspective what we're talking about here. The Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust. Keith dies, money goes to Jen. Jen dies, money goes to the kids, right? The kids die, as Mr. Cardenas told you, it actually goes to the grandkids if they exist, right? Because remember, when this was created, the kids didn't even exist. Jen and Keith weren't even married yet. Think about all the things that actually have to happen before either Paul or Corey could ever see a dime. It wasn't designed for them. Mr. Cardenas told you that. It was designed to benefit the children. That was Keith's intent. So it's a pretty far-fetched argument to make that we should have accused Corey of murder because he stood to gain $1.5 million that he didn't even know. Investigation, okay? It's not just about the things I told you, the DNA, the ballistics, and the cameras. They're all very helpful. And just want to put something in context, because we're here 7 years later, right? And you got to sit here, we put witnesses on, and then they put some witnesses on, and you got to hear testimony. Lieutenant Catalona comes in, he says, I found this, and that. And Detective Mahoney comes in, he said, I watched this camera. But that didn't just happen, right? That's part of an investigation where, it starts at 27 Tilden, and then you go to 15 Willowbrook, that seems not secure, and then the detectives have to start digging, right? And they wind up finding cameras, and they don't find any on one side of Tilden. I don't know what to tell you. That was testified to that they looked. Did they document? A lot of times people don't document things that they don't find. But they looked, and what we found was 30 Tilden and 308 Green Grove. And it's interesting because I want you to try to keep in perspective that, like, there's a fire, and then the investigation starts, and then you find out about murders in Colts Neck, and then you start looking at addresses on Willowbrook, and then you start looking on Tilden, and you kind of find what you find. And again, today, you heard Ms. Mastalone say that was Mr. Caneiro in the garage shutting off his cameras. But, like, that's not something that's ever been acknowledged. Okay, you didn't hear the detectives testify that was Paul Caneiro shutting off his cameras. That's for you to do. But now I think obviously it's clear that Mr. Caneiro is the one who did that. But I want you to keep in perspective that this is a buildup. It wasn't just like, hey, this guy's the homeowner. We got to suspect that he burned his house down. He was treated like a victim at 27 Tilden in the morning, right? It wasn't until a certain point when they started to go, hey, we got to look at this guy. And they probably didn't even realize at the time how suspicious and interesting the things were that he said to them about the cameras and the DVR and, like, what color's the box and all that kind of stuff. They don't realize that right away. And then we start to look at things that are found that maybe, like, they didn't really talk about it, but, like, when we talk about ballistics and why ballistics is important, I think it was on cross-examination, Sergeant Clayton, the ballistics shooter, got asked about Fiocchi ammunition, and they started asking, is it rare? Yeah, it's rare. I mean, but think about how we go from one place to another. It's not like zero in, tunnel vision, like they're arguing. It's like, hey, we found a bunch of bullets. We found a bunch of shell casings at 15 Willowbrook. And they just all happen to have the same head stamp. They all happen to be the same caliber. And then they all happen to get sent to the New Jersey State Police. And ultimately, they all match each other, right? And then we'll talk about those cross comparisons, about how these are linked to guns and barrels. But Fiocchi ammunition, like you heard, it's rare, right? It happened to be in his basement, a lot of it. And it happens to be at the crime scene in Colts Neck. Same ammunition found at the crime scene as his basement. It's just another thing that's just not a coincidence. When we talk about rarity again, it's not as rare, though, as some of those likelihood ratios and some of those random match probabilities you saw with respect to Sophia Caneiro as well as him. Like I said, one of the things that I hope to accomplish, one of the things I hope to do justice to today is to make all 16 of you, and you probably already get it because you've been so patient, just understand that no one zeroed in on Paul Caneiro. Ocean Police didn't respond to 27 Tilden that morning and just said, this guy doesn't have shoes on, he must have done it, right? They didn't even know. You want to talk about swabbing his hands or gunshot residue analysis on his hands? You saw the pictures when the pictures were taken of his injury. It's like 12 plus hours after the shooting occurred in Colts Neck. Like, you're never going to do that 12 plus hours later. He's been to the bathroom, all kinds of things. He's washed his hands, those sorts of things. So just understand, like, if they knew at 5 o'clock in the morning that there was a house on fire in Colts Neck and Keith Caneiro was dead on the front lawn, they probably would have swabbed his hands, right? But, like, they can't control what they don't know, and it's a process, right? Investigations are a process. So now we're here. So now we're getting to the point where police respond to 27 Tilden Drive for that fire. Okay, it's about 5:02 in the morning. They arrive there. And the first person on scene, I mentioned him already, is Chris Sorrentino, who you heard from. And Chris Sorrentino, like Ms. Mastalone said, he lives right around the block. So he's in bed, he gets the page, and all of a sudden, he jumps in his truck. He's got a take-home car, lights and sirens, because he's actually the fire mechanic for the town. But he says he jumps in his car after he got dressed quickly, and he makes a left, makes a right, makes another right, makes a right on Tilden Drive, finds the house, pulls up, parks, and goes up to investigate. Now, Chris Sorrentino, I would submit to you, is important to this investigation because he's the first one there. Okay? And he told you about how it's dark and that ultimately he gets out of his truck. He doesn't have anything, doesn't have any like fire extinguisher or anything. And he said he's got his radio. And he goes straight up to the front door of 27 Tilden Drive. Okay? As he's going up the lawn, he said, someone yells, "Everybody's out of the house." And he turns around and ultimately it's Mr. Caneiro and family in the Cayenne on Tilden Drive. Sorrentino then goes inside to investigate, and he realizes when he looks through the living room window that the fire's outside, goes back to his truck, probably pretty quickly, right? And he's grabbing these 2 water cans, right? Basically like little fire extinguishers. And now he goes to the back of the residence, to the back right, next to the gas meter, and he attempts to start to extinguish the fire with what he has. Now, you saw this previously, and we're just going to watch it pretty short. But this is ultimately what we're seeing upon Sorrentino's arrival to the backyard and the police have arrived. We'll skip past this. We'll come back to that in a break. It worked last time. Now, one of the things though in this video, what you're going to see is this is when you see Chris Sorrentino, you see what he's wearing. He's wearing dark clothing. He's wearing like jeans and a hoodie. He's got these water cans. And ultimately when he gets to the back, and I think at this point he's basically now going to get water cans 3 and 4. And you see from this angle, and basically where this is taken from is a body-worn camera of one of the officers. And he's standing near Marilyn Klein, the neighbor's driveway. Remember, there wasn't any cars in the driveway yet. But what you see here is basically one of the first responders shining a flashlight, right? What they're shining a flashlight at ultimately is that fire that you can see there. And it's probably about 5:05 now a.m. And you see that fire in the rear of the home. I say that because it's been argued extensively this morning and in the past that we ignored Heather Capp and we ignored Jonathan Harrington's information. You know, the 4:30 thing. I'm going to say first things first. We don't tell people what to say. I think that's clear based upon the investigation. We don't try to change times. I never asked either one of them during their testimony, "Are you sure it was 4:30? No, because that's what they said. It's not right for us to try to correct things that we know are incorrect, but it's not their recollection. So ultimately, I would tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that we followed the evidence. We evaluated, the detectives evaluated what they said, what they saw, what they heard, and they came up with a conclusion. Now, Ms. Pastalone summarized Ms. Capp's testimony. But what I would suggest that you keep in perspective is what is extremely clear. I'm not here telling you that she didn't say 4:30. She did. But what she's very clear about in her first statement to the defense investigators then to the police, and then a trial was that she hears something. She's in bed, right? It's 4:30, whatever, 5 o'clock in the morning. She's lying in bed and she hears something. And based upon that, she goes, gets out of bed, she says something to her husband, and then she goes and looks out the window. And what she's never deviated from, and she did not deviate from here, is that when she looks out that window, first of all, it's dark. Second of all, she sees the guy by the front door, and she sees the guy pointing the flashlight over by Marilyn's driveway. And she does see people run back to the street after that. We'll discuss that. But when I asked her, when you looked at the guy with the flashlight, did you look where he was pointing the flashlight? Yes, immediately. And what did you see when you looked there? And what she saw was fire. So people are wrong about times. It happens all the time. And I'm not saying it makes her a bad person. I'm not saying she's lying. I don't think she is. I think that that's what she thought at the time when someone came and spoke to her. But she's very clear that one of the first things she sees is a flashlight and a fire. And we know, you know, what time that fire started. It shows up on the 19 Oxford Drive cameras at just about 4:57. That's when it first becomes visible. And I'll show you in the presentation at some point, it works, exactly what you can see. Remember there was some daytime footage from 19 Oxford, and you can count. We counted the windows, 1, 2, 3, 4 windows on top 27 Tilden. And then you see kind of the line of demarcation. And when you look at a picture of the house, like a regular picture of the house, you see what you can see on the cameras. And you can see like just about where the fire started. So we know that fire starts at about 4:56, 4:57. And it was talked about it's a gas-fed fire. I think Lightbody talked about it. But gas-fed fires, they go. And that's why we saw that large flash. And then it subsides. But Heather Capp is just wrong about the time. Jonathan Harrington, he actually doesn't see the fire until he goes outside. But he doesn't even look. He doesn't get out of bed. He just hears what he hears. He hears voices. And then he basically eventually gets up, changes, goes downstairs, and makes the observations on the fire. And first responders are already there. So I get it. I get the argument. I'm not arguing with it. I'm not telling you that they shouldn't make the argument. I get it. But these aren't mystery men, ladies and gentlemen. These are first responders. It's Chris Sorrentino, and I think I may have said it already today. But what I would point out, and I think it's obvious, is that if Paul Caneiro or whoever did whatever he did, and then he came back to 27 Tilden Drive, and he set in a fire, like at 4:30 in the morning, would he be knocking on the door? Like, why would he be trying to wake people up? It doesn't make any sense. The only person who went to the door, the first person who went to the door, was Chris Sorrentino. And that's what Heather Capp saw. And then she saw the assistant fire chief, who was second, pulled his truck into the driveway. And then we have the patrolman, that video, you've seen it. It's the flashlight and it's the fire. And that's exactly the time, just about, when Heather Capp starts watching what she sees. Now, one of the things, I plan to talk about it, but Ms. Massalone was discussing the fire, the flash of fire at 5:01, it's about 5:01:16, 5:01 to 26, 27. And one of the things she said is that, like, Paul Caneiro couldn't have set that fire, right? Because he pulled the Cayenne out of the garage. Now, we showed you that. We know what time Paul pulls the Cayenne out of the garage. We already talked about it. But to argue that he's outside in the street with the family at now it's about 5:01 and change, right? So then the same people that are there at 4:30, the same two guys, are there 32 minutes later, and Paul and his family are already out of the house, sitting in the car in the street, and then these people are sticking around to set a fire. That doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I'll talk to you about how that fire got set as we go forward, I think when you watch that video, you see movement around that time on those cameras. You know, Ms. Messelin argued that Mr. Caneiro was in the car with his family the entire time. I think she even said that the state told you they were in the car together. They were in the car together. We didn't tell you exactly what point in time he pulled the car out, parked it, and every single person went into the car. I mean, because, Mrs. Caneiro went in, she got the dog leashes, right? She got shoes and all that kind of stuff. So, it's not like everybody's around. It's easy enough to be like, hey, I got the car out. Oh, I left the garage door open. Let me go back over there. Or maybe he lit something when he was before he pulled the car out. And it just didn't catch right away. I mean, the fire, obviously, I guess there is spontaneous combustion. We heard about that in ruling out fire. But it wasn't someone else. I mean, Mr. Caneiro and his family didn't see anyone else, right? They never told the police that day that I was over by the garage or I wasn't over by the garage, someone was over there. So, we'll talk about that in a little more detail when we look at the video. But we know, based upon the investigation, it wasn't like it wasn't challenged or investigated, but we know that Heather Cap and Jonathan Harrington saw the first responders because we know what time the fire started. And they're crystal clear. Her first observations, she sees the fire. Remember, she's on a diagonal across the street. She's actually kind of looking into the back. The fire's actually, by her testimony, the fire's not even above the roof yet. It's just down. She's actually seeing it from an angle. So that point, ladies and gentlemen, I suspect that's not something that was ignored. It wasn't ignored. And it also is not something where we told people what to say or to change their story. Because that's not the way these things work. Okay? And also, I'll get to the point where I'm able to show that video. Can we play that video? Thank you.
You have to switch the table. Is that what you're asking?
Sorry.
Hey, is everybody out of the house? Watch your head, watch your head.
See this area right here, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Cap house. And you heard testimony about where the house is. Across the street is the Harrington house. He can only see the front of the house, so he's got to see the fire above the roof. Heather Cap is looking right here. I just want, if it hasn't been made clear yet, just to see how dark it is. Because there was, that whole thing about baseball hats or whatever, flat caps. I don't know what to tell you. To be honest with you, I don't know what that means. I have no idea. But I can tell you that from her window, this is what she sees. She sees lights and she sees movement and she hears things. And this is what they're doing.
Nobody's here.
Can we go back to the stables? So when we look at that photo, we just talked about it, but there's 4 windows up here. So when we look at camera 7 from 19 Oxford, this is like the cutoff right here. Right about here, you'll see it from the video. So you're seeing the fire revolving in that classic V or U formation, right around here. So you may not see the first spark of fire, but you're seeing the fire basically shortly after it started. So this is what the police are looking at in 27 Tilton. This is what they arrived to once the fire is ultimately extinguished. And here we're looking at that basement window, right? And what's important to note here, we can see the hoses. It's kind of like when we saw the hoses in the other pictures over by the jeans and everything in the pile. But the fire starts right here and ultimately travels into the basement. And this is right about where you find that pile. So if there's any doubt that someone was trying to destroy the evidence in the basement, the jeans, I think it's pretty clear when you look at it from that perspective. Here we see an electrical panel in 27 Tilton. The one thing you should note, and I know you guys have long become experts on electrical panels and generators, but this has a little JCP&L tag here, right? This is what happens. This is what it looks like when the power company actually comes and pulls the meter. Okay? They keep the case on, the door on, and they put that little lock there. So obviously you'll all recall the gas can. One of the first things that the officers, once they made their way around to the driveway side, 27 Tilton, they find that red gas can. And I know you saw the video where one of the officers, I think it was Mankowski, might have been Redmond, actually extinguished it right away. It's a small fire by the time they get there. You saw it already broken. You've seen the video. You saw the way it flashed out. You saw ultimately the way that it's going to connect with the Macan. There was some cross-examination at some point about, well, didn't Paul Caneiro tell the officers that, that he didn't know where his gas can was. He thought it was in the shed. I say that because it seemed like that cross-examination was like intimating that he was actually being honest about it. Because he is asked a lot of things by the officers. We know about the DVR and stuff. But they asked him the last time he was in the shed, and he couldn't remember. And he said he had no knowledge of this gas can out here. I mean, I'm not saying it's the smoking gun. What I'm saying is, it's not like if he left the gas can there, he's just going to say, oh yeah, I left the gas can over there like a couple minutes ago. So just for purposes of understanding the cross-examination in that regard. Because when we look at context as to what he said, he said he doesn't know where his gas cans are. He thinks they're in the shed. But he also said, let's just keep in context, that he told the police that morning that he was sleeping. The last time he was in the basement was at 4 p.m. the day before. We know these things aren't true. His daughter said she never saw him when she got home that night because he was upstairs in his bedroom. He was. He never came down, right? That doesn't mean he was sleeping. Obviously, there was a bunch of cross-examination, a lot of testimony about the shed and the footprints, and what ultimately they found, and there's another 2 gas cans on the other side of the shed. But here's that little space here where the gas can that was found by the driveway could fit. And it's just something that, stuck out to the officers at the time. It didn't mean that Mr. Caneiro was the one who took it out of there. It was just something that was noted at the night. But let's talk about what Mr. Caneiro says upon police arrival. He said the last time he was in the basement, like I just said, it was 4 p.m. the day before. Now, that's not true for a variety of reasons. One of which is when he shut off the camera by his workbench where all the guns were. You saw that happen at 1:31 a.m. He's on camera when the camera shut off. So we know he's in the basement at 1:31. He also he says a lot of things, and this is why I think maybe even makes it more important. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation today and summation by the defense about the cameras, but also Paul Caneiro couldn't figure out what to tell the police that morning about the cameras. He tells the fire marshal, Craig Flanagan, that his cameras weren't working. He tells one of the ocean officers that he's been having trouble or having issues with stuff in the garage. He tells Detectives Brady and Weisbrot that he can't remember if he turned his cameras. And then he tells them the thing about the cameras causes Wi-Fi to run slow. There's a big difference between the types of cameras. a hardwire, the only effect the Wi-Fi has, and he was testimony about this, is if they want to watch the app. He wants to watch the app on his phone for his QC DVR. He could do that, and he could do it through Wi-Fi on his phone. But the Wi-Fi has no effect on that. He shut it off. And it's really, really damning piece of evidence. Still no. Monica, can we take a short break?
Sure.
I apologize.
Can you just move that? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. I'll give you about 10 minutes or so. If you need longer, you can take it, and then we'll bring you back out. I want you to stretch and make sure you're good. Again, don't discuss this case, no research.
All right, so he's giving the jury a little break. Don't forget, they went to lunch 11:30 to 12:30. So Mr. Decker's giving the jury a little bit of a break. So he's been going about an hour. He started at 1:50. Here it's 2:53. So basically about an hour. So he's giving them a break. Because they got back at 12:30. So not a bad move. Not a bad move to give them a break. All right, there's no audio. Some video, but no audio. All we see is the judge's eyes. All right. All right, so state's closing. Mr. Decker, if you have not had a chance to vote yet, how is Mr. Decker doing on the state's closing? Hitting a high E like Mariah Carey, 62%. His voice needs a bit of auto-tune, 26%. Needs some singing lessons, 8%. I can bark more on key, 3%. All right, so he says, every time I give a summation, I promise myself I won't respond, but here I go, I find myself doing it nonetheless. So DVR, ballistics, DNA, family dynamics. There's no explanation for why Paul shut off the DVR. There's no explanation. Why did you shut the DVR off at 1:28 in the morning? Keith tried to go to sleep, but he was awakened by power being cut. Before going outside, he sends text to Paul. Despite everything, Keith still relied on Paul. So even though they had a fight the night before, he's yelling and screaming, I need the effing passwords, Paul. He's yelling and screaming at him. Where's the money? He still relies on Paul. He still texts his brother and says, hey, what do I do? What kind of family man shuts off his cameras and drives to Colts Neck in the middle of the night? What kind of family man rips off the meter and shuts the power and then shoots his brother? What kind of man goes inside and takes out his sister-in-law and niece and nephew? Pretty powerful. Why couldn't he just stop at Keith? He says, why couldn't he just stop? Then he goes on to Corey. He's like, what about Corey? He's the youngest brother. He's bald. And he's a beneficiary he's a contingent beneficiary on the trust. So he would get 50-50. So out of the $3 million, he stands to get 1.5. But now, if Paul is convicted, he'll get the full $3 million. What you never heard is that Corey didn't have a clue that he was a beneficiary. He knew about the trust because Keith would complain to Corey about Paul's theft. But in 1999, Paul signed that trust. So Paul knew that he was a beneficiary. Then he goes back to the DVR. Why would Paul shut off his DVR at 1:28? So he says there's only one reason. Then he goes on, how would Corey know Paul would pull the Cayenne out of the garage at 4:30? Right? Why wouldn't there be more blood in the SUV? We know the SUV was used, and we know that they didn't leave a lot of blood. So no matter who used that SUV, they didn't leave a lot of blood. So why would Corey be so careful to not contaminate the SUV? Great point. If you want to really smear and plant evidence and like frame Paul to the hilt, after you did this horrific, terrible, incomprehensible thing, you've got literally just covered in your niece and in your nephew and your sister-in-law as well. Why not just roll all over the SUV and then drive it home and then park it at Paul's house? And then the cops will be like, oh my gosh, there's Jesse's blood all over the place. There's Sophia's blood all over. Why not do that? If you really, really want to frame Paul, why not do that? That's a great point. That's a great point. I got to remember that for our talking points. All right, let me just I think that's a great point. That'll be a good talking point for Claire, I think. All right, then okay, so let's continue on. We have a few minutes. All right. Okay, then we get to the fire. Okay. So Paul just annihilated his niece and nephew, and he's got to get out of there. So why would he not throw items out while he's driving? He's not thinking rationally. All right, that's a little bit of a leap. We don't know for sure. Then he talks about the firearms. They're registered, so it's not. You can't just throw these weapons away. They're registered with the state. So if those firearms are discovered, it goes straight back to Paul. Then he talks about years of jealousy. Paul feels underappreciated. One can imagine how that can build up. He can't come up with one motive why anyone would do what happened to Jesse and Sophia. I know, that's just terrible. There was a couple objections. Why we never got to Corey's financials or looked into Elisa's phone. That was objected to. There was an earlier one. Oh, in her opening, she said, I get that she's doing her job. And Miss Mastalone objected to that. You never heard Keith call Corey and yell at him, where's the money? Right? There's no evidence of that. Let's see. And you don't get to do DNA just because. You got to have probable cause, subpoenas, all that stuff. He says, yep, they could have shared alleles because they are family. And then all the casings. All the casings just happened to link to Paul's guns and his barrels. And they were unique. Don't forget that these were unique. This was unique ammunition. If Corey did what he did, why knock on the door? Thank you, Mr. Decker, for putting this one to bed. Because I'm like, all right, what's up with these two figures at 4:30 running around? What's up with that? Well, in fact, he says it was the mystery men were the first responders. So the alarm goes off at 4:48. Heather Capp says it was around 4:30. So it's close. It is close. Those could be first responders. Because why would you knock? That makes no sense whatsoever. Why on earth, if Corey or whoever is trying to take out the Caneiro family, we're going to go set your house on fire, but we're going to make sure we're going to knock on your front door. Makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. And then Paul's lies. These are great. Paul's lies. So what he told law enforcement, he says he was in the basement the day before at 4 p.m. He says the cameras weren't working. He said he was having issues with stuff in his garage. He says he can't remember if he turned his cameras off. And then finally, he says the cameras cause Wi-Fi to run slow. So Paul, and he said that immediately. That's why, and I think, Claire, you keep saying that. Straight away, Paul's lying to the officers. Corey, we don't know what Corey said because we're not hearing that. But why would Paul say, oh, I was in the basement the day before at like 4? And then they look, and then they get the DVR and they look at it, and then they're like, "Wait a minute, why are you turning off? Why are you turning off your DVR at 128? Why? That doesn't make sense." And then he can't remember if he turned his cameras off. Cameras cause Wi-Fi to run slow. He says the cameras weren't working when in fact they were working. So I think there's a lot. There's a lot. Oh. Claire, you think that's the best explanation? First responders, yeah. The timeline, it's not quite, because Paul's alarm goes off at 4:48. Heather Cap thinks she sees them at 4:30, so it's 20 minutes. I mean, it's not exact, but yeah. Some firemen said he just showed up but didn't go to the fire station. Sharon says. Raj, saw some of that jealousy come out with Paul's oldest daughters when she compared pool sizes. That is true. When all she was asked, did Keith have a pool? Yep. You're right. Keith's was bigger. That is true. Brat, what she describes happened to match what the initial responders actually did. Bang on the door, look at the fire with a flashlight. Yeah, I buy that she was just wrong about the time. Yeah, it was, it's a little bit, 4:30 to 4:48, And then they called, and then Caitlin or Katie called, I think at like 5 or 10 minutes, like 4:58, I think. And then they got the call from dispatch at 5:02 or 5:03. So it's close. It's close enough. Let's see. JMS, like you said, eyewitnesses are not the best witnesses at times. They can get things wrong, like the neighbor getting the time wrong. There was a famous, I don't know if it's famous, but I remember it. There was I think it was on YouTube, which is why I remember it, that some law enforcement in New York City did. They went to Washington Square Park, which is down in the village, Greenwich Village, and they had this, they had somebody, like a woman, I think, maybe she had a baby stroller, and they had somebody come up and accost her, maybe rob her. It was middle of daylight, not nothing big, and there's people around, and they, somebody came up and robbed her, and then they ran away. And then these law enforcement detectives came up and they asked like 10 people, "What did you see? Describe what you see. Describe what you saw." And every single one of them described something different. One person said, well, the guy was wearing blue. Another person said it was a female wearing red. Another person said there were two guys. Another person said he had a hoodie. Another person said it was somebody with a cane. I mean, it went on and on and on. And it was to prove that point that when law enforcement, and I'm sure, Richard, you can attest to this, when you're taking an eyewitness account, you take it with a grain of salt, because don't trust your eyes. We all see something different. And it's not always accurate. It's not always accurate. And over time, it morphs, whether you become more clear with it or less clear, but it definitely morphs over time. And perception is very subjective, Iowa. Yep. They all gave different answers. Yeah. Have you guys seen that too? I'm sure it's, let's check. Is it on YouTube? Let's see. Police experience paranormal. Police experiment in Washington. Let me see if I can find it. Major Washington Square Park drug bust. No. I'm not finding, no. Maybe I have to do a better search for it. Rampant drug dealing. That's no doubt about that. I would walk around the park and people would just come up to me, "Hey, smoke, coke, smoke, coke, smoke." All right. I'm not finding it real. It's a lame search that I put in. But anyway, yeah, it was pretty interesting. People believe what they, Richard says, people believe what they think they saw and heard. Doesn't mean they're lying. No, absolutely. It's just when things happen quickly and your brain sees something, your eye sees something, your brain processes it. You blur, things get blurred. Times, you think, well, I think it was at 12:30, but it could have been at 1, all that stuff. Jane says, I had a problem with the neighbor seeing the 2 men at the time she said. From the day she testified, it made no sense. An arsonist wouldn't go to the front door and strangers would come forward. I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Wait, I hear some sound. Maybe they'll get their
Everybody can be seated.
right. Thumbnail is still not up. I'm sorry, thumbnail is still up.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, I appreciate it. Good time. We're just talking about the things that Paul Caneiro said to police the morning of the fire, 27th. So obviously, these videos and these interactions, they're before police develop any sort of like suspicion of Paul Caneiro, right? You know, all these conversations are before they see him shutting off the DVR in the garage. They're all before we see any video of his car leaving. So these police officers and these detectives, they're just trying to figure out like if he knows anything about what started the fire. You know, we see cameras on your house. Like, it might be nice to see what what we see on them, right? Because we know, and we'll probably talk about it. But you all got a sense of there's 2 cameras by the driveway in the garage. There's one in the front and there's one in the back. So I mean, any officer is going to find out, do they show anything? So what happens when those conversations happen?
For the cameras, a white box? You don't know?
I'm not trying to be cute here, ladies and gentlemen. But like, we are talking about Paul Caneiro. We are talking about a guy who is in the tech world. Like, it's what he does for a living, right? You heard from Dr. Gould, his neighbor, that he helped him with the hard wiring of his cameras. He's got all this stuff in his basement. He helped his brother put the servers in. He helps him with the generators, and all kinds of stuff. But the police ask a simple question like, hey, where's your DVR? And all they get is, and then he looks to his daughter, Caitlin, who testified. I mean, really, should she be the one answering that question? Like, shouldn't he just say, hey, it's in the garage, above the fridge, over by, right below the camera that's in there, because there's a camera in there too, as you know. And the next response is sort of like, oh, I'm having trouble with stuff in the garage. And then he gets asked, is the DVR white box? I don't remember. Like, these answers are just, they're really probative of his state of mind at the time. Yeah, he's a victim of a fire, so we think at this time, but like, he's just being asked simple questions, and it just seems like he's trying to do one of these, like, let me back away from this DVR. I don't know anything about it. Could be on, could be off. I don't know. Just remember when they actually download it later, Detective Weisbrod told you that they looked back to see if there were any issues. So, like, it's not like it wasn't investigated. They pulled the video, the DVR, and then they looked back. And you may recall, you may not, it's been a long trial. It ran continuously without interruption since October 15th, 2018. So, like, there's no problem with these cameras. Those access points that he and Dr. Gould had, I mean, that's just kind of like tech guy problems. It's like, my Verizon router's not good enough, so I got a bunch of access points. Like, if you look at that email, he's not saying my Wi-Fi doesn't work. They were talking about a Sense app. I think, and your recollection would control, but I think that ticket with the Wi-Fi or the Sense app, I think is what controls the light in his house. So it's like, we're not really talking about the same thing. Like, why couldn't Paul Caneiro just say, hey, my DVR's in the garage, it's a white box or it's a black box? He shouldn't have to look to his daughter for that answer. I mean, she's not the one in charge of the cameras, obviously, but he can't answer the question. And I don't want to belabor it, but it's like really important that he's trying to get away from that DVR that he shut off 37 minutes or so before he left in the middle of the night. Because again, things like that, it's not like he told the police that, right? They want to argue now it's kind of innocuous, we don't know who's driving, but if we didn't look, we wouldn't even have known his car left, because he didn't tell us. Cooperative, I mean, he's not a jerk, no doubt, but like, cooperative has a lot of meanings. And like, I'm not sure I agree with that. The memory, I mean, there are things in this case that you have to look at and you have to say to yourself, why can't he just give us the answer, right? Keith is just saying, hey, Paul, give me the login, right? Give me the login. You don't know your login, Paul? It's like the same thing as not knowing what the color of your DVR is. I mean, maybe I don't, but he should, right? But he does for a living. He did everything in his house and most of the things in his brother's house. Like, we're not talking about me and him being equals here. The passwords, I mean, when we think about what he can't tell Keith because he's not feeling well at 6:05 on November 19th, think about, like, why that's important. Because he's trying to hide it. Because then we listen to other evidence, right?
I'll say the name of the bank. I'll give you the info. It's, the account number is, account name is AEGINA 99.
Okay.
Password is going to be either going to be all lowercase, SUDARE, the number 105, all numbers, all lowercase. If that doesn't work, try capital S at the beginning, and if that doesn't work, try exclamation capital S. Everything else the same, lowercase, and then one number.
So he can't tell the police where his DVR is, or if he shut it off, or if it was not working properly, or if he didn't shut it off. He couldn't give his brother the login to the TD Trust account because he didn't know it, he couldn't remember it, or because he didn't want him to get in there. I mean, obviously we see here, this is a phone call that he has December 5th with Tiffany Rivera, who ultimately is the office manager for Sir One and EcoStar. So it's just interesting, just something to keep in the back of your mind when you evaluate the idea that looks can be deceiving. Cooperative, because they say he was cooperative, doesn't mean he was cooperative. He was trying to evade. We didn't know it yet because we didn't know the DVR was shut off yet, and we didn't know his car left in the middle of the night. They heard I was asleep, and they believed it, but they continued to investigate.
Mr. Decker, just 1 second. Can we send that down? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Judge, I'm sorry. When we talk about this, and we'll continue to get into it as we look at these phone calls between Keith and Paul, but we're looking at here the fact that he's spouting off his password to Tiffany Rivera because he wants Tiffany to get in there, into something that like he didn't want his brother to get into, because then we would have had the realization that we ultimately saw with the forging of the bank records and all the thefts. But think about, he can't give his brother the password on November 19th, 2018, about, what, 9 hours before he was murdered? He murdered his brother. But in 2018, Paul Caneiro logged into the TD Bank trust account 19 times. 19 times. He went into the trust account and said, I'm going to transfer it, not to Canada Life, but to myself. Like, there was a lot of discussion this morning about, like, this is a family business, Keith takes money, Paul takes money. Yeah, we did hear that. There is that. It's a family business. And they put a lot of stuff on credit cards and this and that. But that was not an invitation for the 10% owner to take money from the trust account. Because, interestingly, why would you kill your whole family? No one could ever do that. It's unimaginable, right? I get it. But like, when you hear the evidence that he's stealing from the trust account, and the trust, you know, you probably heard most of the context of like, he's stealing from Keith, right? But he's not stealing from Keith. You know from the trust and from the attorney who came in and testified that when you create that irrevocable trust, you've given up control. Keith had no control. Make no mistake about it. All the things that Keith wanted to know, he wasn't even necessarily entitled to know. Like, by virtue of giving it to Paul, he gave him that access. But we heard about those duties, right? Fiduciary duties, duty of loyalty, you can't commingle. Yeah, you can get loans if you get permission from the beneficiaries, right? I mean, was there any testimony you ever asked Jennifer Caneiro, Sophia, or Jesse, like, hey, is it okay if I take a loan, I'll pay it back? Yes. That was a loose trust. But that doesn't mean that he could just go in there and take it. And there was conversations about paying the money back from April because he transferred it to himself. And then there was some testimony that he then took money from his account, put it back in the business, and it ended up in Greece or something. But really what happens when he's paying it back is it's going to the business, and then Keith is funding the trust again, and then Paul is supposed to send it to Canada Life. We heard expert testimony about the irrevocable trust, okay? Mr. Cardenas explained it, broke it down. We tried to keep it pretty relevant. But understand when we're talking about this trust, like, there's a lot you can do with the trust, right? You can invest it in real estate and all that kind of stuff. But really what this was Paul had one job. And it was Keith funds the TD Bank trust account from his payroll. And Paul clicks transfer. That's all he had to do. But he couldn't resist the access to Keith's money. When we talk about special bonds, you heard testimony about special bonds. Really, the only special bond you've heard about is Paul taking his brother's money as if it was his own. And they're still trying to justify it. Oh, he put money back in, and God knows when he put $160,000 in the business. Well, he owns 10%. I don't even know if that was the buy-in. No idea. But like, he put money in. Like, Keith never put money in. You know, it's like when we go to the financials and they want to say he's got $50,000 disposable income. Well, they're not counting $160,000 spent on an Amex in 2017 or $140,000 on an Amex. They're not counting, they gave you $25,000 worth of car payments a year, which is probably accurate. But then when you combine the insurance, it's like $39,000. I mean, there are massive expenses here. And you just look at the chart that the capacity testified to. Let's just look at the stuff that you wasn't talked about. Woodshire Apartments, that's rent, $2,673. Yardy Service, again, that's the same company that services the apartment in Ocean Township, $3,666. Restoration Hardware, $15,720. Tiffany & Co., $17,714. It's like when we heard the testimony about how like there were all the renovations going on in Paul's basement, right? We heard it just because it was in context of Lieutenant Catalona and the photos. But then some of the defense witnesses were talking about how, they're putting in custom cabinets, right? All the new lighting that you could control from your phone and all the kitchen and God knows what. It's like, stop spending, Paul. Stop spending. Like, you don't get to do all these things and then just take your brother's money. And Keith had enough. Like, yeah, Keith was emotionally cursed, right? He was pretty pissed off at Paul, we'll see it. But like, did he give Paul an invitation to take his money? Like, let's not talk like he wasn't in financial distress, okay? Could he have changed his ways and made it work financially? Sure. And it's almost like, are we criticizing Keith because he didn't have disability to fall back on? Like, does that make him a bad guy? Like, everybody should have disability and still be able to work at the family business? Like, because when we talk about I'll stop saying later, it probably makes you nervous. But when we talk about Paul and all the things he stood to lose, you know, Keith doesn't have that fallback, right? Paul has the disability, right? That's what they're arguing to. He's still got $200,000 in disability coming to him. But like, that's not enough. It's not enough for him. He's losing out on all the income that he gets from Square One, right? And EcoStar. But the thing about Paul is, Ms. Wallace discussed it in her opening, is that like, he can't go get a job if Square One and EcoStar go away. Keith got an MBA from Columbia, right? He was planning. That's why I went back to school. Like, is Doris Duke, we'll talk about Doris Duke, is it going away? Is it not going away? Like, there was just a lot of uncertainty. But Keith was preparing for it. He had job interviews, and he applied to Amazon. Ben Paolucci, we heard about that. They had dinner that night, and they were saying that he didn't say anything bad about Paul, but there's only certain things that we can elicit from witnesses. That's actually admissible. So they had a conversation where it's true.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Disregard that last sentence. Go ahead, Mr. Decker.
Sure. So Mr. Paolucci and Keith went to dinner Saturday night, which would have been the 17th of November. And before they went to dinner, they were actually at Ben Paolucci's house, and they were on the computer. Ben works for Amazon, right? And Keith was applying for jobs using Ben's like kind of referral program. And then they went to dinner, right? And what Mr. Paolucci was able to say was that I asked him not what the conversation was about, but what was the advice that you gave to Keith. And the advice that he gave to Keith was stop worrying about Paul and start worrying about yourself and your money and your family. So like, that's the context of Ben. And Ben texted Paul the morning of the fire, right? We know he did. He also texted Keith. And remember, Keith texted Paul too. We know all that. But it doesn't change the fact that he is trying to deceive. Just obviously a picture of the garage here that we're looking at in Tilden Drive. I showed you the photo of the box that powers the DVR. The shed. I mean, there was a lot of testimony about this. There was a lot of discussion this morning. We see the white bucket over there. We know that that was put there by an officer who meant well, and he wanted to preserve a wet footprint, right? Thought he was doing the right thing. Ultimately, Lieutenant Catalona said he got there when he lifted it up and it dropped. Kind of did his job, not what he meant for it to do, but he did his job. Catalona says, though, so when he looks at that slate tile, it's not there anymore. But ultimately, Catalona, though, looks around and he finds this footprint, right? And they argue we didn't take any shoes or anything like that, which there were shoes in the basement in that pile. But Catalona looks at that, and then he actually consulted, I think he testified, Detective Flanagan, who's a little more knowledgeable with footprints. And they basically said that there was nothing pattern-wise that they were able to get from that shoe impression. So, you know, listen, if you believe the DNA, the ballistics, the cameras, and everything else in this case, that's Paul Caneiro's footprint. I mean, that's just the reality of it. He went to get the gas from the shed. He left it on the side of the garage. So I would submit to you, it's not like it's not there. It's just, they can argue that we don't know whose it is, only because there's no way of knowing whose it is. Speaks for itself. There's really no other explanation than at 1:28, it says 2:28, but remember, it's off by an hour. Detective Weisstraw testified to that. Despite it running continuously since the middle of October without interruption, all of a sudden, this shuts off as Mr. Caneiro reaches up towards the camera in the system. Do I know if he pulled out an extension cord or if he hit the off button on the machine? No, I don't. Can't see it based upon the perspective. But it is very clear that he just shut the cameras off on the outside. So, one of the reasons I say that is because of his actions, there's a lot that you didn't get to see on the outside of the house. Like, it's hard to argue they don't know who this person was or they don't know what was going on out here, when the only reason we don't know is because of him. So it's like kind of a little bit like interesting that you can cause the problem and then point the finger to someone else. Like, we should have done something better. Sorry, you shut the cameras off. We could never see what was showing on those cameras. But again, we talk about cooperative versus not uncooperative, but like, why is he telling the police certain things? Because remember, investigations, they progress. And police, they get a piece of information and they say we didn't investigate it. But they get a piece of information like, was he asleep? I don't know, let's figure it out. Ultimately, we know he's not asleep. Just like we knew he's in the basement, despite being told that, or telling the police that it was 4 p.m. and the last time he was there. So the police, we heard a lot about canvassing, and I already talked to you about the canvas on Tilden Drive, and there just weren't any cameras on the other side. I don't know what to tell you other than that. But as police are at 27 Tilden and they ask the Caneiros to go to the police department, ultimately while they're there, and you heard testimony from the daughters, that they learn about something that's going on in Colts Neck. At 12:34, Paul and his family are at the police department, and Colts Neck Police receives 2 911 calls reporting a fire at 15 Willowbrook. The first caller, the one, pretty simultaneous, but one of the callers was Catherine Lucchese. She lived right across the street, 44 Willowbrook. We got the surveillance from her house, and she calls 911.
Hi, my name is Sophia. A lot of smoke coming out of the house. 15 Willowbrook Road.
15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes. Colts Neck, New Jersey. My name is Kathy.
Kathy, Kathy.
Yeah, somebody could send it right away.
Kathy, what's the phone number you're calling from? Are you within the residence?
I'm calling my neighbor and they're not answering me. I'm thinking anybody's home.
Do you see any flames in the smoke?
A lot of smoke. I can't see. There's a fire. Something outside the house.
What address are you calling from?
I'm right across. I'm on office. I'm sorry. What street is that?
You're across the street?
I live right across the street.
Just a minute, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
You noted, you remember from her testimony that she had kids that shared a bus stop with Jesse and Sophia. So one of the first things she tells police that day on the 911 call, and also when the police arrived, is that Jesse and Sophia weren't at the bus stop. Now, I know kind of where we're at now. You've heard a lot of testimony, you've heard arguments from counsel, and it's kind of been like almost like, I think it's sort of presupposed now that like, we know when the fire starts, right? We know that, the power gets cut and then the telecom gets cut. But like, it wasn't always that simple. It took investigation by detectives and all kinds of surveillance and different things to try to determine when this fire started. So when we look at it, and we look at it in the perspective of like how the family was being treated at the police department and the like, this is being reported at 12:34 p.m. Like, the police have no idea yet that this fire started earlier. It's going to take the generator. It's going to take getting some video. It's going to take, the 911 call from Mr. Kapoor. So when we think about the investigation, just recall that. it takes a lot of effort to figure these things out, even if now we're all kind of conceding that the fire started at around, 3:42 or whatever, just shortly before that. And obviously, in addition to Ms. Lucchese, we had Dr. Boris Folstein, who lived next door. Ms. Mastalone talked about it. He also places on one call once he shows up, and then he ultimately goes around and finds Keith's body.
Hello?
Hi, I didn't hear your name or what you're reporting, sir. What are you reporting?
Okay, fire.
Where?
Willowbrook Lane, Willowbrook Road.
What's the address? Okay, what's the address?
I think it's 40, I don't know, I think it's 44 Willowbrook.
What's on fire?
The,
What is on fire?
the house.
Where do you see flames coming from?
I see the smoke from behind. I think that's my neighbor from behind me. I opened the door, and there is a smoke coming out, and there's a person laying down.
Where are they laying down? Can you get over
in
to
front
them?
of the house?
All right, get over
Yes,
to them.
I'm coming over.
Okay.
Oh,
Pretrial, but you know what he says. He ultimately discovers, oh my God, there's a corpse. And they're like, what? And he's like, there's a body, it's dead. And he ultimately finds Keith Caneiro, who he knows he can't positively identify given the state he's in with the hood up. Now, police have a fire and they have a murder. They're ultimately going to start making other notifications to the prosecutor's office and different agencies, fires coming, but then we start to uncover the scene evidence and ultimately the electrical panel and the generator and the shell casings and some of the bullets. And it's like at this point, shortly thereafter, that police have this like coming to moment, right? Because we have a fire in the morning, and then other detectives get sent to a fire and a murder in another town, and then all of a sudden they realize, wow, like the guy who's killed in Colts Neck is the brother of the guy who had the fire. And obviously it's kind of learned pretty quickly because detectives from my office were at both, so they communicate, but understand the context of like some of the testimony from Mr. Caneiro's daughters in the context of like what was going on and what police knew, because you know that it's not immediate that everybody said Paul Caneiro must have driven in the middle of the night. They didn't know yet. They didn't know the car left and the DVR and all that stuff. So they just have two incidents, and they're actually, I think the testimony is pretty clear. Like, you got people who are victims of a fire, and then you got their family being shot, killed, stabbed, and like they don't know the connection yet. So they're taking precautions, and I'd submit that it was important that morning for the police to speak to the Caneiro family and to try to get information about what happened, because they were victims. They're still victims. They're victims of one of the counts in the indictment. And you're going to have to decide. The aggravated arson at his own house. They lived there. You heard the testimony. They support their dad. Okay. I get it. We all get it. Okay? But the family photos, that may have been then. That might have even been the day before. But everybody's got that breaking point, right? Nobody knows what's going to trigger. There's nothing that can trigger something like this, but something triggered with Mr. Caneiro. I will never be able to tell you how he could kill his niece and his nephew. It certainly wasn't for $17,000 on a Tiffany card or something. Clearly. But that doesn't change with Mr. Caneiro. It doesn't change with Corey Caneiro. It doesn't change with God knows who else. That motive doesn't work for anyone. But you hear that testimony because it is relevant, because it just happened. Let's keep that in mind. Hours before this happens, hours before Mr. Caneiro's up in his bedroom, he doesn't have any contact that night with either of his daughters and his wife. He's sitting up in the bedroom with the gun, with the laser sight, with the laser light. Like, kind of sitting there, probably stewing. Like, you know what, Keith? No more. Like, I'm not doing your freaking chores anymore. Like, yeah, I know I stole from you, but you know what? Deal with it. I'll pay you back when I feel like it. I mean, that seems to be the trigger, the reaction. There's no issue like that with Corey or anybody else. Like, that's not a coincidence. You know, you don't get yelled at by your brother at 6:05. You don't get accused of stealing by your brother at 6:05. You don't shut off your camera at 1:28. You don't then go down to your basement, shut off the rest of your cameras at 1:31. Your car doesn't just miraculously leave at 2:07. It doesn't just miraculously show up in Colts Neck and then miraculously come back at 4:08. It's not a coincidence. That's called evidence. I won't belabor this. You heard the testimony from Dr. Zhang and Dr. Toma. I'm not here to show you more pictures. I didn't do that because it's fun. I didn't want to make people react a certain way. You need to evaluate this evidence free from emotion. They've told you that. The judge will tell you that. I'll tell you that. You know, horrific. Horrific. But if you think he didn't do it, he didn't do it. I suggest that would be outrageous to believe based upon the evidence in this case. But don't do it because of emotion. What happened is horrific. And she didn't deserve that, and he didn't deserve that. But I want to prove this case to you, as well as prove this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not sure what else we can give you by way of physical, tangible evidence. Anyone who gets backed into a corner by DNA, ballistics, cameras shutting off, car leaving in the middle of the night, they can all go, he did it. Anybody can go, Corey did it. We ask you to be fair to both sides. I would suggest to you that when the evidence suggests that only one person could have done this, then the obligation as jurors would be to follow the evidence and the right verdict, which is ultimately going to be that, as unfathomable as it may be, he did this. So we know that the bodies are all pulled out. It's horrible. Obviously, that scene was terrible. I'm not sure I agree with the representations that it was such a bloody scene, right? There was blood everywhere. I mean, there was fire everywhere. We saw the blood in the kitchen, and Detective Cordoma testified about the bloodstain pattern analysis. And yeah, the swabs were taken, the bloodstain was done in 2018. The swabs were taken later. I don't even know if the testimony really said why. I don't really know. It doesn't really matter because they're just swabs of blood. The DNA was degraded. You would have known it. You would have seen the numbers. They wouldn't have been able to, there wouldn't have been enough quality or quantity to come up with results. But they did. They're single source samples. Like, okay, they were taken later, but it doesn't change the fact that it's Sophia and Jesse's DNA. And it doesn't change the fact of what that means. Detective Cordoma, like, in his conclusion, he talks about how, you know, and we tie his testimony in with the DNA results, but when we look at the door frame going into the kitchen, Sophia's blood. We go around the island, there's a handprint and some blood, Jesse. Then you go continuing north, a little bit west, to the area where you saw the picture where Jesse was found in the kitchen on the ground. There's some blood there, and you would assume it's Jesse's, right? Because Jesse's found lying there. But what we found out is that swab that was taken from that area, it's actually a mixture. It's a mixture of Jesse and Sophia. with like really high DNA results. They're in the PowerPoint. But like, then moving on a little bit east along the kitchen island, underneath the sink, there's another DNA sample taken, and that's Sophia. So like, in the context of like what's going on in Colts Neck, there's this like running around the kitchen, and what are we running from? What are we running from? In Sophia, you know where Carmelo Lamarca, the firefighter, you know where she was found up on the, going up to the second floor on the landing. She's there, her mom's a little bit below her by the basement stairs. Like, she's found there dead. But she was bleeding in the kitchen. Like, what was going on? You know, when we think about that in the context of like, where is Jennifer Caneiro's phone? I'm not sure I understand why that's so important, but you have to understand the context of like, what was Jennifer Caneiro doing? What was she responding to? Her husband had left the bed, right? He went to investigate why the power's out. Presumably she woke up either when he left or like at some point she realized that the power's off and he's gone. Maybe she gets up to look for him, maybe not. Maybe she hears gunshots and then goes to get him. Like, is she worried about her phone? Is it maybe just in her bedroom still in the rubble with the Tiffany boxes? I mean, you saw that testimony. I mean, they don't dig out the master bedroom because it's not anywhere near the point of origin. Cordoma told you they dug out the basement in the area of the closet, right? They dig it out lowest, try to find lowest visible signs of fire. U patterns, V patterns, all that kind of stuff. But like, this wasn't a robbery, right? Are we trying to say it was a robbery? It wasn't a robbery. Think about it. The photo of Keith Caneiro when he's lying on his front lawn face down with his face in the dirt. His phone's sitting in his pocket. Or his wallet's sitting in his pocket. His phone's right next to him. Like, nobody took his phone. Nobody took his wallet. It isn't a robbery. No one took Jennifer Caneiro's phone. Could they have looked for it? For sure. For sure. If they look back now, they would have gone up to the master bedroom and they probably would have found it. Could they have gotten phone records? Sure. But you can't search something you don't have. So I don't understand exactly why that is, because think about the context of what was going on when she left her bedroom and what she found. She ultimately, obviously left the room, went downstairs, and at some point she encountered someone who shot her, stabbed her a few times, shot her, and then moved on to the kids. So like, the phone, really? You know, obviously it's important. Again, like I said, I think we've established a timeline. We've probably done a lot of talking about timelines. I got one too. I have no problem with their timeline, 0. But again, when we talk about investigation and like, did they do this? Did they not do this? Did they do this? There's a lot of work that goes into building that timeline. Like, it starts with, you know, Keith Caneiro dead. And then you find the casings. And then all of a sudden you find the meters ripped off, right? And then you talk to the firefighters. Anybody rip that off? No. Go to the generator. Anybody shut it off? No. It's like, what's going on? And then it takes time. Like the Wise cameras, you don't get that right away, right? You don't get that video of someone out there from 235 to 251 creeping outside the house. And they're talking about why it takes so long, 15 minutes, right? From 235 to 251, when again, the power shuts off miraculously. No coincidence. Are we seeing a pattern here? But they argued to you this morning that, like, if he's such a tech guy and he knows Keith's house so well, which he does, why did it take him so long? Well, I'd submit when he goes the way of the generator, and you'll see the video, all he's got to do with the generator, shut it off. I mean, he knows the generator. You know, Tyler Bataraco, the fire chief, who's also an electrician, said that this is not like where most people would turn off the generator. And he went and shut off the actual the master switch. But he was saying that that's not something that like many people even know is there and how to shut it off. But that doesn't take him long because Paul knows the generator. He knows everything in Keith's house. But the electrical panel's different. That's not really like expertise. That's like brute force, right? You got to figure it out. You got to have something on you to rip that door off, right? And somehow you got to rip rip the tag off and you got to rip. I don't even know exactly how it works, but it's not as quick as just flipping a switch. And you hear it. You hear it on the video. When we watch that Wise camera from the garage, you can hear that like banging, you know, like before the camera goes off, all of a sudden you hear like throughout. I mean, the sound's not always perfect, but you can hear it. There's manipulation involved. It's not quick, you know? And he's also sitting out there, if you think about it, he's got to get the power off. But he's also then waiting. Like, I don't think he wanted to wait, let's say, 27 minutes for Keith to come outside, right? He didn't want that, because that's really what happened. He shut the power off at 2:51. He's got to wait for Keith, but he's not going in that house. You know, he's not going into that house until there's no men left in that house. That's the reality of that. Keith never saw those shots coming. But so that electrical system and the rising information, it's all part of the process of figuring out the timeline. Because it's not like it's always been like, oh, it's a given that the fire started here. I mean, we saw the cross-examination as trial progressed. And I think even when we were talking about the timeline and, you know, the property, I think at some point the questions were even like, okay, there's the Macan at 228 or 428 or whatever it is, the second video. Like, all of a sudden now it's like, okay, it is the Macan. We just can't prove to you who's in it. And obviously you can't see inside the Macan, right? We know that. I mean, there's nothing I can do about this, nothing you can do about it, nothing anyone can do about it. It just is what it is. But is it a coincidence with all these other things, or is he really just driving the Porsche? But obviously we see the evidence related to the generator. You've seen these pictures a million times. That's the generator. But these are just little pieces of information that they learn quickly in the investigation in Colts Neck. They can't go in the house right away, right? You know, they're still putting out the fire. Detective Cordoma and others told you that the scene's got to be made safe. They had to put the beams in downstairs and the supports in downstairs in the basement to make it safe. But as they do that, the detectives now are kind of focusing on like, all right, we got these two incidents. Let's canvass in Colts Neck. Let's canvass in Ocean Township. And again, they didn't zone in on Paul Caneiro. This is just what the cameras show. Starting at 30 Tilton. See the blinking of lights up here? That's Mr. Caneiro's driveway. Which would be completely consistent, we watch later, with 19 Oxford when you see Mr. Caneiro's car pulling out of his driveway. This is the second camera of 30 Tilton. This is the Porsche Macan driving in the direction of the stop sign at Green Grove Road. I'd also note that when you look at the taillights, and I know there was, remember there was some circling of taillights and things, because it wasn't always a given that was Mr. Caneiro's car. Like, we got this, but maybe we didn't yet have the 19 Oxford, which shows it's his driveway and the car's leaving, but it also wouldn't have shown exactly which one. So we paid a lot of attention investigatively to the style of the taillights, and also used that to try to link it to some of the video that was in Colts Neck. This video is kind of, I would submit to you all that when police obtained this video, this is where the sirens went off. This is like the moment where it's like, he's not sleeping. I don't even remember if we knew he'd shut off the DVR yet, probably think we did. But then you get this, and it's like, I don't need to slow this down for you, just watch it for yourself. Obviously, that's the Porsche Macan that just left 27 Tilden driveway at 2:07 a.m. heading north on Green Grove Road. We have the video, obviously, from 308 Green Grove. This is the other camera showing the front. But you know here, we're going to see the stop sign. You start to see the tail lights that are pretty distinct. Again, it's just camera 2, which basically shows that 30 Tilden car goes past there, goes to 308 Green Grove, and now is heading in a northern direction. Bringing us to 85 Willowbrook, which was down the street. From 15 Willowbrook. You know, here, it says on the camera, it's 2:23:53, and it says, Paul arrives at Willowbrook, 2:27 a.m. So as you recall, there was some testimony from Detective Mahoney about the fact that the camera was about 3 minutes slow. Obviously, that's one of the videos where you have to do things like look at the tail lights and look at, maybe slow it down. And I would submit to you that, throughout the course of this trial has been conclusively established as being the Porsche Macan. Now, 44 Willowbrook, this is Miss Lucchese's house. She provided the cameras. She's the 911 caller, as we just talked about. Here's like that car slowing down at the end, based upon my review of the video. Obviously, it's something that you all need to make that determination. But it appears to me, because obviously there's a lot of testimony about where the car would have parked, that driveway that's to the west of the Caneiro property. And I think the one thing that we all agree on, that we've always believed that obviously Paul Caneiro didn't park in his front driveway when he went there at 2:30 in the morning. There's no other place to park and try to avoid detection potentially from anyone driving down the street. So I don't think there's any doubt with respect to where Mr. Caneiro parked his car. Obviously, might as well just touch it now because we're here. There was some cross-examination, first with Mahoney about that 867 Route 34. So that's the house they talked about this morning. It's the house behind Keith and Jennifer's house. And Mahoney was asked about it, and there were some questions about whether it was documented. But then when Petrozello testified, Lieutenant Petrozello said, it's actually 867 Route 34, but the address is Route 34, despite it being behind Keith's house. And Mahoney had previously said, I didn't get the cameras from there, but someone went there. I think someone got it. And then Petrozello came in, and instead of having like a gotcha moment, he explained, yeah, we got cameras from there. It's a Route 34 address. And ultimately, we looked at it, we didn't see anything. Counsel for Mr. Caneiro played a little small portion of it, and you can basically show what it doesn't show. And you can see the gate doesn't shoot very far down. But that's what the cameras show. It's been talk about they didn't do this and they didn't try to get cameras here, but they asked about the cameras and it almost seemed like we were being accused of not getting them. And then Lieutenant Petrozello says, we looked at them and that's just what they show. So that's one of those things about the address of 15 Willowbrook, some of the arguments that are made about that driveway and what's over there. And there was that one picture I think they've shown in the past. It's like an overhead. You don't really need it, but it's an overhead of 15 Willowbrook. And they show that little driveway to the west for that 867 address. And they also show that little pathway on the front lawn, like right before the driveway. It's like a little cutout. And then, they were kind of suggesting with some witnesses, I think, that car could have gone that way. And that's true. Obviously. You're not going to park in the middle of Willowbrook, leave the car running when you go and kill people. But one of the things that Petrozello said when he was asked about that is that, yeah, he was aware of that entrance, right? Or it's not really an entrance. It's like an opening between trees on the front lawn. And he said, one of the reasons I'm aware of it is because we used it. Law enforcement actually used that to drive vehicles on the lawn during the course of like fire suppression and the coming days while they're investigating the scene for 5 days or so at Willowbrook. But in that regard, we'll talk about it probably again, but it's a large property, right? You saw Willowbrook, it's a big house. I mean, it's a big house and it's a big piece of property. But when you look at that overhead map, and maybe I'll pull it up at some point, think about getting out of the basement, going up the stairs, going out the side door where the door's open, right? He leaves that door open, probably to lend some air to the fire, I would gather. This is one of the reasons, sort of like he said at 27 Tilden, like when they closed the garage door and opened it, he was like, I was afraid that air was going to do something. He made some comment like that. But when you leave, you start the fire, and you cut the line, you start the fire, and then you got to get out. We talked about how you got to get out of there quick, right? That property is not that big. I mean, like we could estimate it, but it wasn't measured by detective boat or anything. But maybe it's like from here to wherever you guys go downstairs at the end of the day in a straight line. It's not that far. There's no way that someone who just murdered 4 people can't get out of that basement, run across the lawn, jump in a car, and then be on this camera at that time. Like, it's not really a gotcha. It just completely makes sense. It's kind of like the argument about, well, Zerillo and Petrozello told you that they had to go to Pennsylvania to talk to Paul Caneiro, right? Because he didn't drive at night. That was the testimony. They drove to Pennsylvania. They met with him. Then they argue that, like, oh, he can't drive at night, but hey, the morning of the fire at Paul's house, he could drive over to 27 Tilden 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever, in the dark. As if they're the same thing. As if driving from Pennsylvania at, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night is the same thing as driving from Fairhaven to Ocean Township to help your brother. He bought him money. He took them out for bagels. That's all you have. So it's like, oh, he can't drive at night, right? He asked him to come over. That's what you have. So let's just keep that in mind when we're trying to tarnish something that has no evidence. Now we're at Six minutes after that ONT line is cut. He runs across the property, jumps in his car. And remember, this camera's right there. Like, the driveway that we're talking about would be like right over here. So it's not like and if you remember from Miss Lucchese's cameras, when you looked at him during the day, remember she was over here and she's on the phone, she's calling 911, and you could see she's got the round driveway. And like you could see directly across to 15 Willowbrook, the property. So all you're doing is going here, getting in your car, and then going here. So that timeline is not anything other than completely consistent with getting the hell out of there. We got the Porsche Pecan at 348, heading back to Ocean Township. We'll run 308 Green Road. It's going to turn left on Hilton Drive. Now again, we see this is the camera again that we talked about before. This is like the conclusive shot that this is Paul Caneiro's car. Car passes 308 Tilden, or 308 Green Grove heading toward Tilden. Now it's on the 2 cameras from 30 Tilden. Then we're going to look up in this area. Once the car passes, we're going to see the area of the driveway at 22nd Tilden. Just about 408, or just after 408, Mr. Caneiro's car has passed 30 Tilden, and now he's pulled into his driveway, which is ultimately going to be corroborated by the 19 Oxford cameras. Now, this is just a visual comparison you saw during the trial. This was just Mr. Caneiro's car leaving, 20750, and this is a picture of the car at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office facility later, showing that that's Mr. Caneiro's car. 408, returning, same photo. And we talked about the lights. Part of what the investigation determined real quick, that the loaner, the Porsche Macan, which part one over here, had a taillight out, okay? So the light over here, when you watch on the video, there's a light over here that's on, this one's out. So you see on this side, there's a light here and a light on the side. And then we have these kind of long, elongated lights that you can see distinctively on those videos. So again, this is something that needed work to be figured out. Now, again, in the context of investigation and what we learned and when, and why he would need to flee the area so quickly, once the investigation started in Colts Neck, and they get the generator, they get the casings, and they get, they begin the origin and cause. But shortly before that, while they really can't do anything that day, Detective Zerillo, if you'll recall, he runs like the call sheets from the night before, just because he usually does that in the morning. And now all of a sudden they have this incident. And ultimately he uncovers a phone call in the middle of the night reporting shots fired. And that's where ultimately police are able to track down the 911 call from Mr. Kapoor. And that obviously was something that was very interesting because, you heard the testimony from Detective Cordoma about the slow burning fire. But again, that's not necessarily something conclusively that's that easy to establish unless you have other information uncovered by the investigation, like the ONT line and generator. So the timing of that, it's going to become the question of is there a coincidence between the timing of electricity loss, shots fired, and then ultimately, the fire itself. So that's where we get to the 911 call from Mr. Kapoor.
Colts Neck Police, Operator Ward. Hi. No, you're not allowed to hunt anywhere in the middle of the night. Are you hearing gunshots? Okay, where are you? Let me send somebody to the area. Okay, you don't see anything, you just hear it?
I was in bed and clearly I heard bump, 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 and then one boom. Just clearly gunshot.
Okay, absolutely. We'll send somebody right over to the area. You said you can't see a car or anything that would be involved or anything like that, right? It's pretty dark.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What street are you on, just so we can get a reference point? You're on. And how many of them did you hear? 5. Okay, let me send somebody where you're at there. Can I just get your name for my record? And what's your telephone number, Dennis? Just for my record, we're not going to call you. Okay, and you don't want to speak to an officer, you just wanted the area checked, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care how it's something. I think if it was something that we took out of Diaz, to put it all over the side of me, I thought anyone else could shot.
Yeah, let me just double check and make sure. No, I don't think if it was an officer putting down a deer, it would go off that much. And I don't see them doing anything right now. Yeah, so it's not an officer putting a deer down. All right, we'll send somebody right out. Thanks so much for reporting it, Dennis. Have a good morning.
So obviously that's something that's uncovered, which leads kind of to the realization of, like, initially fire doesn't start at 12:34, right? It's just when it's discovered. It actually occurs, the murders and the fires actually occur hours earlier than that. It's just, for whatever reason, that fire just didn't catch very quickly. And ultimately, the introduction of oxygen by first responders and firefighters ultimately had that fire go from X to Y very quickly. We talked about the cameras, obviously, a lot. We talked about how they nitpicked Marino and how he unplugged this and unplugged that. But obviously now we're looking at a situation where, just from the perspective of, we got shots fired at 3:26. We got a fire call at 12:34, right? And we got murders. Now we're looking back as the investigation is beginning, and it's like, we got all these, we got his car leaving and coming, and now it's starting to make sense as to, like, why is this guy shutting off his camera at 2:08 when we have a shots fired call at 3:26, 3:30? Starting to make it look like there's not just an issue with his cameras. It's starting to look purposeful. It's a buildup, and it's the police following the evidence, the surveillance. We're not at ballistics yet. We're not at DNA, but they're following the evidence, and it's like, shut off the camera, leave in the middle of the night, shots fired, car comes back, fire at my house. Oh, and yeah, shut off my cameras so you can't see anything. That's before, ladies and gentlemen. That's all before DNA. That's all before ballistics. That's all before figuring out that the guy's up in his room practicing. Because when you look at it in the context of the defense, that the arguments that are being made today, obviously, we listen to Mass Stallone. Obviously, we respect defense counsel. We've all worked well together during the course of the trial. But when you look at what they're trying to argue to you, it's really that Paul Caneiro, for you to find anything other than he killed everybody, he would have to be the unluckiest man in the world, because he would have to shut off his cameras, get framed, but then not be able to prove you got framed because you shut off your cameras. Like, it's really kind of hard to sink your teeth into that. We talked about the cadaver dog, and now we talk about from the perspective of, by shutting off the cameras, the 4 cameras outside, 1 above the DVR in the garage, and then the 2 Wi-Fi. What you, ladies and gentlemen, and what we, as the investigative team in the state of New Jersey, missed because of what he did at 1:28 and 1:31 in the morning is, we missed who took the gun out of his padlocked gun locker in the basement, right? All the guns are kept there, they're locked up, right? I don't know how anyone's getting in there. That locker, and you saw the lock in the pictures. Who got in the Macan? Who backed out of the driveway? who then came back after the murder spree, downstairs, right, where all the guns are kept, swap the barrel, take the barrel out, put the old barrel back in, lock it back up in your locker, right? Who transferred that go bag into the Porsche Macan? Like, remember, when you watch the camera, the DVR in the garage, when he shuts it off, it's staring at the Macan, right? So that's just another thing that, like, when he popped the rear of the Cayenne and put the bag in it, we would have seen that. But because of what he did, we can't. But I don't know if seeing it would be better than the fact that he just shut off his cameras so you wouldn't see it. I mean, we could probably debate which one would be more important or more probative of his guilt and all the hindering efforts. Who buried the bloody clothes in the corner of the basement? You know, again, we've been criticized about, like, transfer and all this stuff. But, like, you would have saw it. If you didn't shut off the camera, you would have seen it. Who went outside, set the fire? Who tried to torch the Macan in the driveway? That flash of fire. The one camera is staring at the Porsche Macan. He shuts off the camera because he's about to do these things. Because here's what we're looking at, the Porsche Cayenne. With the backpack, right? We got the barrel. We got the knife. We got the FLIR. He's got multiple spare phones. I could show them to you. We need to. I'm not saying use spare phones to plug the FLIR into so he can see better. I'm not saying I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. But he had it. And it's like, why is all this stuff in the bag? Why is it in the bag? Why, if he's being set up, how the hell did Corey get his passport, his driver's license? He's got every one of his daughter's savings bonds. You know, like Mrs. Gould, I believe it was, and also Keith Caneiro testified about the bag, right? How it was like an extension of his wallet. He always had it with him. And Miss Gould said it was always in, I think she said, the car. Now, do we think if that's even true? I don't mean to be demeaning, but if we think that that bag is really an extension and he always had it on him, he never went anywhere without it, do we think it was always in his wife's car, or do we think it was always in his car? I mean, if he's got that backpack with him a lot of the time, it's probably going to be in his car. Now all of a sudden, you know, the neighbors come in and saying, oh, he always had the backpack. And the daughter says, he's always got the backpack. It's like, you know, Caneiro's versus the world. And all these different things that the people came in and said that just seem to be convenient with some of the state's proofs. But again, his backpack, what is he doing with all this stuff? The bag's found on November 20th. The bag's in the car that got pulled out at 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, when, if he was really sleeping and he woke up and he's a victim of a fire, how the hell did he pack a bag? Because he had to have just done it because the barrel's in it. So, like, we know that there was time between 4:08 and when the fire's discovered. And the fact that he's waking everybody up, shoeless, look at me, I didn't have time to put shoes on, kind of thing. It's just perpetuating a fraud. And there's no way that that whole thing was set up. Again, the other camera that we would have seen, the storage locker. I don't mean to belabor it, but like, it's not so much that he shut the cameras off, it's what they showed, or what they would have shown had he not shut them off. That's where he keeps all his guns. That's where the gun is. This is where the murder weapon is, right here. The other one with the laser sights is up in his bedroom, but this is the murder weapon in here. It's a locked storage locker. How is Corey getting in there? How's he getting in there? How's he opening it? How's he opening it again to put it back? You know, why would Paul shut off the camera showing Corey putting the gun away? Because it didn't happen. It didn't happen. He's the ammunition. This is the Fiocchi. We didn't bring all of it in. We had, a sampling of it. But again, when we just looked at what the other camera showed by the workbench where all the guns was, where we would have seen the locker and putting it away. Now we're looking at this area over here. We're looking at the area. The window well is right here. We see a dresser. We saw a bunch of pictures. But this is the way it looked at 1:31 a.m. This is what that, the soup of articles Ms. Mastalone called it this morning. It didn't start that way, right? This is it. It's not until he comes home and sticks all that stuff under there and then sets the fire right here. We can even do the right angle. Fire set right here. So, tempting to destroy this. But we can't see, because the camera shut off, all the jeans and the scarf and all that evidence that's tucked underneath there. So, is it a mess? Is it burnt? Is it, wet? Yeah, it is. But were you able to get DNA results for Sophia Caneiro? RMPs also, huge random match probabilities and large likelihood ratios. It didn't affect Sophia's DNA. I mean, they want to get away from Paul's DNA, even though there's a bunch of results there. But okay, we'll talk about how those are reliable. Dr. Reich, how many samples did he agree with me and say, yeah, that's a reliable result. Yeah, that's a reliable result. But I don't know why they're not worried about Sophia Caneiro's DNA being on the jeans, right? In the basement. Again, before we found out financial stuff, we already knew the cars, we didn't know the DVR, but then all of a sudden, end of, I think it was November 28th, 29th, 2018, we start to get some DNA results. And what do you do, ladies and gentlemen? What are you gonna do if the jeans with your DNA inside, so I don't care what side they are, he wore them. Okay, that's clear. He wore these jeans. They have his niece's blood all over them, and Jesse's. And it's not just Starmet's, it's not just Bodie, because there's testimony that state police used, traditional binary DNA to get Jesse Caneiro's DNA right here. So, you want to talk about the evolution of it was my brother because they didn't get his DNA, or, the Wi-Fi wasn't working, my camera didn't show up. What else are you going to do? There was some cross-examination and there was some discussion today about, I said the lights today, we heard on cross-examination that there was 2 pairs of jeans. You're going to have pictures too. This is S231C. This is, I would submit to you, and you're going to, I'm not asking you to believe me. This is your job to determine whether or not there's any degree of believing that these in the same pile aren't just a portion of what's missing from these jeans. Maybe there's no way to conclusively tell. I don't really see any difference in coloring. I think we were looking at photos before, and in photos maybe there's some different colors. But to me, you're missing a label here. Partially burned off. You can see actually the top portion of what's there appears to be missing. And then you got the label right here. First of all, if there was 2 pairs of pants, first of all, what's the difference? There's also a t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt, there's other shirts. But second of all, it just seems like a grasp, wow, we found a smoking gun. There's actually 2 pairs of jeans. There's one. And you can obviously, gentlemen, anything I say is in evidence, okay? I'm not asking you to just believe me because I'm me, okay? I'm trying my best to explain to you what I think and Miss Wallace thinks about what the evidence shows. And I suspect that that is an attempt to try to create a second person is involved here. Again, we won't know if there was 1 pair thrown into that pile or 2. because he shut that camera off at 1:31. This again is just the area. You've seen the photos. You saw what it looked like to begin with, and you saw what it looks like now in this photo, S1A 110. And ultimately, that pile has been significantly reduced given the effects of the fire. You know, we traced that hose from the outside. Now you can see it from the inside, exactly where that point of origin is. I keep pointing over there, but you're all looking over here. I'll get the hang of it. This is the basement window right here. So we're looking right outside. Okay? Fire, pile of charred articles. Just another angle, so we see that dresser over here. This is the area, and this is the point of origin of the fire, just basically within or just outside the window. Again, just another photo of what we're looking at. Why are there so many gloves? I didn't realize there were so many gloves. There's a lot of gloves in the basement. They did have a bunch. Paul had a lot of gloves, not black nitrile gloves, on the workbench near where all his guns were. You know, he cleaned guns. I mean, I get it. It's no problem. I don't know why there's so many here, or at least it's being alleged there's so many gloves. I mean, he probably put multiple gloves on, right? And he probably took them off the same way I would. That's why there's testimony with the DNA. It's like, we really don't know what's inside, what's outside, because, you know, this would be the outside if it came like this, but it could actually be the inside. There's a bunch of gloves because he's trying to not get blood all over him, right? He's trying not to leave fingerprints on anything in Keith's house. He's probably using multiple gloves, and ultimately, I think you'll find that he's using that scarf wrapped around the knife, stabbing Sophia, because we know from the DNA, and we knew this early on, that Sophia's blood is on the handle of this knife. You've seen the knife. I'm not going to belabor it. Wraps the scarf around his hand with the nitrile glove. And that's why that facial injury, slamming into her face, pierced her brain. God help me. Why I got DNA off the handle of the knife belonging to Sophia Caneiro. Yeah, just showing you what you would have seen. That's the camera up there. And we got the Porsche Macan with the fire damage right here. And obviously we know he shut off his cameras, and obviously we know that Dr. Gould is his neighbor behind him, and police were able to get camera footage from 19 Oxford. We'll start with, again, you've seen it. I don't want to belabor this stuff, ladies and gentlemen, but I have the burden in this case to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Caneiro committed these crimes. And if I left anything out, or if I went too fast, or if I rushed through it, I wouldn't be doing my job. So I appreciate your patience in this regard. But obviously we're looking at 206-14. And again, we didn't know Paul Caneiro left in the middle of the night because he didn't tell us, right? So police have to get the footage and then ultimately have to make the observations that they make. Blue 719, obviously we're watching the car backing up, K-turning, and approaching the end of the driveway in Tilton. And then it's going to head towards 30 Tilton, 308 Green Grove, right onto Green Grove. But again, Obviously, it's not something that we get immediately. So now, 4:08:17, we're going to try to confirm the rest of the cameras, and we're going to see Mr. Caneiro driving his vehicle into his driveway at 4:08. So after a 2-hour absence from the driveway, in the middle of the night, Mr. Caneiro's back at about 4:09.
Mr. Decker, I'm going to stop you for a second. Can we move that stuff? Can I just ask the jury to go in the jury room for a minute? Please don't discuss this case or do any research. Yeah, can I see counsel?
I'm guessing judge is probably asking Mr. Decker, how much longer do you have? You know, if you have 15 more minutes, 20 minutes, yeah, we'll let you go. But if you still have another hour, wow, I never saw this coming. I thought they'd be done with closings at like 2. Even before that, I thought each would take like, I don't know, 2 hours? Honestly, no, I'm lying. I thought that they would take an hour. I didn't think that they would. So my guess of double their openings is way off. Way off. Don't listen to me. So, all right. So he's been going, let's see, 150 to 253. So essentially an hour. And then 308 to 428, an hour and a half. So he's been going about 2.5 hours, a little less than 2.5 hours. Yeah. 150 to 253 is an hour. 308 to 428 is half hour. Not quite, 22 minutes or so, something like that. I'm sorry, an hour to 308 would be an hour and then another 20 minutes. So, yeah, like 2.5 hours. It is like they're retrying their entire case. Yeah, play on crime. That's kind of what they have to do, right? They have to touch upon everything. Alexa Rose, yeah, it was a good theory. It was a good theory. Mama, she did 3.5 hours. Mama of a medic, Miss Mastalone did 3.5 hours. So he's at, what did I say, 2.5? Something like that. I wish they had taken an hour. It's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of evidence. In openings, they're doing high level. They'll say, you'll see. Some of them will say the evidence will show. Some of them will say, hey, this is what happened, and they'll tell the story. But then in closings, they really get into the nitty gritty of it, and they, especially because they're only going to have one shot. I mean, the defense always only has one shot. The state has the burden, so that's why they have 2 shots. Meaning, they do one closing, then the defense, and they'll do a rebuttal. So he's got to bring it. I mean, he's got to bring all. He's got to bring everything. All right, looks like they're finishing up here. Not yet. Nope. Yeah. All right.
Not working ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is like one of those things, especially for juror number 16 and juror number 8. Why did you make me walk all the way back into the box? Because I'm about to send you home. But I think it's been a long day. It's now 4:30. I believe at this point in time, it's in the best interest of everyone, because I want everyone to have a clear mind and continue to be able to hear everything that's going on. I'm going to stop us for today. I'll bring us back tomorrow morning, same time, same place, downstairs, 8 o'clock. I'll have you back up here right at 8:30. We'll finish with the summations tomorrow morning, or whenever we're finished, and then we'll move on to my charge, and then the case will be yours. But again, now you got some of the state's summation, you have all of the defense. You can't, and there's no conversation, not with anybody. This is the time right now, more than anything in this world, that I'm asking you, please, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't discuss it as you're walking out the door. That's the human element, right? That's the time you're here. You want to start talking? You can't. Not yet. So please just go home, relax, have a good night. And tomorrow morning, we'll be back here at 8 o'clock, and we'll continue on, and then I'll give you my charge. I hope everybody has a good night. Please be safe, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good night. Good night. Good night. Have a good night. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, anything else we need to put on the record before we close for today? No. Good. All right. See everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right, that's it.
We've been touching evidence and stuff, just as a reminder that tomorrow we'll have to have everything together after the summations are concluded. I know that the defense has some stuff, we can probably put that together for tomorrow, so you don't have to do it, tomorrow morning. Just putting all your exhibits together in one spot.
Right. I think we're just going to put it all into one.
Yeah, fine. However you want to do it is fine. I'm just saying that we can start putting it together so you don't have to do it tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
All right, that's it. That's it for today. I am a little shocked that they were not able to get through closings today. I'm a little shocked at that. All right, so basically the defense went for 3.5 hours, state went for 2.5 hours, so that's 6 hours, plus the hour lunch is 7 hours. All right, you guys. We'll recap real briefly, high level, and then it will definitely be going to the jury tomorrow for sure. Maybe another hour. He may have another hour, which would get him to about 3.5 hours. He may be longer. He may go longer, just to counteract what the defense said, because now he knows what the defense says. Now he knows. Now he has all night. Mr. Decker has all night to think about, what more he wants to say. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes another 2 hours. They'll take their break. That would put them around 10:30. They could take their break, and then the judge starts his jury instruction. Or would they take lunch? I don't think they would take lunch then. I think the jury instructions are going to take at least an hour. So, yeah. So if he goes from 8:30 to 10:30, they take a break to like 10:45, even 11 o'clock. Judge comes back and gives jury instructions. They break for lunch, and then yeah, I could see that. Then they get it after lunch. They start to deliberate. It's going to take them. I think you guys were saying it's a good rule of thumb. What they say is however long the trial has been, that's how many hours they'll deliberate. So 18, 19 days, 8 hours, 9 hours for deliberation, which would put them, say 4 hours. No, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30. So that's only 3 hours to deliberate tomorrow, and then they come back and they deliberate for 5 hours. Yeah, and that would be Friday. I hate to say this, but I don't think they're going to sit on it over the weekend. Although a lot of times they'll come to a decision and they'll rest on it. Everybody will go home, rest on it, then they'll come back and they'll do their verdict in the morning. But I think we'll have a verdict on Friday. Late Friday afternoon, probably. Yeah, maybe 4:30, maybe even 5. They may go a little bit extra. So, just to, they got to go over all the evidence. They have to go through the jury. I think there's like 11 charges, 12 charges. How many charges are there? Here we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There, I think he may have more charges. So they have to go through all the charges. It's going to take them a long time. It's definitely going to take them a long time. All right. Hey, Gina. I wanted to respond to you about, I was about to reply to you in Court TV and all that stuff. Law and Crime bought Court TV. We saw that. I hope things stay the same, to be quite honest. But that means, who's going to be in the courtroom? I hope they don't let Court TV be in the courtroom and they have all those breaks and all that stuff. I hate that. I hope it's just, a relatively clean stream. Hopefully they'll maintain that. It's a monopoly, which I never like to see. I'm not a fan of monopolies. I'd like to see multiple, big corporations, if you will, providing streams. So it's never good when it's just a monopoly, but, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Friday the 13th. Yep. Friday the 13th. Yeah. That's where I'm leaning. I don't think they'll come back with a verdict tomorrow. That would be, I think that would be too short. I think that'd be too short. Even if it would be 3 hours, I think that's too short. I think it's going to take them an hour alone just to go through the jury instructions. Go through the verdict. It's going to take them an hour just to do that. Probably take them 15, 20 minutes 10 or 15 minutes to pick a foreperson. Then, hey, what do you guys all think? And then that could be like a half hour to hear everybody's opinion. 12 people, that could be a half hour, maybe even an hour. Then you take a straw poll. You're looking at least an hour just to let everybody basically throw up, because they've been dealing with this for 5 weeks now. It's 19 days. Just imagine if you're watching this and you're not able to talk, and then all of a sudden you get in a room and you're just able to oh my God, can you believe this? Oh my God, blah, blah. And everybody just throws up on each other, and that takes time just to get everything out. I could be completely wrong, of course. They could be okay, take a straw poll. He's guilty. Okay, boom, let's get to it. Or there could be 1 or 2 people that are well, wait a minute, let's just make sure that we're not sending this guy to prison for life for the wrong reason. So, all right, Aussie, have a good evening, good night's sleep, rest well. All right, so let's go through. Let's touch on some things that happened today. Defense gets up. She spoke for 3.5 hours. She started at 8:35, went to 11. Then they took a break. They actually had lunch. They came back at 12:30, and she spoke until 1:25. So she starts off with the state has the wrong man. Paul Caneiro is innocent. She goes on and talks about it's been 7 years, 3 months since this incident. Paul was in some sort of argument with Keith over the money from the trust, but we only heard Keith's side during that phone call. We didn't hear Paul's side. She says the pieces don't fit or make sense. We heard from nearly 50 witnesses, which 42 plus her 7. So she's right about that. She talks about the canine. She says, I'm just the dog guy. She talks about those two men that were outside Paul's house a half hour before the fire. Thought that was interesting that she brought that up, but then the state came back and they really put that to bed. She talks about Paul loved and spoiled the kids, especially Jesse. Paul had no motive. Who goes from loving, caring, and kind and helpful to this murderous, villain just like that? She said, it makes no sense. She says the money was flowing around and both brothers knew, and they knew how it was flowing around. They knew, they decided when, how, and who was going to distribute that money back into the trust. She kind of goes after the state for not following the money from the life insurance where it ended up. She now points her finger at Corey. Corey stood to gain 100% if Paul is convicted. Nobody investigated that. She said there was no investigation into those two men that were at Paul's house. And again, the state comes back and says, well, those are first responders. Who on earth starts a fire and then knocks on the front door? Makes no sense that it would be, villainous people. She talks about no Nest or Ring cameras from other parts of the neighborhood. She then brings up the two pairs of jeans. That second pair of jeans were never tested. And, I give her points for that. Why, you have these other set of jeans. Why not compare them to the ones that were found? What is Paul's jean size? Do we know for sure that those are Paul's jeans? Did you guys ask him that? So I thought that was kind of interesting. She talks about if he was such a gun guy, why did he need a second weapon? We definitely talked about that with Claire. We spoke a lot about that in our weekly recaps, where Paul used the gun initially. The gun jams. He turns and he sees the kids in the kitchen, so he goes in there to take them out. And Jesse possibly had a knife. He takes it from Jesse, or he just picks it up from the butcher block and starts going. So that's pretty easily talked about. She said they didn't test the gas can, and they didn't test the SUV for DNA. So I thought that was all right. That also, they could have tested. No blood was found in the SUV. She says it was a very bloody scene. Wouldn't you want to know if there was blood? If there was any blood found in Paul's house? Let's see what else. Then she talks about Paul disconnecting both. Why did it take 16 minutes for Paul when he got to Keith's house, why did it take him 16 minutes to disconnect the generator and rip off that meter? Well, that meter probably took a few minutes. So then she gets into that timeline. She really goes after this timeline of the 6 minutes. The Verizon line is cut and then the SUV is seen leaving. So how does Paul get to do all that? How does he have 6 minutes to start the fire, run out of the house, get back to his SUV, make sure there's no blood found in the SUV? How does he do that? Then she brings up, hey, there's several bodies of water. There's plenty of places to get rid of the evidence. Why didn't he just ditch it in one of those brooks or one of those water places of there were bodies of water. Let's see what else. Then she talks about this. How does Paul start the fire a minute and 28 seconds after he pulls out of the garage? Because she says you see this flash by the garage, but it's after he pulled out of the garage. Then they take the break. Then she comes back. She says used gas to start the fire. That was objected to because I don't think they ever definitively proved it was gas. They said they think it was an accelerant, but I don't think they proved that it was actually gas. Then we get to why with Jennifer and her phone. Why didn't they find Jennifer's phone? Why is there no 911 call from Jennifer? Why didn't they check her phone records? Her phone was ringing, but they never found the phone. She said, hey, if they can find a shell casing this big, how come they couldn't find Jennifer's phone? Then we get to ballistics. Wouldn't Paul know how to unjam a firearm? She says the DNA sounds very compelling. The lab received the genes when they were wet. Water is a mechanism of transfer, so she's saying DNA could have been transferred from just being in his house. Well, what about all the blood? Let's not forget that. She kind of didn't forgot about that. Then she goes back to Corey. Didn't investigate Corey's claim of not being able to drive at night. Remember that? But he did arrive around 6:15 and it was still dark. The sun doesn't come up until around 7:15 in November in New Jersey. Then she shows that chart about reasonable doubt, and she says, I'm going to add one about if the two people conspiracy, if they looked at Paul's found, there's no evidence of a conspiracy. And then we get to the state's closing, and he talks about, let me just get through here, about Paul. Corey didn't even know that he was a beneficiary. Corey didn't know. So there's no reason for Corey to do this because he didn't even know. So he didn't, Corey, that's motive number one, or lack thereof. Corey didn't even know he was a beneficiary. There's no reason for Corey to do this because he didn't even know. There's plenty of evidence of Corey knowing about a trust, but he didn't know that he was a beneficiary. He probably thought, yeah, sure, Jennifer, sure, the kids, and then who? So no evidence there. Let's see. Paul just annihilated his nephew and niece, and he got out of there. Why wouldn't he throw items out while he was driving? He's not thinking rationally. I thought that was kind of a leap because who knows what Paul was thinking. But here's a good one. The guns were registered, so it's not just simple. You just can't simply get rid of them. If they had found those firearms, they would have gone right back to Paul. He says the motive was years of jealousy, and Paul felt underappreciated. One can imagine how that built up. He said you can't come up with a motive you can't come up with a motive who anyone could do what happened. Oh, you can't come up with a motive as to why would anybody do what they did to Jesse and Sophia. You just can't come up with a motive for that. Corey had one motive, but Paul had all these other facts stacked against him. So Corey's one motive was, even though he didn't know he was a beneficiary, he would have benefited from this. That's his one motive. And that's it. That's as far as it went. There was no other evidence that came to him. You never heard Keith call Corey and yell at him, hey, where's the money? All the casings just happened to link back to Paul, his firearms and his barrels. And then he goes after those two men, the two figures, I should say, that Miss Mastalone was talking about earlier. And he said, hey, those are first responders. Who on earth starts a fire trying to delete a family of the Caneiros, but then knocks on the front door and then has a flashlight shining on the fire? Who does that? Again, common sense. Makes no sense. You're going to start a fire, then you're going to go knock on the door to wake the people? Makes no sense. And then here are the lies. The lie that Paul told law enforcement. If you're not guilty, why would you say you were in the basement the day before at 4 p.m.? Why would you say the cameras weren't working when we know they were? Or the last time he was in the basement. Sorry. The last time he was in the basement. Okay, so that's lie. That was lie number one. All right, the last time he was in the basement was 4 p.m. the night before. Obviously a lie because we saw him unplugging the DVR. Cameras weren't working. Obviously a lie because we saw him unplugging them and they were working. Having issues with stuff in the garage. What's that? Can't remember if he turned his cameras off. Oh, you turned them off because we saw. Cameras cause Wi-Fi to run slow. So why would you straight away, just right off the bat, lie multiple times too? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 5 times he lied to law enforcement, like straight away. Like, why? Why would you do that if you're not guilty? Then they took a break. Then he goes and he showed the body cam about Paul saying, "Hey, I'm having problems with stuff in the garage." Then the phone call with Tiffany about his account. Remember, he was saying, "Oh, I Keith's like, I need the effing passwords, Paul. Where's the passwords? Give me the passwords. Where's the money? What's happening with the money? Give me the passwords. And Paul doesn't tell him the passwords yet when he's in jail. And he tells Tiffany, yeah, here's the password. Here's the account. Boom, 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 boom. Paul had one job. And that was to transfer money from the TD Bank trust account. And all Paul has to do is click transfer. He had one job. Then they talk about Ben Palucci, who was Keith's friend, one of his really good friends, and that got objected to. And judge actually said disregard that. And then he played the DVR with Paul unplugging the DVR. He plays 2 911 calls, one from Catherine Luchese. She's the neighbor across the street, and then Dr. Boris Volstein. He's the one who his landscaper called him. Then Mr. Decker says, yeah, those autopsy photos were horrific. We're not going to talk about them. They're horrific. They're up for you guys. They're going to be back there with you guys, but we don't have to show them again. It's like, I don't do it because of emotion. I just want to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. He says, I don't agree that it was a bloody scene, which I kind of disagree with that. I'm going to disagree with that. I think it was a pretty bloody scene. I can't imagine those children and Jennifer getting stabbed that many times and there not being a bloody scene. So, Mr. Decker, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. He says, not sure why Jennifer's missing phone is such a big deal. What was Jennifer going through? Maybe she hears the gunshots. Maybe she's thinking, she isn't thinking about her phone, right? She's in the basement. She's coming upstairs. She's not. Maybe her phone was upstairs. Keith's phone is right next to him. So maybe, Jennifer, she left her phone upstairs. Probably not. I think you're going to take your phone with you, especially when there's no power. So again, it's a hypothesis. I would go the other route. I would say she probably had it with her, but anyway. He says it wasn't a robbery because Keith's wallet was found on him. Let's see. Then he talks about why did it take Paul so long? So he's answering why was that 16-minute gap? Well, the electric panel took brute force. It's not as quick as just flipping a switch. Keith never saw those shots coming. That's true. All those shots were from the back. He never, ever, not a single shot was in the front. And then the rear taillight. I thought this was a good one. So I didn't catch this one before, but that rear taillight, while that SUV is driving around, it's the bottom rear taillight, the running light, if you will, not the brake lights, but the bottom running light. That was off. That was out. That was actually out. So again, that proves that it was Keith's car. I don't think anybody doubts that was Keith's SUV. Now, I guess the doubt is who was driving it, how many people were in it, who was driving it. And then we get to Kapora. He's the 911 with the gunshots. I liked him. He was pretty cool. And here's a great point. How is Corey getting into those gun lockers? Guess he could have had a key. Corey absolutely could have had a key. But he says it makes no sense. Makes no sense. But yeah, Corey could have had a key. Or the combination. Why would Paul turn off the camera showing Corey doing that? That's a great point. If Corey is framing or somebody's framing Paul, why does Paul turn off those cameras? Why does he turn off those cameras? And then he gets into the 2 pairs of jeans. He's like, I don't care about the size of the jeans. Jesse's DNA was right here on this jean. Sophia's blood is on the handle of the knife. Not 100% sure I agree with him with the scarf around. He had the scarf around his hand and he's stabbing Sophia. I mean, there was 3 hairs found. 3 of Sophia's hairs found. Her hair was found on the scarf. I'm not 100% sure I go with that. So, gosh, that's 3 times I kind of disagree with Mr. Decker in his assumptions. I'm not quite buying that one either. It's possible. I'm not buying that one. All right. So then that's it. Then he ends for the day. Judge ends it for the day, and we're coming back tomorrow. So, all right. What are you guys talking about? I'll hang out with you for a few more minutes. What are we talking about? All right, Claire, you're still with us. All right, maybe Paul just isn't as smart as he thinks he is. David, Paul got greedy, plain and simple. Lily Wayne, yes, state has to finish closings tomorrow morning. They will. They will. They will. Jed Ziadax, why else take the scarf with him? I think the scarf was found in the basement, and there's really no proof that he took it with him. I thought more that it's a scarf, and maybe he just let her borrow it. I think maybe he just let her borrow it at some point. I mean, it's a scarf. I don't have any. I thought more it was like, oh, she just borrowed it at some point, and then it's just in the basement randomly. I don't think there's any evidence that he took it with him, unless you guys saw some. I didn't see any evidence of that. Let's see what else. You guys got anything else to say? Jed Ziadax, Paul and Corey weren't that close. Defense can't have it both ways. I know. Can't believe we're still on closing. I'm astonished too, Claire. I really thought that they would have. I thought the jury would be deliberating by now. Have a 4-person, be deliberating. Kind of shocked. Kind of shocked as well. So, wicked smart. All right, C. Gilmore, have a good night. See you tomorrow. What are you guys up to, huh? What are my little monkeys up to back there? Let's see. Oh boy, Iowa Lakes Community College baseball team. Yikes. Well, let's hope they're okay there. All right, you guys. 5 o'clock here. Let's see, Brett. Independent of any lingering questions about how it all happened, I can't get past turning off all the cameras and then lying through your teeth about what you were doing. He's guilty in your opinion. That's a big one. That's a big one, Brett. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you turn off all your cameras? Was it so that you didn't want them to see you set your house on fire? Was it so that you didn't want people to see you leave your garage, and or both? You know? Thank you, Iowa. No problem. Thank you. All right, David. Cats have all their lives. Yeah, they do. They've actually been pretty good this week and over the weekend. I let them out over the weekend I think, was it both days I let them out? Yeah, they were outside for probably about almost an hour both. They got about 2 hours outside time. They're having fun. Let me go full screen so you guys can see them. Yep. And here's Super Ball. Super Ball. Oh, the butt. All right. Don't show your butt. We don't need to see your butt. All right, you guys. Thank you all for joining us today. I appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you to our mods for providing a really maintaining a safe space where we all can express our opinions, and do appreciate that. And thank you to Aaron. And we will see as I talk. As I talk. As I talk. All right, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:15. Have a great night. Joe Schmo, Jenny G, JMS. Have a good one, guys. Cindy, appreciate you guys. Mike, Brat, good to see you. Good to see you guys. And thanks for joining us. And we will see you tomorrow. Little Super Bowl. You want to say goodbye? You want to say goodbye? Say goodbye. All right. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. So long. Bye.